Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, every single time I get to go live to you guys, I just roll up a 20 and I say, thank you so much for coming live with us. I'm just pleased as punch to be able to focus up my camera so that you guys can see me and Professor Meatball chilling with you guys each morning, heading off to the bell opening. How's it going, guys? Every single one of you. We got just a ridiculous amount of DD today. I was sent some DD specifically to my inbox by Mr. Home Depot Hank and a friend of the show, Real Dominics. So that is something that we are going to be focusing up on. But first, look at AMC already out of the gate, changing it up. Oh, I got to ring that bell. Where is my bell ringer? Here it is. Markets are open, baby. Ladies and gentlemen. Hear that sound? That is the sound of stonks. Right out of the gate, we have GameStop already up 1.5%. Right, we had a little bit of movement pre-market, and we will do some technical analysis about exactly what is up with that. Let me move my DD down so that you guys can see AMC in its beauty. We are going to be able to move. Let me just change this a little bit so you guys can see less junk. Okay. In a second, I'm going to say hi to each and every one of you just to say, hey, how's it going? My name is Andrew. I'm a data scientist here in Silicon Valley, and you guys are you. With the reminder that with each smash of that like button, we have little pledges here, like from Kakov Films. He will buy another 100 GME shares this Monday morning if we can get 5K likes. So guys, come on. That like button helps out the algorithm get to more people, and we already have 1,200 people here. So good morning, Sophia, Ken Fabio, yo. We have Stevie55, Satisfying Bell, of course. Thomas Wilson, Deirdre, Big Orange Machine. We got Twist One, Vin Nguyen, Nathan Tarnowski. We got Eric Connell, Israel Aguilar, Rekdena, Young Lee, Isaac Cortez, Hisoka, Eric Connell again, and Young Finest. Guys, Casper, Sean, AMC to the moon, and whoa, someone just got a officer rank on the Moon Platoon. I always try and give you guys the kudos you are looking for early and fast. Moon Platoon, Meatball the Space Legend, and Gorillion. Thank you guys for your service. And I am back. Perfect. So we have just the technicals that we want to focus on today, and but focus up because GameStop is already on a rip. GameStop has started to fly to the moon at a daily high of 210.36. Just a little bit of market open crazies a little bit. Der Simon, how's it going? Good morning. Dankeschön for saying hello from Germany. AMC has now pushed down to how many levels of resistance? Just one, all the way back down from the 14 it was hugging all week, and now it just dipped below 13. Dear gosh, and that's something that we're going to have to look at, especially its trajectory pre-market, and looking at the VWAP and how it's just hugging up and down before it. It's got a lot of technical indicators. That's why if you guys set up your WeBulls just like me earlier on the weekend, you would be in great shape. We have a super from Primer. Never thought I would look forward to Monday so much. Love this channel and the peeps here, Andrew. You are great, and I learned so much from you. Much love, Primer. Thank you so much. That really just makes my morning. That's why it makes me so happy to get up in the morning, even though we are seeing some massive dips, some mad dips on our boy AMC here. And Reese Beats, what's up, kid? Let's get that knowledge today. Reese, every day with the support. You gotta love these people. You gotta love the fact that we are here learning and growing. Tesla is flying today. Let's see. Someone saying Tesla's flying. You know we don't just do AMC and GME on here. Tesla is up from its 650. That would have been a great entry point over the weekend. Tesla is up 5.5%, and that feels good. If you guys do have your ticker symbols ready and waiting, I am going to slowly but surely work through them throughout the day and doing a little bit of momentum analysis, doing a little bit of signals and patterns, and making sure that you know what indicators I'm looking at. I'm also going to pull up the FINRA so that in every single one of these analyses, I'm going to be looking at what FINRA has updated us at and give us a little sense of what other short squeeze opportunities we have here. Alrighty. So AMC is starting to get pinned underneath a brand new level of resistance. Your 1266 could not support, and now it seems like it is just going to be bouncing underneath it for the much of the day if it's done changing. Now, one of the things that we can realize, bullish and bearish, is whether or not the slope of the MACD is starting to come back up. One of the major divergences that we have seen, one of the biggest divergences we've seen in a long time, is between this blue and this orange line right here. One of the other things to note is that the RSI is sticking underneath 30, and this is just a normal, simple way of understanding the momentum of it being oversold. And when it is oversold, we can likely see that this is going to be a impulse wave in the making. Let's see if this is true. If 1266 ends up being able to support this AMC early morning price drop, well, we are just going to have to focus up now, aren't we? Good morning, Steve Alvarez, Kenny Yu. We have Nicholas Ocampo, John Dillon, SSR triggered. People are saying it. SSR triggered. We are down all the way to a low of 12.46 from an open of $13.15. Now, that said, the SSR does only trigger on 10% down, and if it were considering the previous market close, then we would be down $1.30. There we go. SSR would be triggered. Christian C Music. Good morning, bro. It's gonna be a good day. It is. It's gonna be a good day. Focus up on AMC on the left, where it always is, and GME on the right, where it always is. GameStop is currently looking at almost 1 million volume right out of the gate, and that is, that is something at the very least. We're expecting lower volume until we start to see a resurgence, in which case we are going to be able to make mad money, mad bank, when that cup and handle pattern finally pays off. If you guys haven't, if you guys have just essentially been living under a rock, we've been talking about that cup and handle all week. We've been talking about it on Friday, looking at Investopedia's example and looking at Investopedia's 2002 Wynn Resorts, real historical example of a cup and handle. So we are feeling pretty solid on GameStop here. Taha Zach, what's going on? Can you look at my first DD? It's on GME titled, I believe the next annual date is June 10th, 2021. Wow, I got choked up just knowing about Taha Zach's first DD. All right, let me look at that. Oh, here it is. Taha, you got some major likes in here. Good job. Look at that. 4,500. Perfect. Taha, we are looking at your DD, looking at the Iliad of GME, and we're looking at a counter DD on Hayes Pixel about the new DTCC rule. This was from a day ago. It's from Dominic's, one of you good friends that you guys likely have heard from on this show, and that's why these 3 DDs are particularly, specifically sent to yours truly for auditing, right? And that's what we like about this show. This is the hive mind of society. And with 3,000 people watching, what's going on? Good morning. My name is Andrew. I'm just a smooth brain data scientist here with Professor Meatball. He's the wrinkly brain in this situation, in this equation. And if you guys like math, like equations, and investing in yourself, you guys know that we are looking for you to smash that like button and that subscribe button. Thank you guys for showing up in the morning, because we have so much to cover. Hui Young is already saying, can we stop spreading dates? And that's why we're going to focus up with this with a huge grain of salt. But first, I do want to be able to consider this 9,500 upvotes 17 hours ago sent to me basically like 2 p.m. essentially exactly when it was sent. Actually, let me look at my inbox to see if I can even show you guys. So this is my inbox, and we have a message from Home Depot Hank. Just don't want to accidentally show his email. Well, anyway, if I do it down here, then I can't show his email. Perfect. So this is at Andrew Mo Business, and he says, last time we read his DD as well. He says, huge fan of the channel. I watch your vids every day. It's something I look forward to on a daily basis. Oh shoot, It's a pretty active Wall Street Bets user. When you covered one of my DDs a few weeks ago, recently provided the most detailed technical analysis of GME I've ever posted, and I've received a good response so far. Thought that you would like this on your channel. It would be great for the Moon Platoon and subscribers. Sorry to use your business email as a non-business inquiry. I forgive you. And thank you so much for sending this my way. An Iliad of GME technical analysis and DD. I love to hear it. That is music to my ears. Technical analysis, just an Iliad's worth of technical analysis. So let's listen up and pay attention. GME was on a minor rip this morning, just a small little rise up to a high of 210.36, and now struggling at that $200 mark. That is going to be the testing grounds for GME today. Likely going to stay right between these two levels of resistance and support, 205 and 195, while AMC is staying between its own levels of support and resistance. Although let's make sure that we are not setting ourselves up for a reversal. We are looking at the pre-market. There's a lot of more volatility than happened in the pre-market, so that's why we have a little bit more leeway here. Just a small setup of an impulse right here, setting up to a correction. Now, when we were here, one of the things that we should have foreseen is the sharp slope of the MACD leading away from the signal line. All the way underneath is a highly bearish sign, and the more steep the slope is, the more that divergence is going to just ruin our attendees for the short term, right? MACD is a great understanding of what our momentum is looking like, but for a momentary signal, and that momentary signal drop our RSI way below 30, dipping at around 16, 18 for a couple of minutes straight. You would know that this is basically everybody is screaming at you. This is the bottom. This is the bottom, and without any other indication that this slide would continue, the dip was over and a correction has begun. Paul Levine, good morning, Andrew and Meatball. Hope you're sleeping well. Me, no, just too excited. Happy smiling emoji, crying emoji. Love the channel. Thank you so much, Paul. Appreciate it. Mark, how's it going? Oh man, well, you ate wrong. It won't dip like that. Oh man, I just love dips and chips though. You bring the chips, we are bringing the rips, and that's what we have to talk about here. Let us go and look at my face again. Hey, we just got a brand new email. We just got some mail from Home Depot Hank. We have covered his DD before, but he has now provided the most comprehensive Iliad of GME technical analysis and DD. If you guys like watching the markets, I'm live every single morning, and that's why I want to be able to say, hey, throw some scissors in the chat. Live stream, how's it going? Make some noise. We got almost 4,000 people in here and 600 likes. Guys, smashing that like button, smashing that subscribe button, and making sure that we can get this out to as many members of the Moon Platoon who haven't quite yet gotten the sleepies out of their eye. It's 6 a.m. over here on the West Coast, and we are going to begin and jump right in. So watch until the end, because this is going to cover essentially all of the composite technical analyses that we need to understand for GME, and we're going to be tracking GME live right here in the top right corner, and the top left corner is always reserved for our brothers in arms, AMC. So here we go. Apes, gorillas, people, other people, and degenerates gather round. Uncle Hank has some technical DD to bestow upon your smooth brains. Please bull with me, because this will be long. Some of you have probably seen my other posts, and this will be much the same. However, this technical analysis will be much more in depth and will cover a wider range of indicators than previous posts, and that is just gonna make me so excited. We are all here for the data. Data is king. Do not forget. So this is not financial advice. Obviously, they're a technical trader, and there are indicators they've used in the past that are helpful. However, they are not exhaustive, and there are many other indicators and trading styles that are just as useful as these. They're not a financial advisor. This is not financial advice. Their brain is literally a senile amoeba, and as you can probably tell, they have ADHD medicine prescription. Worked very hard on this, and hope you apes enjoy it. Black Bear, thank you so much for the data. Woo. 4.5 mil borrowed. Sheesh. Okay, volume catalysts. Look at this pretty picture. I put volume here first because it is by far the most important indicator for a stock. Let's especially look at GME here. That's why on my charts, I'm always looking at volume right here. And the orange line is the volumetric weighted average price, the VWAP. If you guys want to see the dedicated video just for that VWAP, I talk about exactly how important it is there. Volume is God. If you look at GME's chart, every single giant price increase was preceded by a large influx of volume. This is not unique to GME. We are here to just learn about stocks generally. So if you guys wanted to be able to understand which indicators are so important, volume first. Volume is king. This is not, requires a massive amount of volume for a massive increase in price. Let's check it out one more time. We have the bar chart here indicating how much volume there is. Each time we see a green circled amount of volume, we are then cause a massive price change. And this is a causation effect, right? Massive change in volume, massive change in price. Understand that volume is the only thing that will make this stock spike, as with any stock. The stock is not going to magically go to the moon without a ton of people on the buy side. Again, this is not exclusive to GME. When a stock has great earnings report, acquisition news, FDA approval, etc., you will see massive volume spike that leads to a massive increase or decrease in price. Now you're probably thinking to yourself, okay, Uncle Hank, but my tiny ape brain can't comprehend what makes volume increase. Well, volume is simply the number of people buying or selling the stock. Simple as that. If you guys are just joining us, we are talking about the indicators that you should look at, the Iliad of GME technical analysis. Okay, what makes more people buy or sell a stock? Catalysts. We have seen that the GME is especially sensitive to catalysts. We believe that this is because WallStreetBets, the retail investors, own a large portion of GME's float, and we have seen that float percentage calculated before in previous DD. So that guarantees that there are a stable number of holds. So when there is news, demand spikes while supply is still low. They are now going to go over the past catalysts that made GME spike, so you can get an idea of this. First, here is a pic of GME's volume since January. They call it angsty teenage boy's hair because it is spiky, and we can see right here, even without an x-axis, the activity here in January. Let's see, all the way back in January, right? So yes, since January. So all the way back in January, absolutely nothing in February for a long time while we hodled around 40, and now in March. The very first spike in GME's volume is in November when our Lord and Daddy Ryan Cohen announced his stake in GME. This isn't pictured here because it isn't significant compared to the volume from the past few months. I think at this point, most people thought Cohen was on DMT when he hit the buy button for GME. The first big spike on here is in early January, which is when Ryan Cohen announced as being a member of the board. This is when people were like, okay, maybe he wasn't, but he was definitely in something. In the next few days, we see volume decline but still elevate compared to previous levels because of increased media attention. And this is truly, perception is king, right? This truly is perception is king. Let's keep the chat moving here. Let's get some diamond hands in the chat. If you guys have hodl because you remember, bring it in the chat as well. We want to see some action here. The next jump, which was very red, was when our special needs friend Andrew Left announced his short position, and which subsequently led to WallStreetBets, calling him out on the internet. This is where things really started to kick off. After this, there was a giant amount of volume for days because of Elon tweets. Shamath support, Papa Pali, and Mark Cuban talking to us, media coverage, and the revelation that GME was shorted over 100%, right? This is this story. If you guys had not yet followed up and be like, well, I just jumped on in February, maybe I just jumped on in March, and I'm not exactly sure what's going on. This is essentially the history books. You guys are watching the documentary of GME unfold before your eyes in this post. This was the frenzy of late January. After that, everything died down regarding volume, price, and media attention. However, the volume picked back up and price corresponded when GME ousted their CFO. And they really did. That was back when our second shot was given to us. Oh, praise be GME, God be good. Most people thought that Cohen had something to do with this. Full disclosure, I thought that GME was done when it tanked the first time, and this showed me its true power. Give us some rocks in the chat. If you know, rockets in the chat if you thought the GME was done the very first time around, but you still held. We then see one more volume spike when it was announced that Cohen was being appointed as the head of the board that would change GME to a digital company. Since then, volume has gone down. The following charts show GME's volume and price in each of the past few months, so you can get an idea of how crucial volume is. So we have GME's volume and its price. So this is a little bit difficult to understand because there are no other axes other than price and volume, okay? So a couple of charts there. Now you understand that volume is king and the only thing that will move GME. When people talk about X will move GME, they're saying that the event will create positive volume, which will allow GME to rise, right? We're just skipping a couple of steps when we mention one and then the other. So what are the potential catalysts we have in the future for this volume rise? Earnings is obviously the closest one. The actual numbers don't really matter here. If GME beats significantly, means beats expectation or is better than we expected, it might cause a rise. But the real thing we're looking for is the conference call, which I'm going to be live streaming, likely with all of the hodlmen together. If GME appoints, hold on a second. A conference call. On the conference call, if we hear news about digital transformation, acquisitions, or a new CFO, or anything relating to Cohen, there will be a massive volume and price increase. If those things are not discussed on the earnings call, then there will be catalysts in the next few months. If GME appoints a new CFO, they believe that catalysts will significantly drive it up, as we saw the price 4x in a few days when they merely announced that they ousted the old one. If Cohen gets appointed CEO, oh, get ready. So now you understand that volume is king, and all this talk of the squeeze might happen here, or the chart might makes it look like the squeeze is coming, are irrelevant if they don't coincide with an event that will significantly drive up volume. Number one of the four indicator men of the apocalypse is volume, and we've just figured that out. Okay, so I'm gonna go through the chat real quick. I'm Boston Man is having a hard day with mental health. Hey, we are here. We are happy. We are go lucky, and we are supporting you. So once more, if you guys can just put a smile on his face, drop some puppies and bones in the chat for I'm Boston. But Uncle Hank, what can you tell us about volume when they haven't been giant spikes? Glad you asked. That's where OBV comes into play, ladies and gentlemen. OBV, on balance volume, is a volume indicator that was founded on the idea that volume precedes price. Keep that idea in the back of your head. For those of you who didn't finish third grade, precedes means comes before. OBV is a running total of positive or negative volume that depends on price of that calculation. In this calculation, the volume of a candle is either added or subtracted to the OBV total, which is denoted by a line depending on if it's negative or positive. This is an oversimplification, but just know that it is a running total. If a candle is neutral, the volume of that candle will not be added. Thankfully, GME rarely has neutral candles because it's so volatile. If it's positive, the volume is added to the total. If it's negative, the volume is subtracted from the total. For example, right? Pay attention right now. If I've lost you, pay attention. There's examples here. So let's say a given stock, the OBV is 1,000. Then there are a negative candle with a volume of 2. The OBV will now be 998. Then there will be a positive candle with a volume of 100. The OBV will now be 1098. That is why OBV is shown as a line rather than a candle's like volume. OBV is a trend indicator. Remember, volume precedes. Now he misspelled precedes price. So the actual value of OBV is largely insignificant. Rather, the trend of OBV is what matters. Because volumes precedes price, OBV allows you to predict where a stock will go, because if OBV is increasing, well, it means that there is going to be a lot of volume in green candles and less volume in red candles. In my opinion, OBV is the best used to predict when a stock is going when it's consolidating. And oh, would you look at that? GME is consolidating, baby. If a stock is consolidating and OBV is increasing, that is an indication that when it breaks the trend, it will be high. The opposite would be true if OBV was decreasing. Generally, if a stock is increasing in price and OBV is increasing, you can expect it to continue that trend. If the price is increasing but OBV is decreasing, you can expect it to go negative in the future. Essentially just a Nostradamus of indicators. This all goes back to the idea that volume precedes price. The below picture is GME's OBV, the yellow line on different time scales. So in a year, OBV is starting to fly. 90-day, OBV is going from low down up to higher. And 30-day, still looking like it's flying. And even on the 10-day, looking like it is ripping up in the sky. So what does this mean? Well, gonna have to take this from my other post because I think I explained it well. The commonality between all these graphs is that OBV continues to increase. If you look at the 1 year and 90-day charts, you can see that OBV took a very small hit, baby hit, when GME collapsed after the January squeeze. However, OBV has continually increased in value since then and is currently higher than it was in January. This means that the green candles, the uptrends, have higher volume than the red candles, the downtrends. This is extremely bullish, right? Bullish is just looking good for that stock. We can also see that although volume may be decreasing in the 30-day and 10-day charts, OBV is still increasing, which means that there is much more volume on the buy side than the sell side, guys. We are focusing up on the most important technical indicators for GME and AMC, and in order to get over that 1,000 like hurdle, we need to get more likes on this video. So thank you in advance for that. Which means that there, even with all of these monster short attacks like the one we saw last week, there's still a net positive uptrend in OBV, which further adds to the bullish sentiment. Personally, they think that this is partially because of a continued retail interest, but more importantly, they think that it's going to be adding credence to the theory that we have an institutional ally, these long whales that we talked about in the past, or allies that continually buy GME and are trying to initiate the squeeze. This takes away credence from the idea that hedge funds are just manipulating the price up and down for their own benefit. Furthermore, many people also believe that AMC and GME are correlated, which we have actually already seen. Though this may be true to an extent, they move similarly but not identically. OBV is much more bullish for GME. And let's go over here. Much more bullish for GME. AMC's OBV is increasing similarly to GME's, but it's not higher than it was in January like GME currently is. AMC's OBV dropped significantly after January and has not returned to those January levels yet. As stated above, GME is and has been above its January OBV levels for a while now. This is not to bash AMC. Right? They are very bullish, and AMC, they have a position, as do I, in both AMC and GME. All this is showing is that GME is having the greater bullish momentum by one of these indicators, okay, by the OBV. And the stocks are not perfectly correlated like many people think. The massive OBV of GME also suggests that it will be relatively easy for it to have a rapid parabolic upward move, right? We're looking for that one. We're looking for the squeeze here. So now that you understand volume is king, we need volume for GME to increase. Volume is not increasing, but OBV is still increasing. This is good. This is good, guys. We like the news. Positive news means scissors in the chat. We've cutting out those paper hands. We see in the morning that AMC has now reached a new low of $12.46, coming off of it right now, being rebounded, and GME is now just hovering over its new low of 196.21. It's just paper hands who have gone impatient. Paper-handed port noise. Scissors in the chat for them. Many of you have probably seen the news of SPY and VIX, that GME has a disgustingly negative beta between -2, -8, -13. We've already talked about how beta may not be as important, but let's see what Home Depot Hank has to say. Beta essentially is the factor of how the stock follows the market. A beta of 1 would mean that the stock follows the market. If the market is up, it is up proportionally. A negative beta, however, means the opposite. It means that the stock essentially doesn't follow the market and goes in the opposite direction. You guys know this. If you've seen some other DDs, you can find comments from people with economics and financial degrees saying that how rare a beta that negative is. There are tons of other DDs from Bloomberg terminals and other stuff that demonstrate this negative beta. Just know that GME doesn't like to follow the market. And remember, we've already talked about how this is a a outlier. We see this negative data. We see that GME doesn't follow by the rules because of this one time GME put a big green crayon and then a big red crayon in January. It looks like it doesn't color inside the lines. Well, it's because of that one darn time. So there you go. So let's see. We have, though the correlation is not perfect. Hold on a sec. Where did I just say? Oh yeah, there's tons of other DDs with info on Bloomberg terminals and other stuff that demonstrate this negative beta. Just know that it means GME doesn't like to follow the market, okay? Though the correlation is not perfect, you can see that the GME is inversely related to SPY and positively related to VIX. This makes sense because VIX spikes usually happen during market turbulence, high volume, and volatility, which is exactly what GME needs. Lucky for us, SPY is pretty overbought right now. The effects of the stimmies have already pushed the price in on SPY, and I believe that funds are going to be continue to short the 10-year bond, which will push the stock market down. Essentially, the market is overbought, which means it needs to pull back, is overinflated, and will soon have to factor in the looming threat of inflation. Again, volume is more important than this, but this is just something good to keep in line. So we have right here, we have the SPY, and the SPY and the VIX are the purple lines. First one is VIX, second is SPY. Pretty hard to see right here, but just know how GME pushes against that trend. And once again, this is Home Depot, Hank's DD. He sent that to me earlier, like 12 hours ago through email. Today, we're only covering some DD based on people who wanted to send them directly. We have Taha Zach's coming in a second, and we also have Dominic's counter DD against the DTCC and Hey It's Pixels DD from earlier. In this section, they're going to give brief overview of support and resistance lines that we have developed. Again, sorry for all the lines. I'm a technical trader that was raised in a crayon factory, so they cannot help themselves. The first thing I look at is the fat orange line. This line was resistance for GME when it had its second pop for the end of February. We have now since broken that resistance, and as many of you know, the previous resistance usually acts as future support in uptrends, and this is violently true for GME. You guys remember this. We've talked about this in the greater live streams of the Angelo Money channel. That fat orange line has withstood several short attacks and has literally bounced right back up since then. Is this because of psychological levels? Is it a whale doing that on purpose? Is it the hedgies playing games? It's impossible to know. Just know that the support is stronger than my wife's boyfriend's hatred of me. The fat yellow line on the bottom is essentially our doomsday level of support, right? You have to see right here that if there was anything higher than that line, that is something to be majorly concerned about. Drink some water here. Let's not talk about that and hope we never get there. The fat green line just before the massive short attack, getting above there. Oh, sorry, the fat green, yellow, and red lines on top of our god levels of resistance. We had a bull trap on the top green line just before the massive short attacks. Getting above in these levels is extremely crucial as they will be strong support. So once you guys know, we've done these technical analyses before, and right after this, I am going to be able to look at this and track that with my chart, okay? Current patterns. So look at these current patterns. Looking at this chart, we can see that patterns forming, almost all of them are bullish. First, you've probably seen millions of posts about cups and handles. Yeah, we've been talking about them. You can 100% see that pattern forming and believe it's merit. Since there are so many posts on it, I won't waste your time with a picture. The first pattern that we see is a giant triangle pattern from the 513 high with the support slightly below 100. So let's look at this red line here, 513. And the support, this is back in January, the support level slightly below 100 right here. This is signified by the fat yellow line on the bottom and the skinny diagonal yellow line right there. So we draw a line here, we draw a red line here, and then we draw this diagonal yellow line down into the this is the March squeeze here. As we can see, we broke that pattern. As you can see, we broke that pattern in a bullish way and used the resistance from that 180-ish as our current ironclad support. From there, they saw a bullish pennant pattern, the two orange lines here. If you guys haven't yet seen pennant pattern here, we have one right there. However, as many of you know, this pattern didn't play out as we kept testing that 180 support. Instead of forming a pennant, I believe we have now formed another bullish triangle pattern. You can see right here. This current triangle is using our 180 support level, and it seems like it's trying to break the pattern in a bullish way. Now, why are these patterns bullish? When a stock makes a move upward or downward, then consolidates, it typically continues that pattern. Here's an example of that. We're going to learn with pictures, guys. 5,000 of you and only 1,000 likes. Something doesn't make sense. Let's smash that like button, guys. Let's get this video up there, because if we can get all 5,000 of you to click like, right, someone's going to buy another 100 shares of GME. Descending triangle here is a bullish descending triangle to an uptrend. Sorry, you guys can already see that perfectly. So we have here, we have impulse 1, and that correlates down upwards to an impulse 2. However, a bearish descending triangle is something that comes down from an impulse 1, and then it leads down to a lower impulse 2. All right, so this is the difference between a bullish descending triangle and bullish pennant and a bearish descending triangle or a bearish pennant here. Okay, just depends on where the left side is coming from. As you can see, the graph of the left applies to us as we are currently consolidating from an uptrend. This is consistent with Elliott wave theory, guys. We love Elliott wave theory here. If you don't know what it is, it's basically the idea that stocks move in a repeating fractal pattern that is categorized by periods of trending movements, consolidating movements, and corrective movements. GME is currently in a consolidating movement. Let's see, preceding a trending movement. This is bullish. They don't want to explain, Elliott wave theory. We've already done, so go ahead and watch that video there. It's the one that says 10K is only a pit stop. Elliott wave theory. So I encourage you guys to look at other posts about that. Miles Dodd, what's going on? Is this sell-off market manipulation? I'm going to talk about that in a hot second, but GME is reaching a brand new low of 189 just a few minutes ago. So with all of that understood, it appears that GME keeps forming triangle patterns and keeps breaking them. It is moving in a stair-step pattern where it shoots up, consolidates, then uses the previous resistance as support. This is extremely bullish right there. So we like the stock, and we like how this is showing every indicator of a positive sign upward. And then finally, of course, you guys can't let our boys TTM squeeze MACD and the Ichimoku indicators out. Some of their other favorite indicators are these ones. These indicators are purely based off of price and are trend momentum indicators. TTM squeeze has to deal with the relationship between the Bollinger Bands and the Keltner channels. It moves similarly to MACD, which also predicts momentum. Ichimoku makes clouds based off of previous price action and helps to indicate trends. All of these explanations were extremely general, so do your own research on your own to better understand them. Importantly, all of these indicators show bullish momentum for GME. Below, they have combined the TTM squeeze and MACD indicators because that's how he uses them. On the 1 week chart, TTM and MACD indicators are extremely bullish right there. That's TTM squeeze. The MACD is opening wider and is continuing its bullish trend. A little bit lower. Okay. MACD is the 2 lines indicator, so right here, the signal and the MACD line. When the blue line is over the yellow line, it's bullish. Over here, the blue line is the orange line here, and the yellow line here is the blue line there. So just note that the MACD line on my chart is the orange one, and the signal line is the blue one here. When TTM is light, hold on a second. TTM is it indicates a start of a very big move. When TTM is light blue, we are also in the stage of the greatest momentum. You can see the light blue from late January. Where in the dark blue phase, there is still bullish momentum, but it is dying. When we go to a red phase, we are in a bearish phase. You can see that throughout February. Yellow indicates that bearish momentum is dying. From here, we can see that bearish momentum is dying, and then we are going to go into bullish territory, right? Light blue candles. This is assisted by the fact that MACD is super bullish right now. I did the week chart to give a good overview of the price of GME because it's so volatile day to day that it's hard to understand it sometimes. Finally, Ichimoku. The indicator is a trailing momentum indicator. All that you need to know is that when it crosses through the red cloud, it's an indication of bullish momentum. Would you look at that? GME is ready to enter this red cloud right before earnings, and you guys are likely seeing a couple of you are asking, is it time to be afraid? No, it's a time to take your mouse, move it over and into the live chat, and look at how many people are not afraid whatsoever. Look how many people are looking at the earnings report, looking at the fact that this is one of the last opportunities for the hedge funds to pull out their tricks, which we've already talked about: spoofing and layering and short ladder attacks, all of which we have covered in the channel previously. These three indicators are great on their own, but when used together, they are even more powerful. MACD indicates that we are bullish right now. Ichimoku and TTM indicate that we are about to go into a period of extreme bullishness. These charts all show that the bullish momentum for GME is just beginning. Okay, so this is the beginning of something big. I'm going to bring Meatball back up here. There you go, buddy. A note about short attacks. As many of you have seen over the past few days, take it slow, buddy. He's got that golden genes. As many of you have seen over the past few days, GME has been through a series of sharp downturns intraday. Are these short attacks, or are they one of our institutional allies purposefully putting us on SSR? It's impossible to know. This will be an examination of those crashes and some potential theories. And we've already talked about how this was integral to Hey It's Pixel's end game theory for last week, that there was a friendly whale purposefully putting us on the SSR. Like they said above, it's impossible to know that these short attacks are from friends or from foes. What we can be sure about, however, is that either triggered stop losses and or pushed out paper hands. How can we be sure of this? Below are screenshots of the flash crashes from March, and as you can see, the crash volume candle is about to be equal to that of the recovery candle, but the price does not recover to its previous highs. What this makes me think is of a short attack triggers stop losses and paper hands, then whoever did the short attack, again, friend or foe, brought the shares back up. The reason why the price doesn't fully recover is because of paper hands being pushed out. I believe that the whale probably sells off all of his shares, then rebuys at the lower price, hence the equivalent volume but price not fully recovering. Again, it is impossible to know that this was an actual short attack or if it's an ally trying to put it on the SSR. But what we should know is that there's no way a regular sell-off. No stock drops over 50%. 2 times in 1 month with no news catalyst. That was for Wednesday when we saw that ridiculous 10 levels of support being pushed down of GME. If a stock drops this much, it's usually because of investigation, missed earnings, etc. On both of those crashes, there was no news on GME at all. So do not think for a second that these were instances of just regular sell-offs or profit taking. They were 100% coordinated attacks. So from a level-headed technical trader that mostly only looks at indicators, you've heard it here, this is pure and simple a manipulation. The reason why they made this post is to highlight why paper handing GME is not a good idea through a technical analysis. Obviously, it's a good idea for the cause. It's not a good idea for the cause, but I'm here to show that it's not a good idea for the individual ape as well. If there's one thing to know about GME, it's a volatile stock. This thing can and will move over 100 points in a single day. We have seen the price go from $100 to over $300 in a single day, and from $350 to less than $200 in less than half an hour. It is understandable that many new traders might, for example, get in on GME at $100, watch it rise to $350, panic sell when it goes below $200, but I'm here to give you proof that it is not beneficial to do that. Below, they have posted screenshots of several charts at various time frames since the beginning of January to now. The red circle signifies where you might have been tempted to paper hand, and the green circle signifies why you would have been better off holding. It's important to note that the only way you could have lost money on GME if you bought in above $400, but believe me, apes, we're going to go far above $400 in the near future. The reason why they have posted this is because even though they are feverishly against paper handing, everyone, including myself, gets down and sometimes even panicked because GME crashed, because it makes up so much of their portfolio. They suggest looking at these images every time GME falls as a reminder that this is a long-term game and that volatility is expected, and that paper handing is not the answer. Enjoy. So we have here February rise after so this is the chart here, no x-axis once again, but this is if you dipped here, right? and you were like, ah, I'm so scared, and then you sold, and then you would have been on a terrible basis on the other side, right? And then February rise after the CFO was ousted here, right? You'll be like, oh no, I gotta sell, and then you would go boom on the other side. And then finally the 350 to 172 flash crash, right? When people decided to bend down to the manipulation on Wednesday, and then there you go, you would have been in better shape if you didn't panic. Don't panic. When GME doubled in a day, then corrected to the first squeeze. So you would have dipped down there. You would have been like, oh, that's a lot of loss. And that squeeze would have been just around the corner. So, and then I guess we still have more. The day that GME hit 500 pre-market, then tanked and then recovered, right? There you go. And I think one last one, the post-squeeze lows when everyone thought GME was dead to now. So this was just a long game of those of you who didn't sell and decided to stay. A note about squeezes. How much more is there? Oh, almost done. Note about squeezes. Before I go any further, please understand that the last time was not a short squeeze. Last time was some shorts covering and a series of gamma squeezes. A short squeeze is characterized by rapid increase in both price and volume in a short period of time. A short squeeze is far more violent. Thank you, David Seggs. AMC is not dead. This is where we hold buy if you can. AMC is now dipping below $12 to a brand new low of $11.76. Let's look at GME as well. A short squeeze is characterized by rapid increase in both price and volume in a short amount of time. A short squeeze is far more violent and faster than a gamma squeeze. Short squeezes can cause series of gamma squeezes, and gamma squeezes can cause short squeeze. The reason why a short squeeze is so rapid is because tons of people are buying, which decreases the total number of tradable shares in a float. The buying pressure creates immense price increases, which causes shorts to get margin called, and you have to start buying to cover, which is a backwards, a cyclical cycle. You guys know this already. This short squeeze will force market makers to delta hedge by buying more shares, which is the gamma squeeze. Just know that the squeeze truly didn't happen last time. If it did happen, you would have seen violent uptick in volume and price on a single day or two that was far higher than the $500 high we saw last time. It should look similar to the VW short squeeze. So anytime you see FUD, narrator's voice, the calm before the storm, what happens today? Stick with Andrew Mo and Professor Meatball on Z-Apes to find out. GME Z. To add more to this, if the squeeze truly did happen, then FINRA would be reporting far lower numbers than 50%. Let's be clear, this is why we check in on FINRA every single week. Right? This is 100% why, because if the squeeze already happened, there would be no more shorts left in the FINRA report. If your eyes are glued in the WallStreetBets DD page and your eyes are glued to and then you are probably seeing a plethora of posts about the short interest in GME isn't 50% like FINRA says. They've seen 65, 120, 200, even 900%. Let me tell you, those apes put in some good research to get those numbers, and you should definitely listen to what they're saying. They personally believe the SI is over what FINRA is saying because of all this crazy illegal stuff the hedgies are doing with the ETFs and naked shorts. The point that they're trying to make is that it's impossible to actually know what these numbers are because of what the hedgies are doing. Again, they want to give props that they are making really good DD. We've already covered some of that DD, especially the ones that are going up to 900%. It also, this is a hypothesis, so feel free to disagree with him, but they believe that GME is a stock that reacts so strongly to catalysts because of WallStreetBets and retail traders essentially owning the float, right? If we were the whale, look at me. I am the whale now. If we really were the whale, then we would be able to say this is exactly where we are here for. So we are looking at the final pieces of the FTD squeeze right here. I would like to reiterate the amazing work that one of the fellow apes did on GME. I don't remember his name, but he probably seen the manifesto about the FTD squeeze and how FTDs are going to have to be repaid soon, which will lead to an actual squeeze. I don't have the link to it, but I just want to acknowledge that guy to say thank you. Okay, well, thank you. To the FTD squeeze guy. Also, just as another note, if you look at iBorrow Desk, GME has less than 10K shares available to trade for the past few days. Borrow rate is super low, but this is just another interesting thing to look at. Closing thoughts. Eliezer, I'm going to look at your super in a second. In short, I like the stock. If there is anything that you would take away from this, remember, volume is king. The short squeeze has not happened yet. Short interest might not matter, and it's only a matter of time before this thing launches to the moon. Again, this is not financial advice because they're not a financial advisor. They have always loved investing and trading, but making these DDs and hearing your reactions has become one of my favorite things to do, and it's bringing me lots of joy. Thanks a ton, apes. Stay strong. And this is the most important piece to remember, is that if you have taken anything away, is the message of the technical analysis is strong, and the message of the narrative is going to last in history books for a long, long time. If you like this video, make sure to give it a like so other people can find out. This DD was directly sent to me through my email at andrewmobusiness@gmail.com. Home Depot Hank is a friend of the show. We've read his DD before. He's found his video on YouTube. I pinned his comment. It's a very giving relationship in the YouTube DD Reddit community. So if you have DD and you want to be able to see it on this show, send it to andrewmobusiness@gmail.com. And if you guys have subscribed because you want to be part of the Hive Mind Moon Platoon and learn as much about stonks as you can, that's a great way to go about joining the Moon Platoon. All you need to do is press the join button next to the subscribe button, or check me out on Patreon with the link posted below. For now, but not for forever, see you in space. Okay, so let's, that was DD number 1. During that time, I am now going to talk just a little bit more about exactly what has happened to AMC. Fell through 3 levels of resistance and now is being caught by the 3rd at 1132. This is something that I put out here days ago, and it still holds, ladies and gentlemen. This is why resistance and support works. It is something that I held a long time ago, and it still works. So let me see here. So one of the things that we want to be able to pay attention to is that there is 36 million volume and a lot of red candles down here in the volume indicator. We have a 1.5 million volume minutes, and that is something, and that is a big red candle for us to be able to take AMC's momentum downward. One of the things that we want to be able to focus on is that AMC has its MACD trailing downward for that corrective wave. If you guys ascribe to Elliott wave theory, this seems to be the end of the corrective wave and moving into an impulse wave. If this does fractal downward and then ends up in a bullish pennant, that is going to be something that we're going to be focusing up on for AMC to see if this is just winding back the crossbow and getting a fat discount. Meatball knows all, it's true. So once again, we are going to focus, I'm going to try and get a couple more of these technical indicators on the board so that we can try and map this actually. So let's see here. So what we have here in Elliott wave theory is this graph right here in the bullish indicators. Now, honestly, it's because of all of the white crayon drawing, MS Paint drawing that he has put, it's kind of getting harder and harder to see, but that's something that we can note here with this, where is that bullish pennant here? So 2 orange lines in the bullish pennant right there. So you can see the pattern didn't play out as they tested that 180 level of support. So that's something that we want to be able to try and see on our chart. Let's see. If you guys are joining because you're looking for a little bit of hopium, a little bit of copium, just know that you have 6,000 other apes on this channel who is currently watching with you, tandem together. Strong apes are strong only if they continue learning together, and that's one of the main points that we wanted to focus on. I am also going to make sure that we are taking ticker suggestions, so if we did want to be able to look at something that isn't quite AMC or GME, that is something that will likely bring the pressure off of AMC and GME. Let me sip this water again, and I will look at the comments for I'm going to look at the comments for what kind of tickers you guys are looking for. If you guys are scalping AMC or GME, you're probably not friends of the Moon Platoon, because everyone here is diamond handing, right? We're not here to give you financial advice, but I'm imagining that a good percentage of you are here to go to the moon together. And scalping is just going to make you, essentially it's like skydiving. You're jumping off a rocket before it even gets past the stratosphere. Okay, so Outlaw Pick says, I'm not on Reddit, so I appreciate you guys sending it your due diligence so I can read it to me. Apes to the Moon. Remember, we do have 2 more from friends of the show. We have one from Taha Zach, who says, puts a date on things. It's a little scary to put a date on things for now, so I'm going to try and take that with a huge grain of salt. And then we have a counter DD from Dominic's about how the DTCC rule might not actually be good for us. And that's something that we want to be able to consider. Jack Jones, thank you for all those pogs. Really do appreciate every time I see a pog. AMC is down double digits on the day. We predicted that it was going to be a rough morning. However, when the MACD line passed above the signal line again and started intertwining with it, we were feeling more positive. Then a brand new either a sell-off or an attack made AMC drop below the signal line one more time on its MACD and follow up with just another prolonged period of having its relative strength index drop below 30. And that's one of the major pieces of the pie right now, is the volumetric weighted average price is starting to dip and match in a brand new level of support and resistance between 1192 and 1266 instead of 1266 and 1312. This is going to be a major reversal if we can continue on this impulse wave, or it's going to be something that we are needing all of the apes to be all hands on deck for right now. GameStop, on the other hand, is also in a bad way itself, however already passing above that 195 level of resistance, and let's see if it can pass through it. Okay. Lady Pink says, would like some perspective on Roblox, looking at long-term but potential mid-term or swing potential too. Let's give Roblox our attention here. So Roblox, you are in our guest corner today. Roblox just IPO'd, so that's why we're seeing not a ton of data, but let's go down to the minute chart to see if we can do a little bit of technical analysis. If you guys have any other stocks that you want me to specifically look at, you can tell me what to do. Whoa, you can tell me what to do by commenting in the live chat. To make my face a little bit bigger. There we go. There we go. Nope. There we go. Okay. Diamond hands, baby. Diamond dogs. Let's see. Warden Elite is doing a live technical analysis. Warden Elite is really cool. They do daily the technical analyses here. So one of the things that I wanted to be able to focus up on is focus is how did we get here, right? One of the things that if we are investigative apes like Sherlock apes here, we want to be able to understand why it was trading above 2 levels of resistance above where we were, and why did it crash through 13, 12, 1266, and now had plummeted past 1192, but then was supported by it. First of all, what are these levels of support and resistance? Friends of the show and people who have hit that subscribe button would know that resistance and support are levels of price, let's say price disagreement, right? You people, when they go and play in the stock market, they're likely going to be the same people macro wise between you and your cousin or you and your friends group. Usually you're likely going to be buying GME through a week-to-week basis, right? Some people might come, retail investors and paper hands might be cut out, but ultimately the large investors and the institutions are the ones curious about GME. If they were curious about it before, they'll be curious about it this week as well. The reason why it would struggle at 1266 is because I put this here like a couple weeks ago. This is a line that we had seen AMC struggle at before, and we saw it get supported here right before market open, and then we saw it tumble through and get supported at this next line. I also put this line a couple of days ago, if not a couple weeks ago. This is just levels of disagreement where people have to ask the question again of, well, I know that the stock isn't worth whatever it is now, but why wouldn't it be worth more or less than this number that I fully agreed that it was worth more on yesterday without a news catalyst, without some reason, right? And that's the main thing about perspective, is that we need these fin reports. We need to be able to fully understand exactly where these stocks are going. One of the things that we want to be able to set up here is if this now gets supported at a higher level than 1192, we could start seeing a bullish pennant because it's coming down from an uptrend. If we do start seeing a fractal impulse upwards of a, a la Elliott wave theory, an impulse wave, then we should be able to start looking at returning and reversing up above to $13 or and above there. So for GameStop, it looks like we have tested roughly the same amount of support twice. So that could be that W that we are waiting for. In that sense, that is also a highly bullish indicator. And we are looking at 4 million, roughly 3.5 million volume on the day. Not quite like an exceptional day for having already an hour into the market. However, this is already shaping up to be a little bit more volume than on quadruple witching day. So we are experiencing major volume losses, shortages on GameStop and AMC. And then now we're gonna go to Roblox, and then we're gonna go and cover the more DD that has been sent to us by members of the Moon Platoon. People just like you. Just joining here, but how do we know when the shorts will have to cover on AMC if they have to pay buy the shares that they paid fines on due to FTD? FTD is a tricky wicket, right? Because essentially is like saying you have stolen. We've used this analogy. Some of you have made some better analogies, like you stole a car without asking, because that is how a naked short works. Or you stole the keys to a car, or or cars are not fungible, so that's why you can't use cars as an analogy. But even though I think one Toyota Corolla is the same as another Toyota Corolla, I would imagine that this is an analogy that says if people have discovered that you've stolen something that doesn't belong to you and you promise to give it back, but you haven't been able to find someone to fulfill that promise, then you are now going to have a specific amount of time to try and give that back. And that is a catalyst that we've been waiting for a good amount of time. If you want more about FTDs, there is a video about FTD specifically on my channel that you guys can look at. Oh man. So people are saying $2 discount on more AMC. Let us give it another quick hot look. Yes, Moon Platoon, says Mark Sissel. That is correct. I'm going to take a quick sip of water, and then we're going to go and take a look at Roblox, and then we're going to go and take a look at the new DD from Dominic's. Counter DD. We like Dominic's. He's a friend of the show. We want to be able to give his DD a quick look, especially since it is counter to a couple of the thoughts that Josh has had in the past. And Josh is, if you guys aren't aware, Hey It's Pixel, and Hey It's Pixel is a friend of the show who has talked a good amount of what could happen by quadruple witching day. However, it is the business day after quadruple witching day, so This squeeze has not yet happened yet. Let me get rid of this real quick. Roblox. So with not a ton of data on Roblox, we can see on the 1 minute chart that there is a little bit of testing multiple resistances over a series of 1 minute charts multiple times, and this resistance seems to have been supported here midday. So this is a brand new resistance that was surpassed on the 19th. So it seems like Friday, it was a good day for that. And now it's just exactly how it works. Supported earlier today, a few minutes ago. So that is a strong level of support right there. I would say that this is shaping up to be a solid, just in terms of the patterns, a solid growth strategy for Roblox, being able to find that hard floor there. Now I want to be able to also focus up on 80, because 80 is a resistance that was tested twice, so we can look at what kind of reward we have here. So there we go on 79. So that is something that we want to be able to track, is whether or not this is the next level of resistance. After this was rejected here, I'm hesitant to say that this is going to be giving it trouble. If this impulse wave does continue, we should see Roblox push through back to 80. Okay, back to it. So I'm gonna read some more of this. Let's see. Moon Platoon. All right, so to start off this video, let's get some scissors in the chat. You guys know what it is. I'm gonna drink some of this water, and we're gonna talk about what the DTCC rule is in effect, and exactly if it's bad as well. Hey Andrew, I want to start with options trading. US stocks, do you know any brokers that allows for people in Europe? I believe in Europe there's just got to be a little bit more of like in Europe you do have to have special regulations, as I've learned from Josh specifically. So that is something that I want. Like, I do not know. I don't live in Europe, unfortunately, but I might in the future learn about it, or maybe live in Europe. Let's find out. Counter DD on Hayes Pixel. New DTCC rule. Let's see how long this is. This is just a hard look at, let's see, this actual argument that gives contradictory statutes. They add an extra disclaimer. Okay, can we trust the DTCC to do the right thing? There we go. That's a good counter DD. Hey guys, can we trust the DTCC to actually act on our behalf? We covered exactly how the new DTCC rule was put into effect last week on Wednesday, but this was not enough to trigger much of anything on Quadruple Witching Day. So with this counter DD sent directly to yours truly from a Moon Platoon member and friend of the show, Dominic's, he's been someone heading on the research of this kind of shenanigans, but with a strong counter DD to what the DTCC rule actually means for all of us. And before they start the counter DD, he wants to make sure that you know that he is not a financial advisor. I am not one either. This is not financial advice, and the necessary part of what you need to do before this video starts is to slam that like button so that more apes just like you know exactly what's going to happen with the DTCC rule. From a nuanced perspective, we're going to be diving into the real language of the DTCC document and giving you guys both looks on good and bad things that can come out of this. And now, without further ado, that you've hit both like and subscribe, let's get going. Before they start this counter DD, they are a fellow ape who has been riding the GME rocket ship from top to bottom. They're a big believer of what GME can do, both as a company and as a stock. And I can attest that this is him truly writing some DD for us directly. He actually sent it on like 10 plus, 30 plus different Discord messages individually, and then said, or just watch my, or just look at this. So that's why we are looking at this for simplicity's sake. Most of you know, hey, it's Pixel's latest DD on GME regarding the new rule change, which got passed on March 15th. Here's the link if you missed it. When I first read this DD, they were excited because they could potentially benefit apes. However, they took the time to research on their own, read the original document based on dtcc.com. Here's the link to the original text. I'll add it to the description. I encourage everyone to double check the authenticity of every DD before putting money into anything. With all of that out of the way, here's the counter DD. First, this is what Josh said, hey, it's Pixel. What effect does this rule have? Especially in the current situation, in plain English, hedgies have to report their positions on a monthly basis to DTCC prior to the rule change. This is true, but only partially. The fact is that hedgies have been reporting their activity both daily and monthly. I'm not sure how you could miss this important fact by reading the background section. See below. Now this, as far as I was aware, is that this sense of this contradiction, the hedge funds didn't have to follow the daily activity. So this is true. What the DTCC says is that you have to report on the end of each day and a month end confirmation. And my current assumption is that you could just ignore the daily because this contradicts with the monthly. What does this mean? Well, hedgies had to required to report their daily activity at the end of each day. Now they are no longer required to submit the month-end confirmation. Here's the situation. Think of any other dinner. Think of having dinner at a restaurant. Before paying the bill, you double check the bill to see if there's any discrepancy. If there's an error in the bill, the guests should let the restaurant know. The DTC is the restaurant and the hedgies are the guests in this example. What has been the case? The DTC sends a receipt of what they record for the day as to what transactions each hedge fund had made throughout that trading day. The hedge fund checks and confirms the accuracy of that receipt. At the end of the month, the DTC sends a hard copy of the hedgies' activity for that month, and these hedgies have up to 10 days to confirm and submit their official month-end statement to the DTC. All right, so here it is. Participant to reconcile and confirm with DTC its month-end securities positions listed on its DTC monthly statement of positions, monthly position statement. This is just some helpful highlighting to the document you can read yourself. We have been counting on the DTC as well as a new NSCC 801 rule to provide us the support that we need, and now we are checking whether or not DTC actually has the right intentions or even the right regulations in place to help us out. Under the new rule, the hedgies are no longer required to submit their month-end statement. However, they are still required to confirm their activity by the end of each trading day. The proposal would eliminate an outdated requirement that participants perform month-end confirmations as described above. By removing this requirement, participants would have to allocate the time they spent on month-end confirmations to other DTC-related activities as they deem necessary, including performance of daily reconciliations. By removing an obligation that DTC believes in no longer necessary to blah, blah, blah. As a result, the statement from Hey It's Pixel is false. Right? This is from one DD writer to another, so this is just a friendly amount of peer review. It is false because hedge funds had been and are still required to reconcile their daily activity with the DTC. So what happens now? Well, there is no rule stating that they have to report confirmed previously once a month. Next, this part is purely speculation, and there is no data to back it up. At the moment, they're willing to stand corrected if there's a source that stands otherwise, so I consider this statement as a personal opinion rather than DD. So the DTCC can now ask them to report confirm the position. So essentially, I think the main point of this counter DD is that Dominic's hasn't found why people think that this contradiction makes it so that the DTCC no longer is in conflict with each other. I've heard multiple DDs that specifically state that now that there is no conflict between the monthly and the daily reporting cycles, that this means that there is no way to be able, that this is good for us, right? But Dominic's is saying that they haven't found any support of that yet. At this point, they think this invalidates the next speculation part, especially this part. Remember, they can ask a report on a daily basis now. Why? Because they think the DTC could do it regardless of this change. However, what I think is not important, what the rule implies is there is nowhere in this proposal to prove that speculation to be true thus far. Again, what they could do does not mean what they would do. Plus, hedgies have been doing that daily. I'm not saying that they are truthful, nor am I saying that they aren't. I just want to be neutral with the data that I have. All right, and here is where they think that the rule is actually a bad piece of news. So we have here in yellow, the DTC would add to the following text to the overview section. Note, it is the sole responsibility of the participants to perform a daily reconciliation of their activity and positions with the information, reports, and statements provided by the DTC. So it seems like it's their responsibility on a daily basis. DTC shall not be liable for any loss resulting or arising directly or indirectly from mistakes, errors, or omissions related to the information, reports, or statements provided by DTC other than those caused directly by gross negligence or willful misconduct on the part of the DTC. And we've already talked about that, right? We've read through this document and said that, okay, they want to shift the blame to someone else. However, right now, this is more like saying, hey, it's your responsibility to do this, and we're not liable in case something bad happens. Like the restaurant saying, it is the customer's responsibility to not shovel uranium into our restaurant, and if that does happen, we're not responsible for that. This portion of the new rule troubles me. Sure, the DTC is putting a huge legal disclaimer here. It's your responsibility, not ours. If you are lying, it's not our fault. Well, we could argue that this part is a disclaimer. Could the DTC expose their lies? Yes. Would they do it at any given time? Maybe. Would this new rule change anything in that regard? No. If the DTC wants to expose their lies, they could do it without this new rule. That's my point. So too long didn't read. This new rule does not work in our favor. Instead, it is the way that the DTC covers themselves on the legal terms that hedgies have been confirming and reporting their daily activity to the DTC on a daily basis even before this new rule gets passed. Right now, they're just off the hook from the duty to report the month-end position to DTC. Again, my DD solely focuses on SRDTC 2021-003. To me, the real good news would be the passing of 801, not this one, and that one has not yet passed. So what do you guys think? What is exactly the point of this DTC rule? And now that we have some counter DD from a friend of the show, Moon Platoon, Mo Monkey, Real Dominix, what is to come next? If that gave you a little bit of insights on exactly the log proceedings of how the stock market works and how some people have purse strings and some people have purse strings to those purse strings like the DTC, exactly how does the relationship work with you being the person that essentially is in this relationship of people providing way more money just by making money on having money. For now, but not for forever. Look at these people, have helped out the show a ton. Thank you to those of you in the Moon Platoon and the Gorillionaire and the Meatball to Space Legend tiers, and I will see you on the moon. Okay. Whew. Okay, what's going on here? Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, kings, queens, and everything in between. We are here focusing up on the DD that some of you have directly sent over, and I am here also looking through a couple of the ticker symbols and suggestions that you guys have. The Roblox was the ticker symbol this whole time. Whoopsie daisy. What can we cover now? What do you guys want to cover here? Because if you have questions, I'm here to answer them. If you guys, this is just office hours. Welcome to the office, right? We have Taha Zach's DD about the next date. I am a little hesitant to put another date on things, so that's why I'm going to skim through this myself and then look a little bit more. Oh, Taha, there he is. No offense to Pixel, but I covered in my DD that when he has strong statements out of pure speculation that can only hurt apes. Okay, so Taha seems like a pretty measured kind of person. I appreciate it. What's good, Big Fam says Ichiba Senpai Trades. What's going on? Oh boy, gotta drink some water. People saying TCAT is active. We've been keeping our eye on TCAT for a while. Wow, another 20% up. So, breakout at 28, another full 20%. Wow. So we talked about TCAT. It rose up to 40 earlier. Yeah, it rose up to 40. We were talking about it on Trey's channel at 30. He said there was potential. Right after that, it dropped all the way down to 20, and then it recovered for much of the day. I gotta drink a little bit of water, and I got to give Meatball a quick treat for his patience, adjust his collar. But I have requests for Volkswagen. I have a request for ZKIN. You guys are gonna be on deck. I'm gonna be back in about 5 minutes, and you guys just enjoy the comedy stylings of Meatball, cartoon Meatball, Andrew Meatball. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna say back in 5. Okay, I'll be back, guys. Just give me a sec. What is the back button? right back to it, guys. How's it going? Woo, baby. Hungry Howie is hungry AF. AF. How's it going, y'all? Not a dead cat. Everyone is saying not a dead cat in the chat. Paburo, I'm not gonna miss your super. Thank you for the super. Sorry, this is a dumb question, but what is the difference between public transaction info and insider trading info? So that is not a dumb question. It is just a little bit too much of a gray space. But the idea is that if you have information about like how much like inner transactions between larger institutions and like stratagems of institutions, that is something that we would be considered as insider trading, right? When it starts to getting understanding of like how do these larger institutions that can move a lot of weight around that manage multiple people's like other people's portfolio comes into play, that would be insider trading. So if you work for a financial institution, you can not like reveal anything essentially. What's going on, guys? Thank you for those of you who stayed. We are here talking about that stock market, and we are here to learn. Let's get this bread, y'all. Volkswagen is on deck, like I said. Just making sure if I didn't miss anything yet. Okay, it's Taha, you are also on deck, like I said. What's going on, guys? Give me some scissors for the return. The return of Andrew and this outfit here. And the return of the next part of this technical analysis. So we have TCAT here looking pretty darn sharp. Good morning, Hector the roommate. Hector the best friend. We are looking at Volkswagen. Nope, that's Verizon. Volkswagen. Gamer Stupid says, I'm going to buy AMC again around 11. Thank you, Gamer Stupid. Good morning, my G. What's up, Vegas Chef? The morning is pretty much, market is on a pretty good dip this morning. Fire sale on almost everything. Fire sale on almost everything. So we have AMC down 14%. We have Bitcoin just hovering around that $57,000. If you guys haven't gotten your free $250 of free Bitcoin just yet, one of the best ways to be able to do it is with a BlockFi account. So go ahead and grab it down below. It's in the description. Sherlock says, thank you for being a light in these extremely dark times. I stand with Andrew and apes everywhere. Let's go, Sherlock. Boom. Let's get this bread. Avoxier, congrats on 65K, my man. Avoxier paid his pledge in advance. It was very cool. He did it like a G, like a champ. It was amazing. He bought a $14,000, somewhere between $12,000 and $40,000 of GME over the weekend. If we got up to 65,000 subscribers, he had to pay it in advance. We got there yesterday, and Avoxier was not wrong. Raider Dre 420 got a question. If I have a call contract that's due next month, but my target price hits way before, what do I do? Does the option execute itself? No, silly. You're not silly. You're asking a fantastic question. You could exercise it as soon as your contract is in the money. Right? You don't have to wait until the expiry. But what you could also do is sell it, right? As soon as it's on, and give it to someone else. That's oftentimes one of the best scenarios for you, depending on what you think about extrinsic value, right? You have the ability to say, as of right now, it is currently in the money, and someone will pay a higher premium for that, and then you make some money right away, and that's money, right? It's no longer a stock. If you buy it now and it just turns out to be a momentary rip, you might have to ride it back down as well. So that's a difference of exercising and just straight up selling your option. So let's go Volkswagen, and then we're going to cover Taha Zach's DD about his next annual date. Already has 4,500 likes, and that's what Taha's a popular guy. Volkswagen here. We've covered it recently. Can I see extended hours now? Okay. It's covering the 30-minute mark. So what we have here is a small rise. I'm looking at the 30-minute chart right here. So this is back in the beginning of March. It was just looking at like testing multiple resistances at the same time, but these resistances that tended to trend upward over a series of week to week. So there's a resistance here that was tested at 22.22. It was broken over around mid-February, and then when we were there, we saw another ascending level of resistance here when we broke out. It seems like these are just breakouts every single few weeks. So 217, significant breakout, and then 312. Basically 2 weeks later, another significant breakout. This looks like the beginning of an impulse wave. Let's see if it corrects. No, actually it goes and continues rising. A larger impulse wave here. This looks like a minor correction, and then we move into a even greater heights here, reaching a height of $46 just a couple of days ago, last week. So fell off on the way side, looking like, does Volkswagen have, let me look at it on FINRA. Volkswagen. No short percent of float. So AMC, Terrence says, AMC currently at 3K loss today. Options expire Friday. Should I hold or just take my L? Terrence, we have been here telling you that there's a lot of layering, spoofing, short alert attacks, regular short attacks, just a lot of shenanigans that can happen. Conversions, right? This is just one of the tactics here. However, we cannot give you financial advice. If you need to get out of the market, it's up to you. We have always been playing with money that we are not afraid to lose here. So that's why that's the most important indication that even through these dips, we will face the biggest dips before we face the biggest rips. Thank you, Hector, with the coffee in the morning. Let's get some coffee emojis in here. Let's see. Let's see. So I'm just reading the chat a little bit here. All right, so we are giving a look at Volkswagen. It seems like right now it is tapering between this new level of resistance that it was rejected by a few days ago. Let's see if it's been rejected earlier. So we see that this is the textbook definition of an Elliott wave, right? The fractal here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way up to 40, 48 is one momentarily high, but really we should consider the top of this peak is 45. Then this corrective wave here. And now that it's the end of the corrective wave, if we are facing a moment of secondary impulse, we should see that this MACD starts to have a greater level of slope heading diverging away from that signal line. If that does happen, then we should expect to see the similar amount of impulse starting here. So that is starting at a new breakout at 34 or so, which is higher than the breakout of 29. You might expect that this impulse wave will start to carry it above $4 or $5 higher than the previous impulse. That would be incredibly bullish. Let's see. Oh, Brad Rich. Thank you so much. I'm going to get rid of that squeaking sound. It's my AC. I'll be right back. Give me 10 seconds. Balloon platoon. So the thing about that AC is that I got someone to come fix it, and when they came, it never made that sound. You remember that? You ever see that before? It's so annoying. Yo, what do you listen to? Got those beats? Oh, those are just some YouTube. I searched lo-fi in the YouTube comments, and there you go. You can't place music that doesn't belong to you, but those YouTube comment beats, those are pretty fat beats there. Okay, so Ocugen is Nicholas Ocampo's suggestion. So we have here at Volkswagen, I'm assuming that this is going to be, depending on whether or not this rips above 38, might be a good entry point. From there, if the MACD line stays above the signal line, otherwise a better entry point would be closer to somewhere between the simple moving average and the exponential moving average here around $30. Okay. Alright, so I'm going to look at Ocugen real quick, and then we're going to look at Taha's new... Oh, actually, OCG is not Ocugen. Oriental Culture Holding. Are you sure you meant OCG? Because I'm pretty sure you meant Ocugen. Unless you really wanted Oriental Culture Holding. Le Cabin Boy RS, what happened to AMC and GME? Expecting that there's going to be a positive beat, earnings beat for GME. We're expecting that those two trends are going to be working together in tandem. Terry Williams, I don't like your attitude. Answer the question. Can hedge funds layer and spoof the stocks every day? Don't ask questions in that way. It's not very nice. But what I can say is, yeah, layering and spoofing is something that isn't as, it's kind of like the fortress analogy that we read on the layering spoofing video, is that a short attack is the nuclear bomb option. A fortress that is difficult to weed yourself out of, but it's also a high risk play, is spoofing and layering, and of course highly illegal. Okay, OCG is Oriental Cultures Holding. Okay, so you do want me to look at Oriental Holdings culture. Okay. Okay. No, Nicholas Ocampo wants OCG, so that's what's gonna happen now. Oh, hey, what's going on? Tyler Hilliard, what's your end of day prediction? I appreciate the super, but I am no longer doing predictions. I haven't been a channel that did predictions before, because you can take the small highs, and even then, most people don't care when your predictions are right. So I don't want to be the Nostradamus of GME. I'm just here to report on the indicators and give us a sense of bullish and bearish momentum. So OCG here is touching the RSI line here, trading almost entirely sideways on the 30-minute chart, except for a few dips and rips here. This rip looks like two concave parts meeting together right here. That is usually a bad sign. Doesn't give us the indication that this is a fractal or a impulse wave leading to a corrective wave. Just seems like this was a bullish run-up that might have been caused by either just some news or maybe just something that is not going to last. It does not try and this new level, if it does try to match up to that level of resistance earlier, that could be an interesting cup. However, one of the things that I want you guys to pay attention to is the fact that it tests this support here, ironclad essentially. This support was a previous level of resistance, so that's why it is essentially an ironclad wall preventing the stock from dipping below. Let's see if that holds true. Right now the risk reward here is minimal, so I wouldn't say that you would be burnt trying to get into the stock right now, but it doesn't seem like it has muchos tendies on here. 5K likes on this and I'll buy 4K GME today. David Roberts putting those mad stacks in. Yes, I'm gonna pin your comment. So we need 5K likes on this stream, you guys. 2K likes right now, and we are on our way. Oh, Beans and Oofy on Instagram. Cristalino, you are on deck. This is a brand new computer, so I gotta coordinate some stuff in order to get dogs on here, but I will. So there we go. 5K likes on this, and he'll buy 4K GME today. David Roberts, you are now added to our list of people that are pledging for GME. Is that Father Elon? Let's see. Zachary Kimbrell says, not financial advice. How do we counteract hedges shorting ETFs that contain GME? There's no way to counteract shorting, because one of the we talked about this in the infinite stock glitch video, but if you were trying to counteract shorting of the ETFs and shorting the GMEs, the ETF managers are the ones that control how much GME is inside. And with the rebalancing of GME earlier on Friday, we were expecting to see that a GME was going to have maybe a major buy and then a major sell. Oh, this is starting to become a pretty bullish pennant here. Let's see. Okay, bring back that DD. Yeah, this is looking like almost as if this is going to be a pretty solid bullish pennant here. So if you guys want to take a look here, we do want to be able to be careful, because the left side comes down. Bearish pennant is the next step of this pattern. Pattern trading, sometimes it's in your favor, sometimes it's not. Let's keep our eyes closely on GameStop, because it is trying to test above this level of resistance. Interesting behavior, because it pokes its head out, touches the VWAP, and then essentially is now being suppressed by the VWAP as VWAP continues to trend downward. That signal line is just intermingling with the MACD line, so it's difficult to be able to place a clear finger on it. Okay. Man, Martin, thank you for the thumbs up. I appreciate that, but let's all get some scissors in the chat right here. Okay. New to the sub, love your show, says Smoking or Joking. You're very informative, or a true smoothie. What does that mean? I saw something about pre-timing. It looks to be holding solid info on this. Pre-timing is like this website that has, like, it tries to map the next part of the chart. Predictions oftentimes make people lose money, and then people have to back out and be like, oh, so sorry. Didn't mean to give you financial advice. That's why I always try and temper predictions with, like, yeah, with a huge grain of salt. If you can. If you catch my drift, try not to take predictions as fact, especially pretiming.com. It has been known to be wrong more often than the predictions are right. But people love predictions. That's the problem with our prediction-loving society. Okay, let me lock my face real quick. Scissors on the chat. Let's go. Doge Musk says, ride. William Emery got in that TCAT just in time. Congrats. All right, so let's focus back on this brand new DD from Taha, shared with us generously. This is some DD from Taha that says he believes that the next annual date is June 10th, 2021. Now, can I actually find his super chat from like a while ago? Let's see if I can. Here it is. Can you look at my first DD? Oh, it's his first DD. And he's done such a good job. He's got 4,500 likes on it. Okay. So, grain assault. Is this a reference that I'm missing? What is grain assault? Oh, grain of salt. Grain assault. Okay, that's pretty good. Where can I put this? I'll put this here. Actually, I'll put this here. Cool. All right. Boom. How's it going, guys? If you have written your own DD about this situation because you've done your own research, it is time to share it. We love to be able to support the Mo Monkey community, and Taha has been one for a long time. And he wants us to look at his first DD on our GME. And of course, we are going to acquiesce and learn a thing or two from him. Now, let me do a quick refresh here. For his very first DD, he has actually pumped out the brakes, and he has 4,500 likes on this already. Congratulations, Taha. Let us focus up and read up on his belief that the next annual date is June 10th, 2021. He also made some clarifications with the edit below. And one of the things I want you to note is that if this is going to be a date prediction, Taha is very, very cautious of dates himself. And that's why something that we want to take with a huge grain of salt. However, really importantly, make sure to be able to hit that like button, subscribe button, and thank BK Spider with us all together. Thanks for the DD. Had 100 contracts convert on Friday. Needed to sell a lot of Tesla to cover my margin this morning. Diamond handing GME. GME and AMC currently up there on the top left and top right charts. They are struggling this morning, but we are holding Diamond. Not financial advice, not a financial advisor, and let's get going. They believe that the next annual meeting date will be June 10th, 2021. By changing the year in the last proxy, 2020-2021, we can see the new voting date and the annual meeting details. So we have here, the last one is June 12th, 2020, 8 a.m. Central Time, Grapevine, Texas. Next one, annual meeting details, June 10th, 2021, Grapevine, Texas, same place, right? GameStop's proxy, Mediant Communications Inc. They also did some research on GameStop's proxy and found a new article that says that Ape's going to be able to vote even with Amazon's Alexa. They're going to make it super easy to vote for us Apes, and they also acknowledge new investors that come from Reddit and the power that they hold. That means you guys, even if you found out about AMC and GME and the world of stocks by subscribing to this channel, hitting that bell button, and learning about the stock market here, I think the University of GME is making rounds about exactly how much we have to learn here. What does the voting date June 10th, 2021 tell us? Provided by Bin Bender. Shares have to be recalled before the meeting to determine who gets the voting right for each share, and a specific record date must be set, i.e. a date on which any stock owner gets a voting right. This record date can be set 10 to 60 days prior to the meeting, but can be announced at any time. And I find it very likely that the record date will be announced on Tuesday, the earnings call. Not all lenders require that their shares be recalled before the meeting, e.g. BlackRock, huge institutional investor, did not vote last year and may not care if their shares are recalled or not, as long as they get paid their interest from lending, okay? More info on when to expect the recall of shares based on the voting date. Right? You don't have to strongly believe, you can just know. From this article right here from January. Grapevine, Texas, January 11th, 2021. GameStop Corp, or GameStop, just today announced that it has entered an agreement with RC Ventures LLC and will advance the refreshment of the company's board of directors. The board, RC Ventures Ryan Cohen, which is one of the company's largest stockholders, is managed by Ryan Cohen. The agreement provides for the immediate appointment of 3 new directors, Alan Attal, Ryan Cohen, and Jim Grube, who will stand in for election on GameStop's 9-member slate at the company's 2021 annual meeting of stockholders, the annual meeting, which is expected to take place in June 2021. Notice in the bold, they discuss an election. This means that they will have a vote. If they can officially announce the vote no more than 60 before, by Texas law, when they announce it, this should call a recall of the shares 60 days before April 11th. Oh, we have a request for a ticker. We're going to look at that in just a sec. Riker, you are on deck. Some clarifications are needed. I am not a shill. I'm not trying to create March 19th 2.0 by hyping up a specific date for the MOAS. They are 100% against that. I am trying to share pure data that they found. Yes, this data is the date of the voting date, but they find it weird that some people are against sharing useful information as it is. Long term, if we fear to share useful data, it's going to lead to apes to ignorance, right? And data is king. Ignorance is our worst enemy. I further the point in this comment right there, doing my best not to hype up a specific date for the mother of all short squeezes here. And this is where Taha was talking specifically to Hey8pixel to not hype up March 19th. Number of downvotes here is 98% upvoted. There are very few bots downvoting this. Thanks for clearing that up. I'm staying vigilant because of all the deep effery. Refresh every second and checking the upvotes don't work. It's fluctuating within a certain range because Reddit uses a system called fuzzing. Okay, so this is just some clarification on how the upvoting system works. Yesterday, their post was struggling past 100 upvote for hours yesterday. When they reached 130, it quickly got to 90 and 100, about 60. Okay, this is just more about the clarification of the upvote system. And there you go. just some clarification on the date itself. If you guys found that useful, this is just a very quick look at this DD. It's the first on GME. It already has 4,500 likes, so there you upvotes. So there you go. Thank Taha for this. And if you guys wanted to also be part of the Moon Platoon officer rank, then this is the join button in the description right next to the subscribe button, or the Patreon button will get you to join one of these guys in this group. Thank you guys for joining, and we'll see you on the moon. Thank you, Taha, for that DD here. We have a request from Riker to look at VACQ, and then Matt Weiler. Can we talk about the failed FTDs for GME and AMC? It's the current manipulation going to last until Friday. Your boy at Wieldman Weiler. Okay, is this, did you send me something on Instagram? Is that why you put your Instagram handle here? Okay. So we can, this is one of my favorite comic writers here. Always shows up, super cool, extra fabulous comics. What am I gonna do? Oh yeah, so I'm gonna look up GME fails delivers. So it's a good thing we read Home Depot Hank's DD here. GME, volume, price, and GameStop news catalysts. Ooh, okay. So let's see if FTD is in here. FTD. Nope. Mark Wildman. Nope, Mark Wheeler. Okay. Braxton, I do have AMC shares. In fact, if you guys wanted to see my positions here, I'm happy to share them. Just a little YouTuber here. People then get mad at me for sharing my positions, but you know, I don't like when people don't think that I'm invested in these two stocks. What I'm gonna do is show my face real quick. Get rid of Taha. Thank you, Taha, for your service. And then I'm going to enter my wallet ID, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then you can see my positions right here. So I have 131 at $9.17 for AMC, and for GMA I have 33 at $243.35. Right? I don't want to buy more because otherwise the counter narrative is that you suddenly are someone who's pumping the stock at your benefit, right? You're trying to be like, oh yeah, it's still gonna squeeze, guys. Come on, look at how much of a stake I have in here. That's a conflict of interest, right? So I have a stake in these two stocks. I would love it for it to squeeze. It's a story of a lifetime. It's you guys are living through history right now. But once again, any more would cause a conflict of interest. So there you go. Robert says, can you check user UMU68DD discussing possible price predictions, and they have tethered together. Everyone stay together, everybody. Okay, so UMU68. What was the title? Oh boy. Discussing possible price predictions. This is from 6 hours ago. WallStreetBets new. Okay, I can look at it for a second. Did I see Jordan Belfort's tweet? I do want to see Jordan Belfort's tweet, so I did not see it yet. But let's look. Jordan Belfort Twitter. If you guys aren't aware, every time you see that little Wall Street Bets character, that's Jordan Belfort as Leonardo DiCaprio. Okay, what are we looking at? Violent Hummingbird. Hi, Andrew. If the squeeze might crash the market, not financial advice, would it be a good idea to wait to buy another stocks until after the squeeze? Violent, the problem is right now we are not sure when the squeeze is going to happen. And even if it does crash the market, it's only be temporarily. So I would not, even if I was giving financial advice, I would not hold off on the market. The market is always safer overall in a macro lens of where to keep your money than keeping it under your mattress. Just 2 cents from Andrew. Okay. Looking through your messages here. Rolls Royce. I did one about Rolls Royce yesterday, but I can do one more. Meatball is... Where are you, Meatball? Oh, he's chilling in the seat next to me. How's it going, Meatball? Yes. You want to go back up? You want to go back up? Take it slow, buddy. Kevin McDaniel says, maybe a stupid question, but if... Okay. Oh my goodness. You got it, bud. Okay, so Kevin McDaniel says, maybe a stupid question, but if the FTDs on AMC have 21 days to deliver, when is that 21st day coming? Or does the new DTCC rule change that? The new DTCC rule theoretically allows the DTCC to change that. However, that is not an obligation, it's an option. It's kind of like options trading there. They have the option to change that. Doesn't mean that they would. And that's the kind of the issue right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to focus on your comments right now and your questions. So if you guys have questions right now, I'm going to try and answer them. And then we're going to look into a little bit more about FTDs and the other DDs that you guys just mentioned, especially the AMC from Umu68. Let me give that a quick look. Thank you, Taha, for that DD. Appreciate it. Jordan Belfort still has Lemons 714 and James Steve Madden still shares in a jar for a rainy day. Imagine paper shares in a jar. All boogie. Andrew, do I own any crypto? Heck yeah, go to BlockFi and get 8.6% interest on your crypto. You can even be stablecoin USD. That's what I'm keeping it all in. I'm gonna show my BlockFi in just a second too. All Buggy says, maybe too smooth brain, but why don't we screenshot the FTDs and tweet them at the people on the congressional hearing to tell SEC to look into them? I'm sure people have already looked at, done that, but All Buggy, I appreciate that effort. So let's see. Spicy meatball. Matt Bear Comedy, what's going on? Oh, good to see you, bro. Thoughts on JD? Don't spam. Thoughts on JD? I'll look at JD for you, but not because you spammed. Because you asked nicely. JD.com. JD. So you're probably looking at this as a recovery play because it looks like it's the lowest it's been for a while. This was up at 108 just a few days ago, and now it's all the way at 82. Has it any been lower before? A lower floor at 79. I would say if you're looking at this as a recovery play, it needs to have a news catalyst because nobody stays down here in a bearish market, especially with the market as it is right now, and comes back. So one of the things you can see here is this corrective wave down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, basically a step pattern all the way down. Now that is that would have set itself up for a impulse wave. However, this is a major consolidation. So this makes me a little bit risk averse on exactly where JD is going. I would say that the lower lows for this bearish momentum is not a good indicator of a recovery play unless there's a news catalyst. There you go. Anything about ARK? Let's give ARK a look. So right now I'm answering your questions. I'm gonna give you guys a quick rundown about the technical analyses as well as the different thoughts that I have about the patterns that we see. Pattern trading, momentum trading is not the only way to do it. You also have to go ahead and go through, look through like a ton of earnings reports and stuff like that. If you guys haven't yet looked at the pledges to the right below the price here, we have 2 people gonna buy a ton of GME if you guys hit that like button. So if you guys don't have any more money or you guys are just scared, looking to hold strong with some strong diamond apes, there you go. Ooh, hit that like button. So Samuel Snipe says, anybody else tune in making the block meatball? Love that Doge. Love that Doge, meatball. You say they love you. I say they love you. Good boy. Let's see. What is it? Yeah, usually the chat is very positive. Today is an outlier. When will the 801 rule pass? Sometime this week, I believe. So that NSCC 801 rule is probably likely what you guys are looking to check it out here. Oh, hey, it's Pixel posted 6 hours ago. Wow, I kind of want to see what that is. Oh, daytrading.com, Robinhood. Wow, interesting. Daytrading.com is not supporting Robinhood anymore. Reddit apes have inadvertently exposed a loophole in the financial system. The squeeze will not be televised. This website scares them and it's hilarious. These are really good titles. It's all about titles, honestly. Okay, Echo Lotus, bringing those DFVs into the chat. Thank you. Matt Blair says he wants to look at costs. Okay, costs after ARK. Imran Khan, how do you think the earnings will affect GME before and after earnings? Here is exactly how the earnings are going to affect it. It's going to give plausible deniability to the idea that the squeeze happened based on earnings, right? When you have a narrative to tell when the squeeze happens, if you are a friendly whale and you are essentially like, oh yeah, I don't want to get in trouble though, because if I manipulate the price of the stock and it goes upward, I'm going to be in big trouble. That is something that you have to consider, is that, hey, this is a great excuse when we beat earnings on GME to have it go to the moon, and that's something that we are looking forward to. And for sure, you guys are going to see the hodlman come together at the very least a little bit later on this week. Talk about that earnings report and the earnings call, especially the earnings call. Okay, so what I'm going to look at is, just in case. Ooh, someone just sent me some juicy DD. Okay, so what is this? Whoa, mighty brows. Okay. Get this man to 5,000 likes. Thank you. I appreciate that. So, okay. So for ARK, we are looking at the solid bleeding for the last few weeks. We are seeing descending levels of resistance and support, bringing this all the way down to from a high a couple weeks ago of 161 downwards. This is where we saw the tech stocks take a big hit. ARK, if you guys are not aware, is the ETF Kathy Griffin and other tech heads love, because it is just a big conglomeration of tech stocks. Normally tech stocks are pretty darn safe in an economy that especially was moving away from the brick and mortar. In the pandemic, we thought that that was going to be a pretty safe bet. The ACQ is next. That's right, Riker. You are coming up next. We are seeing a pretty solid floor down here. This was tested once, twice, and 3 times at 109.47. So if we're looking at that within, at the very least within the intraday, if we can count the after hours behavior as well, that is a hard floor here. Then we're seeing this this impulse wave up and giving us an opportunity to reach a new high here. We're expecting a corrective wave. Then it happens. So this corrective wave here is has actually a small rip in between it. So this subwave is peculiar to say the least. However, it does correct all the way from 130 down to 118. So that is something to consider in your risk reward assessment. Right now, it gives us a sense that this is currently hovering right between two very impassable walls, a resistance that's been tested 3 times and a support that's been tested 3 times. Now that said, the resistances have been tested earlier, sooner, sorry, not earlier, but more recently than the supports. So that's why we have to consider that information fresher. Now, something that does worry me is this descending level of support here. If that is something that makes you concern as well. That's something that likely we're going to have to, there we go. Likely we're going to have to focus on as something that might be a descending level as we see this corrective wave push up. Now this is the end of this impulse wave. We will see a drop off somewhere midday. So for ARK right now, this descending level of resistance of support scares me. However, there might be a push in this impulse wave to its previous resistance at 130. So VACQ is next. Vector acquisition. Kathy Wood, sorry. Kathy Wood is the ARK investor, my bad. Thank you. My brain is just all over the place today. Let's see. So in terms of news, I want to be able to cover this at VACQ. Anything particular here? No. Kramer warns of looming stock glut. Ugh. Let's see. So we are testing this level of support multiple times over the next course of a couple of days. I do want to be able to check it on FINRA as well. So let me go take a look. VACQ. No short information. Okay. Matt Blair says, thanks for your channel. I appreciate your work ethic and candor. You motivated me to go back to school to study financial technology. I start in April. Matt, I had no idea. Matt's been early supporter of the show. I had no idea you're going back to school. Scissors in the chat for Matt. Guys, support your fellow apes. That is amazing. Oh, man. Darn. Robert just emailed UMU. Oh, from 14 days ago. Okay. Well, from 14 days ago, how... I'm concerned that that is going to be a little bit older, but yes, I will look at that, Robert. Okay, so we have love for Matt going back to school. Vector acquisitions, NASDAQ, 30 minutes. So we are seeing a 11% rip starting from $12 or so. Now it's up at $12.91. Is it just not moving at all? Is it suspended or is it just not moving at all? Interesting. Yeah, other stocks are moving. Okay. Suspicious. Very suspicious. One of the thoughts that we have immediately is that this is a VWAP trending slightly below it, so it is a kind of like you are about to come back down to earth kind of indicator. Anytime a stock price trends too far above the VWAP, we will see a correction and a consolidation later. But for now, I would say that this might have been a good time coming. Brad Lycum says, you grind hard, reminding me of Meet Kevin. Thanks for the content, brother. Thank you, Brad. I appreciate that. Let's see. So down 13 is when it was tested multiple times here. So this is going to be something that we want to take. And it was supported here earlier. So this is a wild rise from $10. So this $10 sideways trading for a couple of days straight then provided it to go on a pretty crazy bender above $13. That's where it stayed below, and now it is meeting it back up. So it isn't the highest it can go. Its reward is actually up at $15 over here where it was tested multiple times, and its risk is down here at $11.18. As of right now, I would say that this is an attractive price for this would be back closer to the VWAP. right? We can see that the correction is already beginning. So as of right now, I'm afraid that too many investors are going to be looking at that relative strength index above 30, above 70, and being like, uh-oh, this is going to be a real ridiculous to think that it's going to crawl back upwards of $15 right now. It's likely going to see a correction, and then if the correction is minimal, if we continue to see rising, it's correcting as we speak, if we continue to see ascending levels of support, we likely will pass this and go up to 15. So an entry price that's attractive to me is back on the VWAP around 1250. Okay, brand new to the channel, says Fighter of Evil. Like what you are doing, just subscribe and smash that bell. I appreciate that. What is my live sub count right here? Live sub count at 65,570. Guys, we are on our way to 69,420. I'll be live streaming when that happens. You guys gotta believe it. Even if it's in the middle of the night, I have to be live streaming when 69,420 comes around, so you guys know what it is. Let's go up there. Let's bring it up there. Okay, so one of the first things I want to do real quick is to show my face real quick. And then I'm going to open up 2 windows. Perfect. And then I'm going to go back to WeBull. And then I'm going to press tab. And then I'm going to look at Jordan Belfort's tweet. But before that, I'm going to copy this. So now this goes over here. This is going to go like this. And there we go. Here's the live sub count right there. I think I'm going to put it right below here. Bear with me. Take a sip of coffee. And I'm going to put that right there. Perfect. And now with this one, I'm going to move this here. Okay, so we have 2 hours ago, Jordan Belfort says, a lot of you have been asking how much, a modest chunk, bell, bell emoji, bell emoji, bell emoji. So if you guys aren't aware, Jordan Belfort is the main character of The Wolf of Wall Street. He is a real person. Leonardo DiCaprio played him in that show, in that movie. And it seems like he has gone in with a modest chunk to GME. So there you go. He's right there. The Wolf of Wall Street went to jail, and still loves being called the Wolf of Wall Street. Aviv Mal says, I remember the days we're waiting for 420.69. It was like 2.5 weeks ago. Oh man. So what are we gonna do here? So I'm going to now Reddit apes expose loophole in financial system. The squeeze will not be televised. This website scares them and is hilarious. So I'm just gonna sort through whether or not this is actual DD that we can verify as solid. Okay. Farima Fleshoot. Hello, what do you think about cost? Thanks. Oh, I was gonna look at cost anyway. So thank you for the super. Let's do that before we look at whatever this DD is. Oh, do I get rid of both of them? No, perfect. Oh yes. I'm gonna get rid of one. Perfect. What's going on? 5,000 of you, and if every one of you pressed like, then we would have these come true right away. So guys, read those right there. People are waiting for you to smash that like button. I'm waiting for you to smash that like button. I appreciate that. Oh, here. Did I miss something? A smoothie for my wrinkle-free brain. This is my new morning show. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you, Smoking or Joking. I appreciate that. Hilarious username too. Belfort is in AMC, not GME. Okay. Tweet about AMC before, that's not GME. Gotcha. A modest chunk. Ah, AMC. This is why I need you guys to help me with my hive mind here. Thank you. A modest chunk. AMC. Gotcha now. Okay, so let's look at costs. Give costs a chance. Ooh, I'm surprised I haven't actually looked at this. So look at this. Look at this bearish flag here. That's something that's very interesting to look at. So one of the things that we were looking at before was Home Depot Hanks DD. So let's look at Iliad of GME technical analysis. Let's learn what bear pennants and bull pennants are today. It's important to be able to get this into our minds here. So as a reminder, this is what a bear pennant looks like and a bull pennant. What do I think about funware, says Amaya Ramirez. I will look into it in a second. I don't think I know about it. Let's see. Can I explain NFTs if I give it a chance? Yeah, Zachary. So we're going to have a couple of things on deck. We're going to have costs on deck. We're going to have NFTs. And then we're going to have funware. Nathan says, what is this program you're using to view everything? Nathan, I'm glad you asked. That is WeBull. Go ahead and get your you know what? I realized I haven't even added that to the link yet. So here, trade like a data scientist, right there. So that is the application that I use. It's called WeBull, and you can get 2 free stocks when you use it. So there you go. Okay, so costs, and then we're looking at these bearish pennants and bullish pennants. The only difference between these is a reducing amount of volatility, but still hitting the exact same level of support. So it is a consistent support with a descending resistance on both of these pennants. The only difference is the tail of which it comes from, right? If it comes from a downtrend, that is a bullish pennant, and if it comes from an upside, an uptrend, it will be a bearish pennant, right? So there we are looking at currently for costs. We're seeing this testing of the exact same support and yet testing lower and lower levels of resistance. So it depends on which level it came from here, right? But it came from up below, and therefore we are looking at a bullish pennant here. It's continuing to consolidate. However, as we see the resistance, the support is also starting to falter as well. So it's getting harder and harder to tell whether or not this is actually a pennant at all. And we are starting to lose hope. If it does dip lower than the this tail that it comes from, it is going to run out of steam and just become a bearish slide. One of the things that I want to be able to focus on here is, I'm sure that COS has some news. No? So people are just curious about COS because it seems like it's at the lowest point that it's at. Funware is next. So that's one of the other things, is that COS, another meme stock, restricted in January. So let me look at the FINRA report here. So this is VACQ. We got KOSS here. Cost 21% of the float. So this is setting itself up to squeeze in its own right. Remember, the short percent of float is really just dry tinder on the flame. For costs, we need a little bit more of visibility, one, and to really pour gasoline over the dry tinder, we need to be able to, like Trey says, a bulldozer that pushes the boulder over the cliff, a gamma squeeze. We need to be able to have delta. So there you go. And there we go here. Call him to make him feel better? What's wrong with Trey? What happened to Trey? Chris Rakes says 2,000 more likes. Takes a second to do it. Let's go. Truly. Takes more time to write a comment, honestly. Prentice, I cannot see your message anymore. You've retracted it, but I appreciate the super. Jordan was actually originally thought of Robinhood, but they went to the dark side eventually. But who wants to be employed by Wall Street anyways? Decentralize and thrive, says John Dillon. Fair enough. So Coach McGurk says, no, it's not. It's going to take weeks. No random blast off to 10,000 by end of day today. Lol, just be patient and keep holding through the red and the green. Patience is key. That's one of the major points here that we have. So costs, once again, it is consolidating thoroughly. It is trying to test new supports. So don't let anybody tell you that it's not, that it is just consolidating. This does seem like a slide. So this does feel like a corrective wave that has gone on longer than it needs to. However, if that is any indication, keep your eye on the signal line coming back to pick up the MACD. If that MACD does surpass that signal line in a very sharp manner, that is the time to buy. Right. So right now there is no solid entry point because we're mostly looking on momentum to see whether or not these shorts get triggered. 20% of float though, that's huge. That's roughly the same amount that FINRA reports for AMC. J. Garrison says, what are your thoughts on the upcoming earnings report? Do you think we'll receive positive news? Yes. And that's the reason why is that GameStop is focusing on having this positive trigger to be able to push us into a brand new plausible deniability like squeeze sector of this narrative is what we're trying to see, right? And that's one of the major pieces of the puzzle. I promised one of you I was going to explain what NFTs are. Non-fungible, let's just go one word at a time. So not. Fungible is the idea that you can trade something for another thing 1-to-1, right? You can trade a quart of water for another quart of water. Hey, 65,600, yay! Thank you guys for subscribing. The other thing is... thank you for Rima. The other part of fungibility is that if I went to your wallet, took out $100 and put another $100 in, you wouldn't be upset because they are exactly tradable 1-to-1. So now non-fungibility is the idea that there is only uniqueness on the blockchain according to how the blockchain works. One time I saw a comment that's like, he explained the blockchain, seems condescending, so I guess I won't explain what the blockchain is for you guys. Apparently all of you understand it. It is a unique, like essentially you can think about it as a hyperlink to the part of the blockchain that contains a piece of media or a piece of art and or a piece of anything, right? It doesn't have to be art. It could just be one green pixel and then you own that piece of a green pixel. The part about the NFT structure is that it incentivizes the artist because each time the piece of art or the NFT, Nifty you can also call it, is traded on the blockchain, 10% of the profits go back to the original artist. So therefore, artists can essentially use that blockchain and command a bunch of different like economic principles so that they can basically not even have to be part of the transaction anymore, even though it's going to get traded onwards and onwards. A real piece of art though is only going to be sold once by the artist and the artist will never see commissions again. So that is how this is starting to become groundbreaking work. Okay, so we have AMC and GME side by side. We just covered some costs. We had Farima explaining why they were looking forward to cost and said, thanks so much. I have $8,000 at 7 each and not selling. Thanks again. Wow. So that is, wow, $8,000 at 7 each. Now that is a tripling, quadrupling almost of your profits. Good job. Non-fungible meaning you can't touch it? No, non-fungible in that you cannot trade it 1-to-1, right? The US dollar is fungible, water is fungible, oil is fungible, right? Most commodities are fungible. An apple is usually an apple. If I go to your lunchbox and switch my apple for your apple, you're likely not going to be upset. AMC is bouncing up. Let's see. AMC solidly supported by that 1192. It is now reaching back up past its VWAP. We like to see that the volume is one of the major key indicators of rebounds here. We have, as noted here, we were looking for the MACD to pass over the signal line. As of right now, it's still actually just went underneath that signal line. So that's something to be wary about as we continue onward. Right now, let's see if AMC can actually stop playing around in these two levels of resistance and actually get higher to the original levels they were bouncing around this morning. Give Meatball a treat. Here, Meatball. Maybe you're not so crazy about it. I drink your milkshake. Is GME frozen? No, it's just trading very slowly. Don't go so crazy, Meatball. Don't go so crazy. What a crazy boy. Okay, so we have Reddit apes inadvertently exposed a loophole in the financial system, and then we have spread the news. Robinhood is now getting effed in the A. This is daytrading.com, and they have a brand new little flag on a Robinhood review and tutorial 2021. We do not recommend trading with Robinhood. Their business practices have harmed traders, and their free trading offer has actually been criticized for actually costing their traders millions of dollars. Wow. Robinhood is getting blacklisted on certain websites now. This is, I guess this is a long time coming, let's be honest. Let's see. Well, Luke, if you are disappointed in WeBull, for example, this is entirely free technical analysis that you can use on a desktop. So the free stocks is just a bonus kicker. I use this because I want to be able to see the technical analyses on multiple charts, and it has all of the data that I'm looking for. Data is king. Data is the reason why you are where you are in terms of learning about the world. And that is exactly why we are here, teaching y'all about data. Let me see where we are. We have Lendoling. Okay, solid. Cool, solid. Okay, UM68DD. This is the aforementioned DD, but it is from already 2 weeks ago. That's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid of revealing this DD that is slightly too old. But I am interested in what Pixel has to say. So let's take a look at that real quick and then get back to it. So we have, after my ban was revoked, hedgies are trying to discredit me and other DD researchers now more than ever. That's pretty insanity. That's crazy. Let's see. Fungible. Able to be replaced or be replaced by an identical item, mutually interchangeable. Thank you, Lendoling. Truth Serum. I thought the contract expired Friday, so they would be forced to buy them at market price. Why did they not buy them? Why didn't GME go up even today? Truth Serum, I explained this in the video that says, does closing at 200 or 13 or 14 even matter? And the answer is likely the people that were supposed to buy them already bought them, right? The stock, the large institutions that sold those contracts, as they moved past 200, which it did a while ago, they have already bought those $200 options. The ones, the stocks that need to be supplied for those $200. That's delta hedging. So likely that's exactly what already happened. Unfortunately, on the other side is that if you wanted to see people start to hold those stocks, they would have to delta hedge. Sorry, delta hedge, they have to exercise their options, and not everyone exercises their options. A lot of people just sell their options, and a lot of people go ahead and turn around and just not have enough capital to be able to support those options. Hey Candace, thank you so much for joining the Special Infantry Operations of the MoMonkey Army. She did that by pressing the join button next to the subscribe button in your mobile browser or your desktop application. Boom. I'd like to see it. Zombified Distraction B. Thanks for everything. I have been adulting and just tuned in. Could you please give a recap if GME is going to the moon this week? You are awesome. Zombie Distraction, the one of the biggest catalysts that we are waiting for is the end of this week. We heard a SEC regulator talk in February with a reporting, like a mainstream reporting network, that the end of the month is where she would be putting the squeeze happening and not anytime prior. So the end of March is currently what we're looking at. Also, we're looking at the earnings report next tomorrow. So in one day, we'll be seeing that. We'll be covering that live here on the channel. You guys are not going to miss a single thing. Daniel says, help, I have a Robinhood and I would like to transfer everything to another brokerage. I'm fearful the squeeze will happen. In that case, Daniel, I would wait until the earnings report happens first. And then, but in the meantime, I would open up an account with WeBull just in case and fund it so that you have the ability to access the market and buy some stocks in case Robinhood restricts that from you, okay? The more abilities you have to access the market, the better shape you will be in, especially given the fact that too many people end up feeling really like locked in to one broker, right? It's not like Pepsi or Coke, right? It's not like Apple. You can only have one computer, right? You can have multiple accounts, multiple portfolios over multiple accounts. Let's see. Okay, so let's give this a look. How long is this? So, hey, it's Pixel. Oh, I think someone just joined the chat. That scared me because I'm like, what? Let me see. Whoops. So I've started a new chat for people. I've started a brand new chat for people who are coming on the show and chatting it up with us. I believe we have Belmont Capital.
Andrew, you there?
How's it going?
Hold on.
So give me a hot sec while we figure this out.
I cannot hear you. Hold on.
So I was gonna cover that Pixel tweet, but we have a special guest as we give an opportunity to have him set up here.
All right, there we go. What's up, Andrew?
How's it going? We have Belmont Capital here with us, another financial YouTuber. Are you simulcasting with us right now?
Yeah, we're live. We're live right now.
Oh shoot. Okay, so I'm hoping you're not shadow banned because I was looking for you in my subscriptions. Yes, there you are. Very cool. And now I'm gonna update my mine as well. How is it going? I'm gonna go and share this so that let's see if I can see you here. No, that doesn't work very well. Well, anyway, we'll just pretend Belmont doesn't show his face anyway, so that's why we are going to just hear the renditions of his voice. Belmont, let us hear a little bit about your background. You are a YouTuber here. You have making great DDs about GME and AMC. Let me know a little bit about you while I update the description of my live stream, and then we can have me rest my voice for a sec. Belmont, please introduce yourself.
So I'm Belmont Capital. We've been a trader for quite a while, but we stepped away from the corporate aspect of that and created our own business here via trading. We do a lot of pattern trading with options, futures, stuff like that. A lot of technical analysis and trading, and we trade every day. We no matter what, even through YouTube, we've been trading with our club community and making some good gains, except for this morning. Options weren't great. But yeah, overall, we've been trading for quite a while now and really enjoyed it. But we started getting on YouTube here more or less because we got bored with just sitting alone and trading. So we wanted to share it with a community. Ended up growing pretty fast here with everything going on in the market, and people seem to like it. So it's been pretty fun. I didn't expect us to get to the amount of subscribers we're at now, but it's awesome, and I appreciate each and every one of them. And you guys have been blowing up Andrew's channel as well, and it's awesome to see this whole stock community come together on a good platform in most ways, and really share that educational aspect of the market, because I think that's what's key right now, is to keep everybody informed and really get the information out there on a broad perspective. But Andrew's doing a great job of that.
I appreciate it. And if you wanted to put my face in the corner, you could. I forgot I didn't have my camera on. So we have
Yeah.
we have we have similar pattern trading techniques, momentum trading, technical analyses. But one of the things that you guys advocate for is the day trading and scalping approach to the stock market itself. So in that sense, people are probably wondering right now, options weren't great for GameStop or AMC or even the entire market overall. What are you feeling about exactly how AMC and GME are shaping up? And maybe do you have any predictions you would like to share with us for the end of day?
Well, I think a lot of people are right now, you have this group of investors that are both have a vested interest in both these stocks, So I think right now it's a lot of transition back and forth between the two stocks. One gets hot, so they get momentum. One has something coming up, so they get momentum. And that's what GME is at right now, is they have earnings coming up tomorrow evening. So I think a lot of people are hedging on that, going into GME for that perspective. Still, obviously, a lot of people in AMC and holding on to AMC, but I think what you see is people buying. So if anybody has any cash positions, anybody has any stimulus that they're trying to put in the market, they're putting it in GameStop because they see that higher potential on the beta, if you will, on GameStop with earnings coming up. And that's an interesting thing to talk about. Right now, we have a scanner that I run on earnings with options, and currently the options market is pricing in at a $57 net delta. So no matter where earnings goes, it's the options market's pricing in that GameStop's going to fluctuate by $57 on what would be Wednesday. So it's going to be a heavy volatile day come Wednesday, and obviously after hours on Tuesday night as well. So it's going to be interesting. But right now, the perspective in the options market is pretty much net neutral. 31.86% bullish, 30% neutral, 38.1% bearish. So it's all, pretty net neutral right now, about even. So there's no definitive answer in which the options market thinks it's going to go. But again, they think it's going to move by a delta of about $57.38, which is insane, especially for GameStop. With just earnings. So, and estimates are coming in at right now we have the consensus on earnings per share is $1.66, which is going to be the first the first net positive earnings since Q4 of 2018. So could be huge if they hit that. I think even if they pull a net profit, then you're going to see the stock absolutely take off. And I think a $57 delta is light on GameStop as of right now.
Okay, so we have some predictions and hopes for a GameStop. We have AMC on the side as well. So in that sense, we also want to be able to give a little bit of explanation to what happened earlier today for AMC. Is there a catalyst or some sort of external factor that we cannot see based on indicators that would have caused AMC to slide like this morning?
More or less, not really. No, there's no technicals or fundamentals that would cause a slide. It could be profit taking. It could be, again, just people maybe transitioning into GameStop because usually these travel about the same, and they are from a candle perspective. But, they're traveling at, AMC's obviously their net beta is a lot higher than GameStop right now. GameStop's at a 3% slide and AMC's at almost 13% net slide right now. So really a high beta on AMC right now. But again, that's the volatility that's in beta or in AMC, excuse me. So, we'll see it recover, I think, but it's going to sideline for the next few days as GameStop takes the podium, if you will, I think.
Okay, so tomorrow, GameStop earnings. We're seeing GameStop take the podium in one way or another. That is something that people are asking about a ton. What do you think about that? What is going to happen there?
On earnings?
On earnings. Earnings beat is something that I've been expecting, but how much of a beat and how are people going to capitalize, especially those long whales that we've been talking about on the show, people who are friendly to the GameStop squeeze and want to get in on it themselves?
Well, I think that, like we saw with AMC earnings, it's not going to be, it's going to be difficult to price in where it's going to go, because we saw a beat with AMC, but it didn't really do anything the next day. So GameStop could have the similar perspective, but I think that there's so many people that are rallied around GameStop, and at the end of the day, the market understands GameStop and knows GameStop a lot better than AMC. I mean, you hear about any kind of meme stock, the first thing that comes to mind is GameStop. So if anybody's coming into the market, if anybody sees any kind of news articles, I think you're going to just see a huge influx of buyers and a huge influx of volume come in Wednesday, and especially Tuesday after hours. We'll see how it plays out. I'm expecting a beat. I'm expecting what we think is going to come in at a net earnings per share of $1.85. That's what we're expecting, which would be a pretty heavy beat for GameStop. And again, turning that revenue net positives for the first quarter since the end of 2018, which is huge for the corporation going forward on a long-term perspective, not only on a Wednesday rest of the week perspective, but on a 2, 3, 4 year perspective, which is, I think a lot of people are actually more keen on than that short-term perspective, because all the DD you see on Reddit or anywhere now is all long-term analysis, and we've been everybody's really been long on it for quite a while now. But a lot of the original guys since July, and they weren't talking about short squeeze potential, but they were more talking about how GameStop is at such a so beaten down right now that it's almost stupid not to throw cash into it at that price point back then, because the future long-term perspective was so high for it to reverse. So really, I think you're going to see a lot of volatility, and I think that net delta of $57 a share on earnings is going to be probably what comes to play on Wednesday.
Sweet. In that sense, well, first of all, I want to show some Roaring Kitty tweets over here. So we have Roaring Kitty 2 hours ago with a angry bobcat, hisses and then hits the camera. And then just 5 minutes ago, we have, I think this is Diddy Kong, or I can't tell because it's going through the barrels one at a time, popping through barrels and getting bananas. So usually people want to see how many bananas he gets at the end of the GIF. Sorry, Nintendo, please do not sue me. And then we, well, go ahead and check out the tweet yourself if you want to go see it. Just wanted to shout that out. And now back to AMC versus GME. We covered that with Trey. I even posted a clip of AMC versus GME just shaping up as different companies, right? Ryan Cohen is going to speak for probably publicly first outside of his tweeting for the first time in a long time. And we're going to hear his voice about exactly what is going to happen on Tuesday. The other side of the coin is Adam Aron, the CEO of of AMC, has been trying to play the field of AMC, making the narrative incredibly clear that AMC is on the rebound because of the pandemic. So that is one of the thoughts that we have about the leadership. However, from your perspective, we have been wanting one to squeeze first so that we can take our attendees from one and then move to the other. In your opinion, which of these two are going to squeeze first, and how are they different from a technical point of view?
Well, I think AMC undoubtedly has a higher perspective to gamma squeeze, just due to the fact that options are cheaper, so you're going to have a higher volume in the options market. And GameStop, yes, it still has those potentials, but the short data, all that stuff coming in, I think AMC really at the end of the day just has a much higher potential, and I think anybody with any kind of half a brain, if you will, could see that. Obviously, they both have a super high potential comparatively against the open market, but I think AMC right now definitely has a higher potential. But again, the focus for the next week is definitely going to be on GameStop, and it's going to, every news publication is going to go at GameStop on their earnings, talk about it, because that's what's driving everything right now. That's what's driving views. That's what's driving numbers for them. So you're going to see a lot of volume come in, I think, because a lot of traders are going to see that, and no matter if they want to get in or they don't, I think a lot of them are, and especially if we see an earnings beat, they're going to be like, wow, now it's set in stone that this company is making a transition back, and really on the long-term perspective on a good route now, opposed to what they were, say, 6 months ago. So that's my perspective. I think a lot of people are going to see that, and hopefully we'll see a lower beta come in long term, meaning how the price moves on a day-to-day basis of volatility. Hopefully we'll see that, but right now it's kind of, they're kind of acting conversely to the market. We see a lot of the market green today. SPY up almost a point now, and GameStop down. But when SPY is down, GameStop's up. It's kind of odd. But again, I think that the traders who are trading GameStop and AMC really don't care about the bond market or the the index market or futures. They don't care about any of that stuff. They just care about holding the line. And that's actually a good perspective, is to hold. And AMC has actually been comparatively very, very stable in the market on a monthly perspective, comparatively to even say Tesla. I think the volatility on Tesla has been higher than AMC, which is crazy to think about. I mean, if you would have told me that 2 months ago when AMC was running up, I would have told you you're crazy. But it's come into play, so it's interesting. I think it's awesome that we see this.
So I'm going to be clear and say that to walk it back a little bit. Let's keep the chat positive. Belmont is an advocate for the gamma squeeze on AMC, right? Because right now that is one of the major catalysts to both of them short squeezing. So we can ask his opinion about short squeeze potential for both of these in a second. And once again, I think I essentially asked for this, but we are not trying to cause any divide between AMC and GME. If you guys go back and watch that video between me and Trey, right? Trey is heavily bullish on AMC. I am bullish on both. I've invested in both. Trey has one of those GME shares, but most of his portfolio is in AMC. That's okay. We can all live harmoniously together. Right now, the most important point of the question here is, ideally, they don't squeeze at the same time so that people don't get distracted from one and the other. It doesn't matter which of them squeeze first. It really only matters for one of them squeezing, and maybe the second one will even have a larger squeeze when everyone takes their earnings from one and moves it to the other. What do you think about that theory, that one of them squeezes will take the larger overlap of this two Venn diagrams of AMC lovers and GME lovers and have that middle of the Venn diagram move their earnings to the other one? How likely is that?
Well, I think first clear it up. I'm super bullish on GameStop. I only think that AMC has a higher potential to gamma squeeze, but GameStop has a higher beta, so you have a higher potential to make up a lost ground on your losses or get net gains. Even if now I think GameStop has a higher potential to run, 2,000% than say AMC does, but AMC does have a higher potential to gamma squeeze just based on the numbers solely, I think. But at the end of the day, I think that they're both great stocks right now in the market. I think it's awesome what's coming around, but that is a possibility, I think really, like we saw before, they're both going to run up at the similar times. Now, if one gamma squeezes and one doesn't, I don't think we can really predict that. It's that's going to be really based on just how the market plays out, because these are unpredictable stocks. We can't really say exactly where they're going to go and exactly what that gamma squeeze line is, if you will. So yes, it's potentially possible, but I think the question is, when do people sell and transition to the other one? What do you think that number is? Say GameStop gamma squeezes, short squeezes. Where do you think that number that they sell is at?
So we've talked about the option chain, and that's just a clear, go out into your driveway and look at how much snow is on the ground, right? We use snow as the options call on the ground because it doesn't add to the snowball of the price rolling forward. However, more snow on the ground, more options calls in the option chain. Therefore, we have a good idea of exactly where it's going to go if that gamma squeeze happens. Faster and faster, companies have the delta hedge, and then we get those tendies on the way down. The main point of that gamma squeeze is $800 is the top of that options chain for the most part, and that's why we want to be able to see a quadruple digit price prediction for GME if that gamma squeeze happens. Above that, the short squeeze is anybody's guess, which is why we have had Renzel and Pixel on the show. Pixel specifically said if you do sell by the gamma squeeze and not the short squeeze, he will come to your house from Germany and go beat you up. So this is the main idea behind that short squeeze, is that you would be much better positioned to sell on the way down. About 80% down, it likely is going to be where you're able to snipe it, because there's no way to really predict the top of a short squeeze. It has happened before with Volkswagen, and if you think about Volkswagen as an imperfect analogy to the situation, the squeeze lasted for a couple of days, if not an entire week and a half. So ideally, you'll be able to see it then, and then decide with, if you've subscribed to both Belmont and myself, you should if you have not yet. This is a really great way to be able to keep track of where we're going to be going in the near future.
So where do you think the number is per se? Let's just talk about on a hypothesis basis, if you will. Where do you think the number is that, the SEC steps in or brokerages shut down trading? Because we saw it before, so obviously they're going to do it again. I think that they don't care about the repercussions because their financial repercussions are going to be higher than their social repercussions, if you will.
That's a good point.
So where do you think the SEC steps in, or where do you think Robinhood shuts down trading again?
Let's talk specifically about Robinhood, because I think with Robinhood and the CFD scandal and them denying it vigorously, there was actually a article on Robinhood's official page back on the 19th where they say we do not do CFD. So let me see if I can find that. But debunking misinformation. Yes, you own the shares that you buy through Robinhood. So let me cover that in just a second. But first, I have a super from Remote CFOs that says, with Ryan Cohen moving GME out of brick and mortar retail and into e-commerce like Chewy, wouldn't it be likely the market will change the valuation to 5 to 7x sales similar to Chewy? I'm going to answer your question about prices, but I want your technical analysis on that. What do you think? Moving from brick and mortar to e-commerce, will that change based on how Chewy changed when Ryan Cohen went to it?
Well, Chewy is a great company. It's been a great stock as well. And I think Ryan Cohen's done an amazing job with that stock. And we actually own a large position in Chewy in terms of our portfolio diversity. But I think that's exactly what GameStop has to do. And that's really their only option. They don't have a future in brick and mortar, really. It's just brick and mortar, no matter if it's GameStop, no matter if it's Best Buy, whatever it may be, there's just not a lot of future because e-commerce is killing it, and the only people that are going to survive in that is the people that make that transition. And if GameStop makes that transition, which they are, then I think they're setting themselves up perfectly for a long-term perspective, like I was talking about. And that's why we have GameStop in our portfolio and have it long-term. We didn't get in at the low per se. Obviously, we got back in at end of December, early January, we started adding, and from there, obviously done good, but that we're going to continue to hold it. I'm not going to sell if it goes to 2,000 or wherever it may go. I think I'm just going to hold long term, and 4 or 5 years, maybe I'll look to sell it. But I think at the end of the day, that's exactly what they're doing, and that's why we'll see. That's why I'm estimating a beat on earnings, because I think a lot of people don't understand that they've already made that transition and are developing that transition entirely.
Beat on earnings. So Belmont and I are in agreement on that, and the fact that we are not financial advisors. Well, actually, Belmont may or may not be, but he's definitely not your financial advisor. So that is the most important part to remember. The next part, like I promised, debunking misinformation. Let's just look at what Robinhood said, so I can answer Belmont's question of when will these brokers try to step in. We have pretty good DD that Robinhood actually did have a stake in the January shenanigans that they decided to restrict buying but not selling. And if Robinhood did have a stake, unfortunately now it is one of the more hated apps out there. Even Trading, I think, where did it go? Trading Day said do not use Robinhood anymore.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh, here it is. It's tradingday.com. We do not recommend trading with Robinhood. Their business practices have harmed traders, and their free trading offer has been criticized for actually costing their traders millions of dollars. This is the payment for order flow congressional scandal that they even talked about all week last week. So with that out, if Robinhood wants to be clear, this is from Robinhood.engineering, so their actual website. You own the shares you buy through Robinhood as soon as your order is executed, period. So they're saying period, right? So that instead of all of the clearing stuff, instead of all that stuff, they're just going to push right through it and essentially say, yeah, as soon as you press that button, you have them. We already know that this is technically false, right? With the clearing time T+2, it takes at least 2 days, or at the very least T+2, right, days to be able to have your account settle the stock and for your buying power to be decreased by the amount of how much stock you're trying to trade. So this is already calling into semantics by saying, oh yeah, you like own them because we have deemed you worthy of owning them, but it's not even technically in your account just yet. And then they wanted to make it clear that downgrading from a margin to a cash account won't impact your ownership of the price you hold, nor will transferring your shares to another brokerage. Really trying to do damage control and saying, yeah, just we don't do contract for differencing. We don't do that here. And even the paragraph before, they say we don't do CFD. Are you familiar with this scandal that happened last week?
Not entirely, but I think that that stuff happens day in and day out in Wall Street and in the corporate world at least. And it's undoubtedly that Citadel forced Robinhood's hand, and there's not much Robinhood could do about it. I blame Robinhood, of course, but I mean, what's their option there if Citadel forces their hand? Because what does Citadel executes like 85% of their trades or something?
And this is talking about, you guys are not aware, the clearinghouse that needed Robinhood to put up a certain amount of collateral because of this clearing time that is not instantaneous. This is how Robinhood got away with saying, oh yeah, it's not really our fault. Even in Congress, Alexis Goldstein called into question whether or not this is actually the excuse that Robinhood like legitimately can make, or if this was just it seems like Vlad and Kenny G were pretty friendly to each other on stage. At the end of the day, it ends up being a conflict of interest because Citadel has multiple arms, right? Citadel and Citadel Securities working
most
together.
Definitely. And if you look at the background between Melvin Capital and Citadel, it's extensive, and it's just strange. And that's, all the hedge funds at the end of the day are mostly tied together. So, that's why they do this stuff. That's why they do these short ladder attacks, because they all know each other. At one point, I think 8 of the top 10 hedge funds in America at one point all work together as co-workers in some way or another form. So, they all know each other. They can call each other up. They're like, yeah, let's put 500 million on the short side of GameStop and at whatever time frame at whatever moment, and they know how to move the markets, and it's illegal, but the SEC is not going to do anything about them because they're not going to just shut down some of their biggest funds in America. That's it's corrupt, it's corruption, but welcome to America.
Oh, and it turns out that this is the this president and COO of Robinhood. So this is the person that came out and said, we do not make it worse for everyone. The bid spread ask is determined by the national best bid. So therefore, for our payment for order flow, if you guys aren't aware, they sell your data, and when the spread gets wider, they make more money, and you get a worse deal. And that is such a big problem that they've gone all the way up to Congress to be like, yeah, this is a big deal. Let's not mince words here. This is huge. So that is one of the factors to answer your question of at what price do they step in? Because if Robinhood wanted to step in based on the scandal that they were $3 billion margin called back in January because of positions that they had. I don't want to go into too much detail about it because they're still investigating or clearing things up or denying things. But that DD specifically said that Robinhood had a short position on GME, which would then call out the fact that, how would you get margin called if you didn't owe something that you couldn't cover? That is the definition of a margin call. So if Robinhood did have a concerted effort to try and prevent the stock from rising above a certain amount, so they would avoid getting margin called or whatever forces they understood to their benefit, it is now garnering them so much public negative sentiment, that I don't think it's worth it by any standard of the means. If Robinhood tries it again, it could just be that they're already a sunk cost of how much their PR has already sunk down to the deepest depth it can possibly go. Now that said, Robinhood is just one of the people that have made excuses and are having those excuses called into question. To the answer the question of how high can it get before other brokers try to pull these shenanigans, we we have to only point to the clearinghouses and try to understand exactly if we can change T+2 to T+1 before the squeeze happens. And that's an important question right there. Can we change the settlement time before that squeeze occurs? What do you think, in your opinion, of how policy, the slowness of policy, and how quickly the squeeze might be coming?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think, with government right now, and especially, Wall Street as a whole, I don't think we get that passed anytime soon. I'd love to, but honestly, no. Not only the fact that, policy is slow, but I think there'd be a lot of people against that. Just, old brokers, old timers, just that's not their style of trading. I think they would see it as increasing volatility in the market, which it probably would to a degree. But, I think that would take years to get past. And maybe in years to come, we could see another GameStop squeeze, but not in what would be, let's just say, a year time frame. I don't think there's any way they pass that. But I think that right now the SEC has a close eye on GameStop and AMC. And I think even before brokers would be forced to step in, I think the SEC would step in, which is an issue because, they have the power to, and I don't really mind if Robinhood shuts down trading, but it's when they do it for both sides. I think that's the issue. When they only do it for buyers and sellers, or when they only do it for buyers and shut down trading for buyers, that's the issue. When they let you sell your shares. But at the top, I think that the SEC. What's probably going to happen is the SEC will just step in and halt trading for whatever, a day or a week, maybe, whatever that may be. But Robinhood, yeah. Let's talk about this. What's the advantage to Robinhood opposed to the other traders? Simplicity. I think WeBull has that. I think E-Trade has that. I don't think there's any advantage to Robinhood, especially if they're going to do these shenanigans. So what's the point in not using your link in the description and joining WeBull?
Exactly. So first of all, the technical app that I'm using right now is WeBull. I was looking on your live stream. I think you're using Trading Desk or something different other than
this
WeBull.
Is the Thinkorswim, by TD Ameritrade.
Gotcha.
It's not simplistic at all. No.
I heard about Thinkorswim from an NPR ad, but the main idea behind WeBull is that it's entirely free. A description down below will get you 2 free stocks, and it's the technical indicators that I am about to ask Belmont about, because he is a highly technical trader that has been trading for about 10 years now, and working on day trading for a couple of years, like you said, and now has a YouTube channel, which I have linked down below. If you guys haven't yet looked at both of our channels and hit that big red subscribe button, I do want to remind you guys that we have some goals here. Kakov Films says that love these stonks, keep the sharp on DD. If your stream reaches 5K likes, I will buy 100 GME shares this Monday morning. They're going to the moon. So Monday morning's about to end, y'all. He is needing those likes, and another one for 5K likes. He's gonna buy another. David Roberts is going to buy 4,000 GME shares today. So come on over to the stream. Even if it's just to say hi in the live stream and drop a like, it'll support a good cause. So now on to the indicators. I have set up some some indicators that I really do care about. We also went over just a very lengthy Iliad of indicators from earlier today from Home Depot Hank, a DD writer on Reddit. But which indicators do you care about? I'm particularly fancy of the MACD, but there's a bunch of other ones that we talked about this morning.
MACD is obviously the best. I use MACD each and every day in every chart. You can see that on my screen here. MACD is the best indicator for any kind of trading. I mean, long-term, short-term, anything. And it's really great because it's simplistic to read. And, there's tons of indicators and stuff, but, keeping it simplistic at first and learning really fully in depth, if like people are trying to get into pattern trading or indicator trading, it's just learning that indicator the best and then developing from there. So like maybe if you just have a candlestick chart right now, maybe you add MACD, maybe you watch a couple YouTube videos or read about MACD, how to use it, how to analyze it, and how to trade from it. And then you add, your RSI, your Fibonacci, your Bollinger Bands, all that stuff. And then you get into fundamental trading because they go hand in hand, especially on a long-term basis,
And
even in
how
short term as well.
and what are the pros and cons of using momentum based and pattern based trading versus fundamental trading?
Um, it's more well, fundamentals is really guessing because you never know if the market's going to price in those fundamentals how they are, especially now in the current market conditions. Yeah, prior maybe 5 6 years ago, the market would price in fundamentals exactly, and it was easy to trade on fundamentals. But now you have to make that switch because the market doesn't trade on fundamentals anymore, and you can see that with AMC, GameStop, Tesla. It just doesn't trade on fundamentals anymore. So you have to switch to a technical perspective on trading. And from a short-term swing basis, scalping basis, that's what I use them for mostly, is these quick in and outs. You can find bottoms, you can find dips, you can get the dips really very, very close to the low if you know how to use them extremely well. And you're really good with patterns, and I think that's amazing. I don't use patterns as much. I obviously know a lot of patterns and I see them, but I'm not like looking for patterns as well, on my scalps because at the end of the day, usually on my scalp trades, I'm in for like maybe a minute, maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes at most. And that's the advantage of options. And I love it. I think that, your deltas on options is the best thing. And you can take advantage of the markets, a ton with scalping and stuff. It's hard and you have to have a large capital because you don't want that pattern day trader limit. But, it's really a fun way to trade and it's hard. It's easy to lose a ton of money, but when you win big, it's really fun, and it's really fun to sit there and you really get a good perspective on how to read charts when you're sitting there staring at them for 6, 7, 8 hours a day, just hitting buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell all day. So it's fun. It's a fun trading style, and using indicators is a great way to get into that. And then then choosing your companies, choosing your stocks, choosing how to swing on momentum. It all comes hand in hand, and it takes time, a lot of time. But it ends up at the end of the day, since January 1st, we're up 2,600% on our options that we do with our club, and up 180% in our stocks since January 1st. So super happy with that.
So in that sense, what are some like the horror stories of scalping on a day trading basis, and what are some of the best days that you've had in terms of scalping and day trading?
The worst day that we had was I think it was February 3rd, maybe. We bought a call on Sundial Growers, SNDL, right after
Ooh,
that.
oh no.
The weed stock craze that pushed Tilray up and Sundial and Afuria and all those, and pushed them up, hundreds of percent points. So we went in on a scalp trade trying to trade momentum, and then the candle just got toasted, and it was a Friday. So those options ended up going. We were trading way out of the money for a quick gain, and then we took a 7% candle down the downside, and those options were worthless. So lost 100% on that trade. But luckily, I didn't put my whole portfolio into it. And then, some of the advantages are there was one day we traded a Palantir option in our club, and it was a Friday, so your delta's a lot higher, and there's the expiration day, I should say, on Friday. Well, same thing, but your theta's your delta's a lot higher. So we ended up making what we do is we like to buy, because each and every stock mainly dips right at the open. So we buy in on that first candle, and then Palantir ended up blowing up from there, and we made 458% on that trade.
So in that sense, what was the learning part? We always have to learn from nightmare stories. So from Sundial, what have you learned, and what is something that you can majorly take away to avoid in the future?
I don't trade weed stocks anymore. I'll tell you, I've never made a penny on a weed stock, whether it's scalping, whether it's long term. I actually back one of the first options that I actually lost on was a Tilray call back in July of last year, and it just devastated me because I was like, this is not how that was supposed to run. Because they really, again, it's the same thing with AMC and GME. They don't really trade on technicals or fundamentals at that point because most of them don't turn a profit. So yeah, it's hard to trade them, and I stay away from them. But sometimes there's some good opportunities, and you can get in a quick scalp. That's exactly what we were trying to do with Sundial, but ended up, obviously we need to hedge our risk and not go the furthest option out of the money. But it was a fun day, a good learning experience, like you said, and that's the basis of trading. You take your losses and you analyze them, and you say, what did I do wrong? And then you go from there, and you're like, now I know, and hopefully you'll learn from it. Any kind of loss you take in the market, you should have said, but you don't want to be that hindsight trader, because hindsight traders are billionaires. I like to say, if I would have bought GameStop, $100,000 worth of GameStop at $40, and of course, yeah, I'd make a ton of money. But don't be a hindsight trader. Be analyzing what trade you made and how you could have done it differently with the time and with the information that you were given. So that's what I like to look back on, is how I could have done it differently. And of course, I would have bought in at that bottom, because it ended up spiking from there and then coming back down. And but at the end of the day, we ended up getting on Sundial on that trade a few days prior on some common stock, and ended up balancing out our net losses. So we were at actually net zero on that week for Sundial. So it ended up working out, but still a devastating hit to take that 100% loss. But nevertheless, still pretty good.
I have so many more questions about options, but I think this is Kevin Bates here. Kevin Bate 88 is someone. Is this Kevin B 88 or is it a different Kevin B? Well, anyway, Kevin B says, love the dialogue, long-term GME holder here, but is DD talk of 100K in the future a tad bit dangerous? Well, let's talk about optimistic, very bullish predictions, and then let's talk about when are people ready to trade options? Those are the two questions I have for us, and then we're probably going to wrap up before we get ready for Power Hour. So, in your opinion, these very bullish trade ideas of reaching 10K, reaching 100K, what do you think about them, and are they dangerous?
I wouldn't say they're dangerous. I would say that they give great optimism to a lot of young traders, which is good, and it gets a lot of young traders into the market. I think that it's awesome that we've had such an influx of newcomers into the market over the past 2 months. But I don't think they're dangerous, but I don't think they're ever going to happen, because the only way they would happen is if we trade in a free market system, which we would have no SEC, no government, no regulation. And that's the only way that could happen. Obviously, that's not the case. And I don't think the SEC or brokers would ever let any stock, for that matter, whether it be Tesla or, any stock on the market, go to 100,000 in a short period of time from, say 188. So that's just my perspective. Yeah. What do you think? I haven't really asked your opinion.
In my opinion, the theory of, my opinion is just spread all over my channel, but in my opinion, the theory of 100K is in a vacuum without the other breaks you've mentioned in the system entirely possible. When you go into the desert and you're thirsty, what are you going to pay for a bottle of water? Now think about a more reasonable circumstance. You go to an AMC theater and you're thirsty and you weren't allowed to bring in a bottle of water. Now how much are you going to pay for a bottle of water? Pretty much whatever it is within a certain amount of money, probably less than $100, but also as much as you need to in order to drink, because you have a movie to watch, right? So these are all of the thoughts about when suppliers hold all of the control. And right now, those of you who have AMC and GME shares, that is the control that you guys can exercise. Easy to think about it in those theories, but once again, I think that 10K and 100K gets too many paper hands to enter the market. So even though it does get young investors interested, I'm happy for their education, but for the cause, it is dangerous to be able to say there is massive gains on this side. It makes normal, non-paper handed, but risk-averse investors wary of this, seeming like too optimistic, and it makes people who are paper handers enter the market, who are ultimately just going to fold when the times get hard anyway. That's my opinion.
Well, yeah, I think that we're seeing that undoubtedly across the board on GameStop and AMC. Anytime we see a slight red candle, it just starts going more, and we're seeing that on GameStop right now. I mean, we were at a net loss of 3%. Now we're sliding another 3% just within the time that we've talked here. So yeah, I think it's just a lot of uninformed, uneducated investors that don't know, what goes down can go back up and what goes up can come down. And the market moves and the market's volatile and the market, no matter the stock goes, the volatility is crazy. So, yeah, I agree with your opinion that it brings too many uneducated investors in with those high price targets. But do you think it's dangerous for the market?
Do I think? Well, do I think it's dangerous for the market overall? The ramifications of GameStop squeezing is dangerous for the market overall because of the idea that when the hedge funds are margin called, whoever is the institution that is shorted GameStop gets margin called, they will have to pull out of every single one of their other investments, their fingers in many, many pies across the market. But however, beyond that actualization, I think getting people interested in the market has no fault of its own as long as it's rooted in actualities. And that's one of the most important pieces. So I want to say that the 10K, 100K theories are exciting, are theoretically possible, but once again, we don't live in a perfectly dream world. So that's why we want to be able to temper these expectations with reality.
Yeah, I agree with you. But what if, on that perspective, I would say, you don't know the exact percentile, obviously, of hedge funds that are in this, but knowing hedge funds, most hedge funds bet against the market. So in that case, what if it comes into play that those hedge funds do get margin called and they hold a ton of short positions on stocks, and then all these stocks go crazy from there? That's another point to bring up that could happen.
I was thinking that like briefly when GameStop was on its rip in January, because I'm like, wow, I guess I haven't like understood the stock market enough because even me was seeing GameStop as an outlier, but thinking that it's now like the new normal was something to like momentarily like blinded me to reality. So I think to push against that idea that other stocks will follow suit, I think that because of the DTCC new regulations and then the NSCC, specifically the 801 coming out and getting implemented sometime maybe this week or slightly later, GameStop and AMC really are truly one of a kind. And new regulations coming out in the future will make it harder and harder for this kind of perfect storm to be set up. So those of us currently watching, the sentiment hasn't changed. Right, we still have GameStop and AMC making major plays, and whatever GameStop and AMC can, like the tricks that we've already proven, they can't even dip GameStop lower than 187 past that level of support right now. So I'm watching this, I'm seeing people lose faith, but as of right now, I'm keeping my hands diamond, and at the end of the day, if this is dangerous for other stocks that will follow in the wayside, I think regulations will catch up depending on how quickly those other stocks come into the storm. But the storm is quickly fading. So that's what I think.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that the whole market would take a huge jump because of it if hedge funds were margin called, but I'm maybe heavily shorted stocks. I think maybe Tesla, maybe some of those stocks that a lot of these hedge funds are betting against right now could follow suit. Not to the same degree, obviously, not to the same beta, but they could. It's a possibility. But at current conditions, I mean, anything's possible in the market, and we've seen that play day in and day out, I think.
That's right. I think so. One of the things that people have been asking. Well, actually, let me see if there's a question that there's a bunch of DD that I was going to try to cover, but specifically with Hey It's Pixel, that one is pretty hot. So maybe right before we wrap up, we are going to cover Hey It's Pixel's DD. I am curious of whether or not I want to be able to push. Actually, I might actually just push straight through. I might push straight through into market close today. If you guys want to see that, if you guys want us to chill for a little longer, then I'll hold off on reading those DD while Belmont is here and talk to him for about 15 more minutes and give me some scissors in the chat if you guys want to see that. Belmont, are you familiar with why we put scissor emojis in the chat?
I'm not.
It's to cut out those paper hands, baby, and we are seeing a lot. We are seeing a lot of them today. That is likely going to be the strongest case for more support on AMC and GME squeeze potential is cutting out paper hands early and making sure that when we do get to making harder decisions on the way up towards gamma squeezing and to the short squeeze, that they no longer mess up our prisoner's dilemma with their shaky papery hands.
Do you think that it's paper hands, or is it majority short selling pressure?
It's going to be short selling pressure followed by paper hands. Paper hands, I'm watching my live chat right now. I'm seeing a couple of them. That's okay. You are always welcome to back out, right? You should have been playing with money that you're not willing to lose. But now if you're suddenly willing and not willing to, you should be selling with money that you're always willing to lose. If you're suddenly not willing to lose that money all of a sudden, that's okay. Paper hand, the scissors are for you in the chat. And that's the truth, right? If you've somehow taken our bullish opinions and taken that as financial advice, which you should never do, this is your time to understand that it's a opportunity for you to get out. But as we've seen over, oh, you know what? I wish I could share my screen so you guys could see this over on Belmont's channel. But there is the charts of every single minor dip that led to like a missed opportunity later on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show I'm going to show everyone here. We saw this earlier today, but if you saw a dip on the 26th, right, you would have sold, and then you would have missed this huge rip over on the 8th. If you sold in this dip over here, there's no x-axis, but this is on Wednesday where it was 350 all the way crashed to 172. You remember that? That would have been a terrible time to sell, because just 24 hours later we were seeing a brand new high, and then seeing this small dip right here on the 25th of January would have made you miss the actual rip on the end of January. So speaking of that, people can never time the market, but people are always wondering about when is the actual squeeze and how long will it last. I've been telling people that if it follows anything close to the analogy to the Volkswagen squeeze, that it should last basically a week, at least a couple of days. Essentially, you could go out, you can work with your full-time job and take care of your kids and still be okay. What is your opinion on how long the squeeze should last?
Well, again, I think that's determined by the big boys. I think that's determined by the SEC and by the brokerages, because that's what happened last time, and they're going to do it again. Ideally, in a perfect storm, it lasts without them coming into the market. It lasts like a week and a half, maybe two. I think that we're seeing actually a ton more craze come into GameStop versus Volkswagen. I think GameStop could be 10 times the short squeeze that Volkswagen was in terms of volume, in terms of gains, everything around. I think Volkswagen was a crazy time and was a crazy thing, but GameStop's a whole different story, a whole different storm coming into play, I think. So there's really no determining factor, and I don't know. Does it matter when the squeeze ends? Is it gonna fall right back down to 40? I don't think so. I think it's gonna hold. Let's say it squeezes to 1,000 at the top. I think that it holds 600 to 700 back down, and then levels out from there. Maybe goes down from there. But again, it's a never-ending pattern here on GameStop if it continues, because at 1,000 you're gonna have all those short sellers come in. And then, it's just going to be maybe this never-ending pattern until the hedge funds run out of the money or the short sellers run out of the money. So that's a possibility. It's just a never-ending pattern here. And if we go, 2 days squeezed up, 3 days squeezed up, and then come back down a little bit, let the short sellers build up their positions and squeeze again. And then, every 3, 4, 5 weeks, we keep squeezing it. It's a possibility that happens. And then I think you get to a point where nobody wants a short position on GameStop, and this thing could run even further. So
I think that you are making a lot of sense on the race against the liquidity, right? A race against the clock of how much money versus how much patience we have. Because those of you who are deciding to take your profits and go, right? Reading some of your chat, that's okay. Like I specifically just said, you are welcome to do that, and there's no shame in doing it. It's not costing you a single cent to stay in the market, right? That is just money opportunity cost, but it actually doesn't cost you interest to hold a position that has an unrealized loss. I have an unrealized loss in GME. I have an unrealized gain in AMC, and I'm holding on to both. And someone was asking in your chat about why. Jessa La says, "Aloha. If the storm is fading, then why would you still hold? Is it for the cause? I myself will be holding until the very end, and in fact intend on buying more." Jesse, the reason why is because I had invested money. I don't mind on losing, right? And whether it's for a cause, whether it's because I have strong faith in AMC and GME, which I do, or anything else, or whether I want to make big bucket loads of money, is irrelevant. It's the fact that this is money that I was already fully intending on being able to lose. And now that I'm looking at these two stocks, like weather this storm, I am still very hopeful. So Belmont, and you can be entirely as honest as you want to be. When we come and look at AMC and GME struggling, I have these I have three levels of resistance mapped out here. I have 1192, 1266, 1312 for AMC. For GME, I have around 1888 to 195. Sorry, I'm talking too fast. 188. I have 195, and I have 205. Right now, they're bouncing in between these three levels of resistance and support. Do you use those in your technical analyses? And right now, do you see a resurgence of sorts in AMC and GME?
If we're talking about levels of resistance and support as breakout levels, I think that the floor for GameStop right now is 170, and I don't think we really fall below that. We've seen multiple touch points on that, both as a level of resistance and support. So I think that's the floor. If it does break out below that, then I don't think it crashes hard. But in the terms that it breaks out to the top end, I think right now your top end breakout line is at 228 roughly, somewhere around that. You see like a triple touch point there. You could even call that a quadruple touch point with levels of support as well. And that could be a breakout point up into 300, 302. That's another level of resistance that we see. That could be a breakout level as well. And then talk about AMC, I think that the bottom is right now currently 12. The bottom today was a good level of support, 1196, 1195. That's a triple touch point as level of resistance, and now a level of support today. And honestly, you could even call that a 5 touch points on that with the level of support that it held after that high of 1488. So that's your bottom floor right now, and I think that we're holding that extremely well right now. And then the breakout for AMC is going to be a little bit higher in terms of percentage basis at 1480. I think it's really that breakout candle where it's going to come into play for AMC. So in that case, maybe GameStop has a higher potential to break out in the short term without a short squeeze, gamma squeeze, talking about on a weekly, daily basis. And if earnings is hot and we get all those factors coming into play and it breaks out past those levels, then maybe we see a new, what I like to call a second run high. So right now that second run high is at 348.50. So maybe we see that second run high come back into play, and maybe we go 375, 400 after earnings, and maybe by Thursday potentially.
There we go. I like to hear that. So in essence, I was checking my own levels of resistance and support, very close to yours. I have a 225 up where you said 228. I want to thank Gabriel Enriquez for joining the Mo Monkey Special Infantry operations of the Moon Platoon. And I want to ask the question that I've been saving when you were talking about options. And options is mainly how you day trade. When it comes to options, we have had Mr. the God Pill on the show before. He's also Stonk Jesus or Moon Jesus. He is quite a wild card because he made $1 million on call options with GME off of $100,000 he borrowed from his sister. And then he consecutively lost $200,000 every week on call options on GME, and I believe this week would probably be no exception. So I think he's now net zero. This kind of behavior Is it indicative of someone who is pretty new to options, or is it indicative of how the nature of options, like you're sometimes up and you're sometimes down? How would you be ready for options? How do you think someone has enough skill to actually trade in options?
Well, it takes it's practice really, because at the end of the day, you can watch, hours and hours of content or read hours and hours of books and options trading. It's just going to be practice to know how they play out and how implied volatility affects the price. But let me first tell a story. We had a guy, actually two guys in our community of our options trading community that we run, and they simultaneously went into GameStop options on, I think it was January 22nd. One put 25,000 in calls and the other put 15,000. And GameStop had run up, and we didn't hear from them in the community. So we were like chatting. And apparently these two guys knew each other personally. And we heard from them a week later, and they both had texted us that they had moved to Puerto Rico. Because there's no capital gains tax if you move to Puerto Rico, because they had both, one cashed out at 2.3 million, the other one cashed out at 1.5 million in net profits. So it was amazing. That's the advantage of options, because even if you bought common stock on GameStop without amount of capital, you would not be anywhere near that. But options trading in general is the most risky thing in the market, and you can lose each and every week, each and every day. You can lose 100% of your money. You can lose. It's gambling. It is gambling, but you have a lot more opportunity in the market to get quick, short gains. I mean, like we do in our trading community, we get in at the open, we get in quick, and we average right now. We're averaging 21% gains per day, which means on a compound basis, that's why we're up 2,700% since January 1st. And we've turned, incredible capital on that. So that's the advantage of options. But the downside is, you start with 10 grand and you're out 10 grand within 5 days. That's how the options trading works. But as far as a learning perspective, I would dive in. What I suggest to each and every one of the guys that joins my community with no prior knowledge of options is take a week, take 2 weeks, watch every single thing you can, read every single thing you can, devote time to it, and learn the options, learn how IV works, learn how theta works, learn the Greeks, learn all that stuff, and then start a paper trade account. Start with 100 grand, whatever they give you in the paper trade account, and see how much money you make. And really, because paper trading options, I like E-Trade for their paper trading options. But anyway, paper trading options gives you that experience to know how that bid-ask spread can affect your options, how implied volatility can affect your options, how delta, how theta, all these things can affect your options. And really, that's what I think a lot of people see. They watch one video and they know a call is bullish, a put is bearish. So they buy a call and then they hold it for 5 days. And the price is up, but their option's down because they don't understand how implied volatility, how theta loss works. And then they're texting us and emailing us like, I bought this option on Tesla when it was $650 for a $700 call. Now it's at $725, but my option is worthless, expiring on Friday. Why is that? So I would just devote time. And the end game is it will work out and it'll be worth it. And that's really just how options trading is going to go. And again, experience in options trading is the best thing. And even it takes years. And using those technical indicators, if you're going to scalp with options, is the best thing. And again, just knowing how each of those factors and knowing how to read, knowing how to find stocks to trade options on and trade leaps and spreads and iron condors, all these different strategies, learn all those, all that stuff.
So three questions out of there. So one, options is betting, and you just mentioned it yourself, and it's betting against the house. It's betting on someone else selling you that option and trying to make money off of it. So that is the first question. How do you expect the house to let you get away with winning on options on a regular basis? So that's the kind of like psychological aspect of it? Someone, a big institution,
Well,
is taking a risk on you.
it's not so much the house, but it's that person writing your option. So each and every option that is bought, so say you buy a call, then that means that someone on the other side of the table, whether it means your broker, sometimes it is your broker, or it means another trader wrote you that option, so they sold you that option. Now, what their strategy is usually that option is going to be out of the money. What their strategy is that by Friday, by expiration day, that strategy is going to be out of money and it's going to be completely worthless, which means that, say they sold you that option at $2. So they get a net credit of $2 times 100 times however many contracts you bought. So they get that net credit. And then by Friday, they want that option to be worthless so they can capture that entirety of that net credit. Now, if that option happens to go to, $4 per contract, then they have to pay you that $2 balance per times 100 times however many contracts. So it's not so much betting against the house, but other traders as well, betting in the market. And that's just how the money flows back and forth, ebbs and flows. And it's not, it's definitely risky, but I think each side wins day in and day out. And again, that's that transfer of money from the bulls to bears each and every day, just depending on market conditions. But obviously at the end of the day, the market's bullish. And you see that on a 10-year basis. So if you're buying long-term options, then 90% of the time, I shouldn't say 90, 60% of the time, roughly, you'd win on a bull call. So, that's just how it works. It's not so much betting against the house. It's not so much a casino, so to speak, where they make and they determine where that's going to go, so.
We actually have, those are all really good points, right? I was mentioning that you would have to have someone on the other side of the call, and we've talked about conversions on this channel before. So when you try to make a bet with arbitrage, someone could try to convert your call either on put or a call side immediately against you. So those are just a couple of ways that they could play against you. I just wanted to understand the psychology of what you thought of these more risky plays. God Pill is actually here, and he said, I heard you were going over my old strategy. If you want to see the updated and well-spoken DD, he has a stream. He even tells you how much where to look for to see whether he's up or down. Go check him out. God Pill is a supporter of the show, and he might have a more radical understanding of how to approach the market, but the $1 million up from where he was before does not lie. And then, so the second question that I had about options in that sense is that, well, you walk into a casino and you can just buy a stock based on how much it costs. You can even buy fractional stocks if you are allowed to on your broker. Options is not so much the case, right? How much money do you have to throw around to actually be a day trader, in your opinion? How much money do you have to actually pony up? So cover a general sense of, like, let's say you try to buy a one contract for GameStop. How much is that going to cost in premiums, and how much are you expecting to lose based on that one contract?
Well, first of all, you can trade options with any amount of money, really. Obviously, there's a higher initial cost with the premiums, but let's take GameStop for example. An option right now, let me look at the current. Let's just go with it's at 191. So we'll just go see what a $200 call is. So basically, but at the end of the day, you're going to want 25,000 in your account, because that's where you hit the minimum for not getting pattern day traded. So you're going to want 25,000, or else, really, the downside of options is if you can't sell them, if you can't get out, then you're done. You're toast, unless your stock does good. But I mean, if you buy an option, I've had a lot of this issue, people not recognizing the fact that there's a pattern day trader rule, and not recognizing the fact that they've hit their limit. So they go in an option in the morning, and then that stock they go into it for like a 2-minute basis, 5-minute basis, like we like to scalp. And then they were like, oh, I can't sell. And another downside of Robinhood, I believe, I don't use Robinhood as much, but some brokers will let you sell and let you take the penalty, but Robinhood won't let you sell. They just won't let you sell at all. So you don't have the option to take the 90-day, penalty out of the market. But talk about GameStop premiums right now. So we talked about a $200 call. So basically right now, the $200 call is at $25.30 per contract, but each contract includes, or each one of those numbers is times 100. So right now, if you just wanted to buy one contract, so to speak, which is actually 100, it would cost you $2,500. But again, that's $25. So we like to trade option. You can get options that are in the 5 cents. You can get options that are in 30 cents. There's ones that are spread across the board. Tesla's one of the anomalies that has super expensive options just due to the fact that the underlying security price is higher. That's just the basis. Now, if you look at things like SPY and ETF, SPY has cheaper options because they want more volatility within the options trading on that.
So we have had a major set of Q&A on options generally. I really thank Belmont for being very, very generous with his knowledge on options, right? Oh, look, almost at 65,700. And remember, the next subscriber goal for me is 69,420. So almost up at 70,000. Let's get that subscribe count up. Appreciate both Belmont and appreciate Meatball Professor for sharing some time with us today. Meatball, you want a treat? One of the things that I wanted to do was take a quick bathroom break, so that's why I wanted you to vamp a little bit about brokers. People are asking about Cash App. People are asking about Robinhood and TD Ameritrade. What is your opinion as an experienced trader? And if you can vamp for just maybe 30 seconds to a minute about those brokers, I'd really appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. I'll take over your stream for a second. So when looking at a broker, there's multiple factors. No broker is the best for all-around trading. There's a few that are very, very good. But what I would say is you need to, take a second, ask yourself, what kind of trading do I want to do? What kind of, time basis do I have? Do I want diversification? Do I want to trade options? Do I want to trade common stock? Do I want to trade whatever it may be, futures, Forex, whatever it may be. But you have to ask yourself that question. And there's a few brokers that I like for certain things. So I think the best one for options trading is going to be TD Ameritrade because their Thinkorswim app will have the best fill times. So again, for a scalping basis, that's what I use. I use TD Ameritrade and E-Trade for a scalping options basis because they're going to have the quickest fill times and they're going to have the most accurate data in terms of real-time data. We've seen, Robinhood has diverged from that sometimes, and WeBull as well. Not trashing on those, but just for options trading in general, those are going to be the two best. Now, again, these are going to be old-time brokerages, so they have their things figured out. We've seen crashes within WeBull and Robinhood, and that can kill your options really at the end of the day. So getting into a broker that is stable is the best thing for option trading. Now, if you're just trading common stock, I would say WeBull is one of the best opposed to Robinhood because it offers great simplicity, great education. They offer all your indicators that you need. It's very easy to read. That's the one downfall of Thinkorswim is that if you don't know a lot about it, if you haven't used it, it's a heavy learning curve. It's going to be a year or 2 years before you really figure it out and really understand how to use Thinkorswim. And that's the advantage of WeBull, I think, is that it's very simplistic, very easy to get into. And I mean, there's a ton of other brokers out there, but those are going to be the three best, I think, whether it be options trading or regular common stock trading. Those are going to be the best. And again, you just have to ask yourself, if I want to go fully in options trading, or if I want to go fully in stock trading. But no one's telling you that you can't diversify across multiple brokers. So say you want to do options trading, then set up a TD Ameritrade. Say you want to do common stock trading, set up a WeBull. And that way you can diversify your cash across multiple funds. It also helps you with your own diversification so you don't, gamble and say, I'm going to put all my portfolio into this one stock. So that helps as well. And it also helps with pattern day trader rule if you want to as well. And again, no one's stopping you from setting up 16 different brokers with $100 in them each. So you can pattern day trade and, you put $100 in this stock, the next you put $100. I mean, really at the end of the day, you'd really only need 5, but no one's stopping you from doing that. So, it's dependent on your situation. But Robinhood is definitely, as of right now, and it has been even prior to GameStop, in my opinion, the worst broker. Obviously, great simplicity, great user interface. But that's the downfall is that, I don't use Robinhood as much or really ever. But I've had, people that I know, they're like, yeah, I accidentally bought a share because I didn't know that you swipe up on the screen to buy. And it's like, I think it's just too simplistic. And that's the downfall. And obviously their business practices are the downfall as well. And the fact that I think Robinhood had 20 or 30 downtimes within the year of 2020, which is insane, especially from a trading perspective, because it's like one of the most important things. It's just to keep your brokerage running. So yeah, I think that WeBull is the best for common stock trading and options trading if you're new to the market. But if you're experienced and you have time to learn, then TD Ameritrade, E-Trade are your best for charting, technicals, and quick fill option trading, so scalping on options.
Thank you for vamping. And also, did you mention Cash App yet? Because people were asking about Cash App.
I've never used Cash App, so I don't want to say, but I've heard that they're decent. Again, it's that I would give it a few years, not to hate on it, or maybe don't put 100% in there, because if again there's downtime or if there's a downfall of that, then that could be an issue. And now, if you want to trade purely common stock, another good one that has just come into the market is SoFi. I set up a SoFi just to check it out because I like to check out every broker, and it's honestly great. The only downfall is that their fees on crypto are a little high, but as far as common stock, you can get fractional shares, all that good stuff, and it's really simplistic user interface and no downfalls in terms of downtime. So SoFi is great for that, but they don't have any options trading. So if you want to get into options trading, SoFi is not the place for you.
So if you guys wanted to go into SoFi, $50 free to invest in whatever you want in the description of my channel over here. Belmont probably has one as well. SoFi, really cool, honestly. In my opinion, I really did get not a great deal on crypto, but I bought in at like the $30,000 Bitcoin dip. If you guys, speaking of dips, it is up to 57,000 or down if you think about it in the relatively short sense. If you guys wanted to get $250 of free Bitcoin over on this channel, we have that crypto link as well. So yeah, I think what exactly what Belmont said was a lot of great important questions for yourself. Do you plan on trading for options? Do you plan on letting these lenders take your shares and lend them out because that's what they get to do for free on a margin account for both Robinhood and WeBull and all of these other brokers alike? So that hurts the squeeze. If you don't plan on doing any options, then you should transfer your margin account into a cash account and the other PSAs that we have talked about in the past. Overall, I would say choose a broker that has really good technicals like WeBull, and then open up multiple brokers so that you can have multiple ways to access the market, especially when Robinhood inevitably goes down or has another excuse. You will then at the very least be covered and be able to buy into the market if you still wanted to. The other side of that is I wanted to mention that Robinhood, even in Congress, had to answer for the fact that when Robinhood's network was down, everybody's spread got smaller, right? Everybody got better deals. Just generally, the market ran more smoothly. So that's another ringer on Robinhood being just one of the worst possible apps for trading your stocks.
Also, another key thing to do is I recommend don't ever trade options on margin. Like never ever trade options on margin. You will get toasted day in and day out because your option will fluctuate, 10, 20% within a couple minutes, and you'll get margin called, and that's not a good thing to have. So don't ever trade options on margin. So maybe you set up a margin account for common stock and keep it only common stock. And then, that's again, the diversification across brokerages is a great thing. And if you want to invest in Bitcoin or any kind of cryptos, I don't think any of the stock brokers are the best one. I think going directly to a crypto broker is going to be your best option. A lot of people have been asking about that.
And there you go. BlockFi is a way that I haven't even touched the Bitcoin yet. I'm waiting for a larger dip. However, I've already gotten like $50 in like a week and a half. Based on the sheer amount of 8.6% interest on top of your deposit. So if you want to keep it in USD stablecoin, it's basically a great savings account for your money if you're not planning on making any investments with it. Personally, I think it's also a great way to keep your crypto. So that's one of the ways to have a diversified portfolio. I can't see how many likes this video has, so help me out with that live chat. But we are probably somewhere around 3,500, 1,500 more, and two of these guys have to buy a bunch of GME, and that supports the cause. So we can't tell you what to do, but these people have already decided that by you guys liking this video, it's supporting their decision to buy some more GME. And you guys can look at it on the top right, pinned right there. Belmont, how much time do you have? I don't want to take up too much of your time today. Well, if you have other plans for your
free, man. I'm free. I got my trades. I got my losses in this morning, and I'm good.
People are saying that you sound like Jim from The Office.
Yeah, they get that on every video.
So I guess the question is, are you Jim from The Office?
I wish I was. I would have a little bit more money. Yeah, I wish I was.
Well,
that'd be pretty cool, but I'm not, unfortunately.
Well, there you go. So people are saying 3.8 thousand likes, so we got 1,200 more, and you guys, we're pretty darn close. We're also close to the subscriber goal as well. You see that live counter right on the right. Speaking of which, I do want to be able to read this Hey It's Pixel post. So Belmont, if you have nowhere to go, we'll probably talk in just a second, but do you mind if I read through this post on what Hey It's Pixel is doing? Are you familiar with what's going on with Josh?
No, not.
Okay, well, he has come on the show before. He's a friend of the show. He talks about his DD way back in the day, of how March 19th was the day in his mind that that is likely going to be the day for the squeeze. More coffee from Hector, the best friend, the roommate. So I think I'm curious about your opinion on what happened on the 19th. We talked about spoofing, layering, as well as short walls when Trey was here. I'm sure you have some thoughts about that as well. But before that, I am going to talk about what is happening with the world on Pixel. So any thoughts about that before I get started?
No, go ahead.
Okay, sweet. So let me do this. Hey you guys, friend of the show, Josh Hey It's Pixel has put out a brand new update on his time from being banned by, I suppose, false iterations on false claims that he was doing something that was not allowed on Reddit. He has now been reinstated, and since then he has been working on an uphill battle of hedgies trying to discredit him and other DD researchers now more than ever. As you guys know, he's been on the show now 3 different times talking about the stock. He was the original writer of the Endgame DD, and now you guys are, I'm going to refresh this just in case he has any other updates, but here we go. Strap in, watch until the end, hit that like button, and we're going to cover this briefly. So after my ban was revoked, hedgies are trying to discredit me and other DD researchers now more than ever. If you are a paid shill, you are making yourself guilty of market manipulation. PSA. You can whistleblow and receive a huge amount of money for that. Keep in mind. Okay, so this is talking directly to people. We have seen evidence of people going out to Redditors and other DD writers and paying them upwards of, I think, $6,000 a post of trying to create negative sentiment on GME and AMC. Under almost every post and comment section I go to, there are brand new accounts with negative karma talking about how I shouldn't be trusted because my 99% prediction didn't come true and that I am some, quote, agent saboteur, best one yet. So here's one example right here, and here is another one right there. That's the kind of comments under every single post and comment at the time. Not every one of them is a paid shill. Some of them are legit, and though I retracted the 99% BS immediately after posting, talked about it in 3 interviews and 4 live streams, comments, and posts. He's probably mentioning 3 out of the 4 live streams here, and in Endgame DD, they seem to have never received the message. Oh no, the 3 interviews is here on my channel. 4 live streams is on his channel. Why now? This started immediately after I was unbanned. Why was that? Hedgies are scared because March 19th was probably a date where things were destined to go down. They overshorted themselves, borrowed almost every single share in existence on March 19th, and most of the effects are to be seen this week. ETF rebalances and quad witching. Warden and I were banned that day. My account kept getting mass reported after my unban, and now there is a shilling campaign about how I shouldn't be trusted anymore because I'm a saboteur or a shill himself. Why are they doing it? Well, they are scared that he has other research like Renzel, Warden, and I am not a financial advisor, or will find out and share new time spans, dates, and set events where more can go down. Therefore, they will try to discredit him specifically because an easy target with the post so that no one will listen to him. Remember that he did put out a hard date, and that hard date did not come into fruition. So this is an easy way to target him on his back. So we don't have a big voice in the sub anymore, and we all get separated and only follow the people and posts we trust. Like, if they are able to destroy this trust in people, they won't be followed and listened to anymore, no matter how fundamental their research is. Too long didn't read. FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt, and shilling campaign is entering the next stage. Keep an eye out for people calling researchers saboteurs, shills, and they shouldn't be trusted. Look at their accounts. Every single account I checked was brand new, revived years old, but started posting again, or simply never posted in stock related subs and starts spamming them right now. Here are some edits. Let me see if there's anything here. PS, people who are spamming the 99% or hype thing are not paid shills. You are not funny. You are some. He is not quite a. He is very creative in his jabs here. So if you feel the need to try talking about it, he has a bunch of links here and more comments that I won't search up for you. So you have enough time to spam down to every comment. You have enough time to search for yourself. Edit. To people calling me, that's what you get for calling yourself Nostradamus. He didn't. He adopted that name because a lot of people called him that. He found it funny at first. After he adopted it, found it cringy, and removed it. Last time I checked his profile, he still had it up there. I guess he does not want to be called that anymore, and that's where Nostradamus thing came from. So what is your thoughts on this this person that really did have a big part of the end game hype, right? He hyped up the end game. It was true, and he came on the interview and told us exactly why he felt hype about the end game. There are a lot of different factors that led to the end game not being true. What are your thoughts? Leave them in the comments below, and liking this video, if you like it, is one of the coolest things that you can possibly do. Thanks all to these people, the Moon Platoon, Meatball, the Space Legend, and Gorillionaires for keeping the show alive and supporting it. And I will see you guys in the next one. See you in space. So what do you think? What exactly is the, what is your strongest reason in your opinion that 19th didn't end up being the catalyst we needed? Belmont, if he's still here. Otherwise, I might just be talking to myself.
Yeah, I'm still here. I just had you muted.
Sweet.
What's up?
So I just talked about Pixel's approach to him not having the date right. It seems like he wasn't really talking about why he got the date wrong, but he is trying to say that misinformation and trying to oust him as a false prophet is the current play for the hedge funds. Why do you think that the 19th didn't end up being the squeeze date or the ramp up to the squeeze?
Well, the market's determined right now by the hedge funds, and the hedge funds have such a large position within AMC and GameStop that they control it, and they control where it wants to go. That's just a matter of fact. We just don't have enough buyers on the long side, on the retail investor side, to outportion them, if you will. And I think that we even then have a lot of retail investors on the short side, which is unfortunate, but it's just the basis of the market. So, they really control the markets. I think we saw that within the last, 3-4 minutes of trading on AMC, especially. I think they sold a couple million shares within a matter of seconds and drove the price down so it wouldn't close above 14. And the reason why that matters is that, so now getting back to options trading, is those $14 calls that those people bought are now expiring worthless, and the people that wrote those calls now get their full credit. So that's why that's important for closing below some of those even numbers on the options. We saw that $14 strike across the board, whether it was puts or calls, had an extremely high volume for the market and for AMC. So maybe that's why, but at the end of the day, I think it's just that hedge funds control the market right now, and it's sad, but that's just how it is. And there won't be any regulation on it because that's not how America plays. America plays in favor of big money. So this is how it is. But, oh well. I think that the only thing to win is the fact that we're still winning. I mean, at the end of the day, AMC is still much higher, and they're still losing a ton of money on their short positions. But they continue to try and move the market in the ways that they feel are necessary for their short positions, and they're doing so. But I don't know what the based on the data, based on the fundamentals, the technicals, March 19th looked like it was going to be the big day, and it just didn't play out that way. So maybe there's so many factors that there's not really one that you can pinpoint it on. But I think that it was pretty obvious that the hedge funds were controlling. And on March 19th, there was so much selling pressure on AMC, and that's why it was just flat, and it couldn't reach past any new highs. It couldn't get up the upside. You just saw it, basically barcoding, like I like to say, where it just trades in between, two strikes, and sticks there. And you saw that throughout all of afternoon trading, even really throughout morning trading. It would get to a number, it would get to that $14 level, and it wouldn't hold above, because again, those short sellers, those hedge funds have such a huge move on the market. They have such a huge factor in the market and on some of these stocks that they can control that if they so choose. And again, going back to that thing, like I said earlier, that a lot of these hedge funds knew each other or worked together at one point. So they're probably all working together on this and helping each other out. They're like, hey man, Melvin calls up whoever it may be, and he's like, hey man, I lost, a huge portion on this AMC short position. Could you come in? Let's do some things, help us out. Obviously, they're going to be on secure networks, and the government's never going to find them. They're very careful, but they're very smart, and they know exactly what they're doing. So I think that's really what it is at the end of the day, and it's not anything that we could have been in control of, if you will.
And there you go. So some things in life can only be buy and hodl. And neither Belmont nor I are financial advisors, as a reminder, but we are holding. Belmont, I really want to thank you for your time. This channel is always reserved to people who are also YouTubers and want to simulcast at the same time. For now, I'm going to jump off and do a solo live stream. Thank you so much for continuing on. And those of you who are just jumping on from Matt Kors' live stream, go drop some ducks in the chat. Welcome, guys. We're going to continue on until the an ending bell. I appreciate those of you who have jumped on, and Belmont, thank you. I'm going to keep his username in the description and the title, so go ahead and click over to his channel and check him out. He is a experienced trader with a lot of things to say. Thank you, Belmont.
Yeah, thank you. We'll talk to you again soon.
Talk again soon, and off I go. So we are here. What's going on? Every single Moon Platoon member, Moon Gain, Meet Moon Platoon, Space Apes, what's going on? We are the Mo Monkeys here, and we have had a lot of stuff to uncover today. Let's time to start booming out and getting the energy level up. We are so close. We are close to not only a new subscriber benchmark of 69,420, which I'm hoping all of you are going to help me out with, but we're also close to 5,000 likes up there, so that this pledge can be met right here. Loving those stonks. If you get 5K, he's gonna buy 100 GME shares. Right, 100 GME shares is nice, but what about 4,000 more GME today? Probably $4,000. 5,000 likes, and David Roberts is going to buy those GME shares. What's going on, ducks? Let's get those ducks in here. How's it going? Woo! Okay, so we are here looking at the charts of AMC and GME. We have been bouncing on between 1192 and 1266. That seems like this is one of those impulse waves here. Harder to say because there is no fifth subwave. So I would say for now, this is more of a test of the VWAP. We are trying to hug that volumetric weighted average price as basically a gut check of, volume drives pricing. So that's why if this does go up to the VWAP and it is not rejected by it, that is something that we could continue to see as a bullish sign. At this point on this run up, we saw that the orange line, the MACD line, does run above the signal line, and therefore brings us to our peak today at 1254. And this is nowhere near our height of when we opened at, but we are still trading right between these two levels in 1192 and 1266 for AMC. On GME's side, we are looking at a slightly similar story, but mostly a story of how we were tested the volumetric weighted average and lost, right? Fought the sheriff and did not get to surpass it. Fought it once, twice, three times, and a fourth fifth time here. A volumetric weighted average is staying above our price here. This is either saying that foretold a market correction is about to happen, or it's going to continue hugging down at 188. This is something that we can imagine is a pennant. If this kind of action continues, we can see that there is going to be a bearish tenet here, and we do not want to see that kind of negative sentiment. But one of the things that we do want to focus on is the RSI. It dipped below 30 for a brief moment when we saw a small dip here below this 188 level of support. We were supported at the end of the day, and now we are trading above it. Right now, GameStop and AMC are in the ringer, just putting some water on their face. They're trying to get the dust off their shoulders and get back in the ring. Boom! Look at all these ducks in the chat. How's it going, guys? We got Juan Mendez, Ontario Reefer. We got Skeki Chen. We got Candace Finnerson. How's it going, guys? We are here to talk about those stonks, and we are here to read some of this DD, spreading the positivity in the chat, y'all. Remember, spread those positivities in the chat. Reddit apes inadvertently exposed a loophole in the financial system, and the squeeze will not be televised. This website scares them, and it's hilarious. This is something that we do want to be able to make sure you guys are aware of. MRAM says, do you think the SEC will ask the hedge funds about the market manipulation when they go golfing together this afternoon? You know, they just might. They just might. At the end of the day, the SEC has the opportunity, the ability, just like certain congressmen said during that congressional hearing, to take whatever they need to away from this situation. If there are illegal activities, they should be already empowered with the ability to take action on them. Unfortunately, some of them may just not want to. So the difference between the obligation to and the option to, once again, comes back to us. If you guys have not slammed that subscribe button yet, boom, you can fit a lot of content in this right here. Go ahead and slam it. The little sub button with a RuneScape symbol also gets you there as well. Maybe I should move it a little bit higher, like right above the duck, right above the sub. Okay, so let's see. These are abnormal stocks. Can't try and analyze them to technical chart reading. Have to follow macros, says Neo Nomad. This is true. They are abnormal stocks, but this is something that we also want to be able to give our eyes a check on, right? As we see here, something that we did not get to ask about GME is that cup and handle. So that's something that we want to be able to see again. You guys have been seeing it for a while on GME, but that the beautiful cup here with its lip over on January and its lip over on March, and this descending handle with falling volume is exactly what we're looking for, to be able to stay above the halfway point of that lip, and that's around somewhere between 150 to 180. If it can stay above that level, we should still be good for the rip on that cup specifically. Lucky Ducks is Johnny Diggs. Hi from Portugal, it says Paulo Santos. What's going on? Let's see. Hey Andrew, you reckon the FTDs are going to be dealt with soon? Yeah, we talked about FTDs earlier on this live stream. We still have more to cover. What's going on, y'all? We are so close to 5K likes. Let's just get up there. Let's just focus on getting up there. Everyone with me as of right now, hold your hand over your mouse button and put it over to the like button. Click, click. If everyone clicks, then we have easily gotten 5,000 likes so that these two up there could get their tendies on. All right. Reddit apes inadvertently exposed a loophole in the financial system. The squeeze will not be televised. This website scares them, and it's hilarious. Moneymakers like Citadel and Co. have been abusing the ability to synthetically manipulate stock prices amidst the broader overall market for years, and they finally got caught on Reddit of all places. Can you believe it? Mayor MRAM says, do you think SEC will ask the hedge funds about the market manipulation during lunch? Yes, that's the same joke. Very good. This free dissemination of information provided in forums like this are kryptonite for hedge funds and abusive traders. I can't even begin to imagine the money that has and is currently being spent to discredit and, if possible, even shut down these types of sites. You, dear Redditor, are on the precipice of what could be the single most damaging financial miscalculation that big money has ever made, and it's likely that half of you still have no idea what, why, or how any of this really happened, and that's what makes this so funny. So you don't want want to be part of that. Let's make sure that you guys are actually in the know here. They likely have no idea what anyone is doing because likely half of everyone with shares is just screeching like a monkey and throwing poopy at them without rhyme or reason, and the other half is absolutely ass. Oh no, I said the bad word. Blasting them with damaging DD and targeted memes. Whatever happened, this is the most interesting social financial experiment of modern times, and this fear, uncertainty, and doubt could quickly turn into FUBAR. And this is a coding thing that I know from the military. This is effed up beyond all recognition, right? Yay! I know that. We use FUBAR for coding as well. Cool. Very nice. That is one. We also have the inevitability of AMC 2K based on current market data and current market behavior. Let's see how long this is. Ooh, it's a lot of data. Hold on. Thank you for going through the data, analyzing this data. Seems kind of long, but this is AMC optimistic. Someone in the chat wanted this to be shown from UMU86DD. Let us go and look at, so we had the Iliad of GME. I do want to be able to look at this as well. Oh man. Let's get some scissors in the chat, guys. Come on. Scissors in the chat. Let's see. If you guys remember, we are taking hold of a ton of the float. And that was the major piece of the puzzle last week when we calculated how much float there is. In fact, you know, all of those messages here, hold on, it's just like 100% of the float Oh shoot, I can't find it. Okay, all good. GME Gamma Squeeze Calculator update with dynamic charts. Ooh. Correlation between GME and other Melvin Capital holdings. Cool. Very nice. I just missed someone joining the Moon Platoon. Chris Cox, thank you so much for joining the officer rank of the Moon Platoon. Get your space boots on because we are making moves. We're going off to the moon right now, and that is what we like to see. Eric Andres says, I just started Robinhood to WeBull transfer. WeBull covering costs and offering free stocks for transfers. Bought 5 GME and 20 more AMC on WeBull in case. Eric, that's what we like to see. Okay. Thank you for the super. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so what we're looking at here is a correlation between GME and other Melvin holdings. Actually, can I look at, is this going to be the right WeBull? Hold on, there's WeBull WallStreetBets. Ooh. Right, I changed this recently. There we go. Correlation between GME and other Melvin Capital holdings. Okay, so the price of the number of other stocks that Melvin Capital held short positions in closely resembles GME's. Melvin Capital held put positions in these tickers but closed them during Q4. MC hold a put position on AG, a silver mining company. This is a little technical and a little conspiratorial, so that's why I'm a little sus of this. This is the GME squeeze calculator update with dynamic charts, which I like to see. Obligatory harebrained scheme. Okay, good. Well, let's look at, you guys are interested in the gamma squeeze. Let's actually have you vote. If you guys want to be educated on the gamma squeeze calculator, let's look at some rockets in the chat, and then let's look at correlation between GME and other Melvin Capital holdings with some scissors in the chat. Actually, you know what? Diamonds in the chat if you want to skip the DD and just move directly into some more technical analysis and ticker suggestions. That's now I'm a real Twitch streamer because I'm letting you guys control the stream, ladies and gentlemen. You have all of the control you need for 5 more minutes. Vegas Chef says DFE tweeted. All right, let's look at it. Here's DFE's Diddy Kong tweet. Whoa. Okay, so this is a GIF of someone playing with his chips, cutting his chips in half and then shuffling them. So he's shuffling these chips. What does this mean? He's shuffling these chips. So we got rockets for the calculator, I think. Scissors for the other thing. We got a lot of rockets. We have a super from Perfect Snake 69. Frieza, known as King Hedgie, says, "You stupid monkeys will never achieve Super Saiyan if you sell." There you go. Okay, we got some rockets. We got some diamonds. Oh, stacking reds. Okay, stacking reds. Thank you for helping me interpret with the hive mind what's going on here. The Moon Platoon always figures this out. Stacking his chips. He's doubling down. Oh, okay. El Rando. Warden Elite insinuated no gammas are to be had anytime soon. I'd love to see some DD on that. Yes, I'm trying to keep that in mind. He's making some moves on the stocks, contemplating. He's calling the bluff. Pocket ace coming out, patiently waiting. Mom spaghetti. Roaring Kitty is about to go all in. Oh. He's waiting to show his killer hand. What if he does buy more at this price? Wouldn't that be crazy? That would be insanity if he bought in more at this price. Back when he bought in another 50,000 shares at 40 bucks. Holy moly. We got Andrew Harper saying, "You think the tweet going around showing 133% short interest is the real number, or you think it's fabricated?" I haven't seen that tweet yet, so if you guys haven't yet followed me on Andrew Mo Money on Instagram, that's an easy way to send over that tweet to me. However, I think that it's just a difference on calculations at the end of the day, right? It's not going to be the same as the way the FINRA calculates it. That's the truth right there. I think he's just playing the game. Okay, well, we saw a bunch of rockets, so I'm going to go into ticker symbol suggestions in a second, but let's look at that calculator. Okay, so we have Gamma Squeeze calculator update with dynamic charts, a proven leading indicator. What's going on, guys? Hey, do you like math? I mean, it's so silly to ask you this, but would you go to math with me? Would you please figure out this GME squeeze calculator with me? Because I would love to figure it out with you. My name is Andrew. I'm a data scientist here in Silicon Valley. What does that mean? It doesn't mean much. It just means that I am another smooth-brained ape looking for a banana, and you guys can help along with me by learning about this GME gamma squeeze calculator update with dynamic charts, a proven leading indicator. But first, before we get started, take your mouse, right? Throw it out the window, and then use your trackpad to press that like button, because if you guys haven't yet subscribed, liked, and hit the notification on this video, what are you waiting for? That subscribe counter right there is live, and we're waiting to get to 69,420 or 70,000 subscribers. Let's get up there and eat this bread together. Heather Jana, thank you for the super. Ruffling chips is a common move before cutting out a big bet. Ooh. Poker pros in the house here. So, too long, didn't read. I'm not shilling anything, just trying to make a point that there's actual companies and people analyzing this stuff. So here is a repost with removed links and added rambling opinion piece. So track record so far. On Monday morning, let's see if this calculator actually works. My question is, how does this new data compare to previous data? Has the number needed to be covered gone up or down compared to previous numbers? Kind of need to know that to make decisions. What's going on? Dupes Master Plus Maths. Oh man. So GME up 92%, 312 end of week, right? On Friday evening, 312 GME DD. Friday OPEX 312 postmortem warning gamma decrease, right? This calculator is just making moves here. There is that rambling opinion piece right here. It's been 2 weeks with over 70% correlation between gamma and price. Can we now all agree that it's notwithstanding all the other theories such as Robinhood internalizing orders, Citadel writing naked options, DTCC about to audit fake shares, 323 earnings blowout, VR, esports transformation, shorts over 100%. Gamma has been the main factor of the week to to week price movements these past few weeks. I'm not saying those other theories are untrue, but they don't provide actionable intelligence for gorillas to trade besides HODL, which at 0.7% shorts borrow rate might be a long time. Furthermore, when institutions whales do a short squeeze, they usually follow it up with recalling their loaned up shares, like what Martin Shkreli did with KBIO, though he was able to do this effectively because he had control of over 50% of the flow, thus able to coordinate the timing. Holy simoleons, this is just a chock full rich explanation of exactly other stuff that we've happened here. Rather than you go in full detail about weekly option, like how you can be down even though the market is above the strike price theta, delta, gamma. Thank you, Miguel, for the super. Now, bear with me as we learn about some important points. And as you do, as I read this, you can go ahead and make sure you understand this is not financial advice. Gamma delta goes both ways. It can amplify upward momentum, but can also accelerate a downward spiral. Number two, delta hedging is a continuous process. The moment you bought an option, within minutes, bots will start delta hedging your options. They don't suddenly start to buy the hedge only when nearing ITM or on Friday's close. We talked about the actual truth behind gamma squeezes and exactly a step-by-step process in a previous video. So go check that out. It's called the truth behind the gamma squeeze. Buying options at specific strikes and expiries can give you 4 to 10x amount of share buying amplification compared to buying shares directly due to market makers delta hedging by buying the underlying shares. You may not need to buy options to trigger a gamma squeeze, provided the OI already supports it. A small price increment might be enough to tip it over. This is a way to make options work for you. And we've also talked about conversions, how you can essentially get screwed by seeing options get converted into a way to short the stock, even if it's not shorting the stock. So you can do it when the stock is on the SSR, the short sale restriction list. Yes, the IV is high at plus 300%, highest in the market, in fact, making ATM and near at the money and out of the money very expensive. And that doesn't mean it can't go higher. Ideally, for a gamma squeeze, we should start with a low IV and ladder it up. However, you play with the cards you are dealt. Ms. Alexis Goldstein, and here is her actual Reddit username, testified in Congress that options probably contributed to most of the volatility. What's going on, Brian Hansen? Thank you for the super. Oh yeah, GameStop is currently starting to make a run for it. Currently rejected at 195. Let's see if it can actually resist being rejected here. We're almost done looking at the calculator here, and the calculator is coming up in just a second. Short hedgies are using puts. The short GME put call ratio increased almost 10x on long dated expiries. Hedgies love to short because in trading, as in life, the failures occur much more frequently than successes. Thus, it is way easier for hedgies to instigate a business collapse by publishing negative press, influencing creditors, and launching frivolous lawsuits against a business rather than trying to create success, right? Make no mistake. This is a battle. It doesn't matter at this point if on earnings 323 GME announces a new VR tech with esports or all new 5,500 GameStop stores were to somehow spontaneously combust. All of that matters is that buying versus selling amount and the max pain each side is willing to tolerate. They believe that if the apes understand the mechanics of a play, they will be more willing to commit their hard-earned banana to it. So apes together strong, apes plus brain equal mega banana. All right, there we go. Let's see. Some people are putting their ticker suggestions in the chat. Go ahead. I'm going to look back at that in a second. GME Gamma Squeeze Calculator V8. This is what you're waiting for. This update contains a graph generator to visualize the total delta hedging versus underlying price and or time decay. It includes 3,100 GME options chain OI open interest up to 1/2023. 2023 based on 3/19 closing data, just last day of data. It aims to make a free Excel version of a total delta gamma visualizer frequently used by institutional traders. So this is a free version of something that usually is very costly and used by professionals most of the time. This calculator calculates the net buy sell needed to be performed by market makers given certain price movement and time assumptions. There are 5 sheets with the input parameters coded, color coded in peach orange. Parameters include, right, every model needs a parameter and hyperparameters as well, but we'll get to that in just a second. Current price, projected price, time to projected price, net market maker percentage to estimate how much percent of the sold call are written by market makers, excluding covered calls, puts, and theta gang spreads, and then strike and expiry filter to exclude option chains based on strike price and date. The new graph simulator graph has the following controls that allows you to visualize the total hedge graph versus price in constant time. So you can have an overall view of the total market maker delta hedging on a different price levels based on current options OI. Clicking on the simulate price button would generate the graph below. So let me see if I can actually see this. Pretty. So total delta hedge versus price. On the y-axis we have shares, and on the x-axis we have the total price. So we have here right now we're hovering around 190. We just passed, tried to pass that 195. Still trending around that, but right here we would have the green, which is the number of calls, and the red, which is the number of puts, and then blue is the net between both of them. From the above, we can glean information about how price affects total delta hedging. The call options generate positive delta hedge, while our buying puts adds negative delta hedge. The total delta hedge coverage with the puts delta hedge as price goes lower and vice versa converge with the calls delta hedge as price goes higher. It can be observed that if the price drops to below $85, market makers will be net short, and further moves downward will be greatly amplified by the puts delta hedging. Thus, the $85 is a level that can theoretically be defended by longs. Let's go here. From the graph, due to the current structure of GME options OI, at its natural theta, time component of the option Greek's decaying state, there will be a net sell of stocks by market makers if price remains the same, leading to a downward pressure on the price. This decay is particular to high IV stocks with a option chain OI concentration. Oh, thank you so much, Charlie Jinkles. I'll cover your super in just a second. There's also going to be a significant drop as it passes the monthly expiry in the April 16th, where a lot of options expire. So we have a couple more options here to find biggest short delta, sort by hedge from smallest, and you can even model what would happen if specific strikes and expiries increases in the open interest, right? And you'll see that from the different columns that 10,000 times 338, 100 contract is 3 million USD buys that would trigger 106,000 net share buying by delta hedging. So this is exactly the point, right? They don't even have to exercise. They don't even have to have the money. When you buy a share, you have to put up all the money. Pony up the money, big boy, because we cannot move the price of the stock unless you pay. For these, we are just insinuating. Essentially, this is the opposite of spoofing, right? We're insinuating that we are wanting to buy the stock at this specific price, and suddenly this allows us to be able to move a lot more volume with a lot less. So obligatory harebrained scheme. I'm just going to read through this real quick. For this gamma play to work, the large short interest still needs to be true. Then, if you can all diamond hand, I suggest gorillas wait until IV drops to a bit to less than 200%, so that the ATM at the money and near out of the money options will be a lot more affordable. When IV drops to below 200%, apes can start building the ATM to near out of the money ladder, optimizing our strikes and expiries using the calculator, right? And that calculator is something that I'll link in the description below. Summarizing, the steps are: number 1, diamond hand your shares because it's likely to drop next week. Oh, look, it's happening right now. Wait for IV to be less than 200%. Use the calculator to calculate the best in the money, at the money, and near out of the money strikes. Someone do a Tarzan yell if the upvote over the threshold by amount needed. Everyone it goes all in. If not, then better wait for another opportunity. No sense in wasting bananas. It takes apes together or the play won't work. Number 5, watch price go up at end of week. This is the week. Defend it by buying shares on Friday, 2:45 p.m. Just ignore all the earlier price movements on the day and instead concentrate on the close. This is when market makers try and fix price to avoid max pain. Exercise if you have capital, or if not, roll those calls to higher strikes. Number 8, witness short hedgies cry. Number 9, rinse and repeat for the following week until the entire financial system collapses. Profit. So, all that said, there is a pretty definitive plan right here, 10 steps of what to do this week. We have already started to see that the price has started to go down. This calculator should be able to help you visualize with a free tool that usually costs a lot of money and a lot of expertise, which you have just been explained how to use here. If you want a more dumbed down explanation, then drop some scissors in the chat, drop some scissors in the comments, and tell me exactly which part of this explanation you didn't understand so that I can tackle from that point of view particularly. If you guys like this video, make sure to like it, and I will see you in space. Oh, most importantly, make sure to check out these guys, because so importantly, they have been helping out the Moon Platoon support itself, and without them, we would have no Meatball Army. So once again, thank you guys. You can join as well by placing the join button next to the subscribe button, or going to Patreon and supporting me there. For now, but not for forever, see you in space. Okay, so that was the calculator. Let's see. So someone said, what is the evidence for 100K GME and 10K AMC? Charlie Jinkles, there is no evidence of how high a short squeeze can go. The main point of the short squeeze calculation is so that you are looking at a recursive short covering based on just the sheer ridiculous amount of percentage of stocks that have not yet covered. And that is something that is going to essentially be the action of me as a hedge fund having to give you back the stock that I borrowed from you, immediately buy it back from you and give it to someone else. And that's just what happens over and over and over again. It's rough. Oh, man. Okay, so Tai Chan says, can you explain the news release about Sundial brief? Sundial growers may soon offer blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's see if that exists in the news section of WeBull, likely. Yep, here it is. Whoa. For more context, source text. Oh, this is an official document from the SEC. May offer and sell common shares having aggregate offerings price up to US 800 million from time to time through agents. This looks like a brand new announcement of Sundial opening up more shares. Could be. Hivemind, tell me. Daniel Presley says, if I buy a put option with a strike price of $1 and I paid $15 for it, and then sell that put option for $1, $100, and the max loss $0 and max profit $100, what? Meaning, please? If you buy a put option with a strike price of $1, you're expecting the price of the stock to go down to $1, and you paid $15 for it, so that is probably $1.50 per share, and then you sell that put option for $1 per share, so $100. It says max loss $0 and max profit $100. That is two. I'm not sure your math is actually adding up here. Now that I'm thinking about it, it should be only $50 that is max profit. How do you figure out the short volume? Well, the FINRA report is one of the best ways to have a complete source of truth. However, that FINRA report only comes out like once every couple of weeks. So every 2 weeks it comes out, and it has another couple of weeks of delay. So unfortunately, one of these we are gonna be live streaming for that FINRA report on Wednesday or Tuesday, whether it's gonna come out tomorrow or the day after, and we are gonna be able to see exactly how much more shorts have yet to be covered. Let's see. Okay, so we are looking at this article, which we just looked at. There's also correlation between GME and other Melvin Capital holdings. And inevitability of 2K AMC, which I am hesitant to read. but you guys, reasons too long didn't read for now. L. Randall, LR1. I've been saying for a while about out of the money call options. If they can be pushed out 4 weeks plus and keep rolling them, the price will ladder up. Let's see. Oh, Loose Arrow Boy, thank you for the super. GME times 25 at 390. I felt like a bag holder. I've been following since $40 bounce. Your stream solidified my conviction. An average $50 at 303. Diamond hands coming for you, Loose Arrow Boy. We are coming for you. If you also feel like coming for Loose Arrow Boy, we are trying to get to 69,420 subscribers. 20,000 subscribers in a week. The week before this week. This week, 10,000 more subscribers. So diminishing returns for sure, but let's try to get another 10K this week, starting with today, 75K by the end of this week. Let's get this bread. 100K is not a meme. Trey goes to work and AMC takes a dump. Yeah, Trey, come on, come back here. Come back, Trey. Baby, come back. We are focusing on the VWAP here, matching up and dropping like a brick down to meet the price. It is currently going to have to pass over this VWAP here and then try and contest 1266. So that is where AMC currently is, testing 2 different levels of resistance that it just fell through. Unfortunately, not happy about that. And then we are going to look at GameStop here. Testing this 195 is apparently not its goal, but this is looking like kind of a W. We are starting to see the formation of a pennant here. However, this is generally just a slob of a mess, and pattern trading at the micro level is not helping us a ton. Let's see. Roaring Kitty is DFV's Twitter handle. That's correct. Hit that like, says CB. Yeah, hit that like. We are really close to 5K, and then our friends over here will be able to support that GME price right there. Oh boy. Let's see. So we are going to do a little bit of ticker symbol suggestions. If you guys do have a suggestion for our spot down here, we have covered a significant amount of DD already, so that's why we want to focus up and look at either Sundial or something else. And of course, if you guys had ticker symbol suggestions for a stock that you particularly care about, that's something that I will cover step by step here. So we have OPTT is the new one. So let's look firstly at OPTT, Ocean Power Tech. And then we will come back and look at AMC and GME again. OPTT. I'm gonna make sure I keep an eye on Tesla as well. Where's Tesla at today? Ooh, 694. Yeah, it's up 6%. Oh, that's really good gains. It's really good gains. So down here, Ocean Power Tech has been supported at the lowest level at $2.15. This looks like a bit of a wash here with this sideways trading. Now it has seemed like it has tested the same levels of support down here. So let us take a look here. This seems like a pretty solid level of support. Let's see if it's been rejected by this level before. It's been supported 2-3 times before here. So this is a very solid level of support here. We are looking at this level at the highest point. So one of the things that we do want to note is that it has tumbled below this ceiling, but most of its trading has been between these 2 levels here. And look, it was supported a while ago here. So one of the things that we want to be able to note is that the risk reward here is fairly high. It can go back down to $2.15, or it could try and reach its original February success at $6. It looks like right now there is not a lot of actual fractal work that we can do here. These don't seem very much like impulse waves or corrective waves, but as of right now, we are seeing the descending level of resistance on the last few days. So this level of resistance could not match back up to $4.12, and this level of resistance is now dropping down here. We can drop this ray here, starting around here. Hello? And dropping it down this way. Oh, that's too sharp. It's not moving. There we go. The tricky thing about WeBull is that if I have too many indicators on, then it's really hard to draw. Ideonomics, sure, Sergio, you're on deck. I think I did Ideonomics earlier. People are just really excited about Ideonomics these days. So I'm going to move this. So we see here a decreasing level of resistance right here. And that's something that is going to not be a great sign in terms of bearish momentum. However, it never really dips far below 30 and almost never reaches 70. So this is a stock that has a lot of contested space between $3.30 to $4.12. As of right now, I think an attractive entry position is all the way down at this bottom support level of $3.33. I'm imagining it's going there soon. Ideonomics is coming up next. People are looking at microvision too. Where is my BlockFi link, says Jason Bork. It's the one that says $250 free Bitcoin down in the description, pinned. Jason, let me know if you can't find it, and I will. It's literally just blockfi.com/Angelo Money. Jason Bork. There we go. Okay, Ideonomics. IDEX. I really need to start drawing on these so that I can remember what the original analysis that I did here was. So what I'm looking at here, and actually let me do some news. No, it's been 2 days ago. Okay, so what I can imagine here is a stock trending downwards, mostly looking at this corrective wave long into a two attempts to get supported at $2.60. This doesn't seem like it's a strong trend here, but 3 attempts to try to rise above $3.50 seems like a strong level of resistance here. And now testing at a descending level of support as well as a descending level of resistance in the last few days. As we zoom out a little bit to the hourly chart, we are focusing up on, yeah, this is just continuing on a descending level of resistance here. You can take that ray and put it here. Basically like that. And let's see if this tracks. Yep, it tracks. And now it has actually had a new bullish sign that this would have been where it was have been rejected again. Now that it has actually broken out of that descending level of resistance and started to contest this resistance 3 times in a row, I think it is now thinking about starting a bullish run up. That said, if this is the end of the corrective run, then I would say that the bottom here is $1.90, so that is the current risk. And the reward is running back up to that $5 range. So I would say an attractive price would be maybe down where it was supported earlier here, around $2.88. If it does go down there and the MACD line does start approaching the signal line, that is a good signal upward. ENPH, end phase, please. I gotcha. ENPH, and then what are we gonna do? We're likely going to slam on that like button. This might be the last one, and then I'm gonna come back for power hour. I think that's what's gonna happen. Might be the last one. I'm gonna take a quick break, and then I'm gonna come back for power hour. Boom. Oh, that's interesting. That's really interesting. Yes, I'm learning. ENPH, end phase energy. Siete says, would love to be your girlfriend, boyfriend. My girlfriend, boyfriend? Green candle, so yummy, yummy. So end phase is gonna be the last one, and then can I power all the way through to after hours? If you guys want to see me power all the way through to after hours, then throw some scissors in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Throw some scissors in that chat. We'd like to see it because it's all about whether or not you guys are interested. You guys are into the stonks right now because it seems like midday. People get sleepy. People go to lunch. But if you guys are still interested in that stock, then I'm interested in continuing on and teaching y'all about the stocks. ENPH is on deck, and then we're gonna go back and look at GameStop and AMC. Hold on a sec. Wait, what? Okay, I am gonna be scissors in the chat. Oh, I like to see that. That's what I like to see. Scissors in the chat. Okay, people want me to keep on rolling. Let me just take a quick scroll through some comments. You guys know that I read each comment, right? Go ahead, make my day. Go to one of these comments and go. Let's see. Always be careful. Always be careful of people in the comments section because, yep, there's another one. Some people are pretending to be me and it's very annoying. I'm never going to, Okay, so one of the things that I want you guys to take a note of, okay, PSA right here. I'm gonna probably have to clip this up. I'm gonna forget, but watch this, guys. You see this? Andrew Mo Money 9 hours ago. Best regards. I will appreciate your time if you can send a note to me on text, blah, blah, blah. I'm never going to ask you to text me in the comments. This is not me. You'll know it's me when I respond to you. Is buy GME and hold. And I'll say, yeah. Right? And then when I comment, I have a gray outline in my name. Okay? Now that we've gotten that out of the way, I'm going to have to, I have to manually get rid of them. So mods, if you're watching, get rid of those bots in the chat. Okay. Jaron says, bet Andrew doesn't even see me. What? What do you mean? I saw you. Okay, so let us see. Let us make a play for ENPH. So ENPH and phase energy sector is looking hot these days. Sunrun wins new bull on leverage. Okay, residential solar is firing up on all cylinders. Let's see. Canadian solar set up to fund solar expansion in Africa. Okay, so this is not really about end phase here, so I'm not going to take that as, I'm just going to take that as a trend overall. Okay. So let's see. What are we looking at here? So one of the first things I want you to note is that it has a bit of a recontested resistance here over the past like week and a half. So over a whole week and a half period, it contested at 222 twice. Drops off a bit of the barrier down there, but it has been supported multiple times at this level at 990 and change. So let's look at this. Boom. So contested multiple times down there, and now it's acting as a brand new level of oh, beautiful. Acting as a new level of resistance. Love to see that. Absolutely loves to see that. Holy moly. Kevin Lipson, yo, thank you so much for what you're providing for people. Not all heroes wear capes. Could you peep out NXTD? NXTD is coming up next. When you guys ask nicely, Andrew listens. But yeah, heck yeah. NX, what is it? NX, what? Hold on. missed it. NXTD. Okay. Solid. Oh boy. Okay, so we move over here to this. This is currently the support level. It was supported earlier as well. This is a pretty darn cyclical chart here. Seems to return basically to the exact same levels of support over and over again. I wouldn't be surprised if this was supported earlier. Yeah, this was a level of resistance earlier. Wow, now this is a pretty formulaic chart. What we're looking at here is 2-3 run-ups as part of a macro impulse. So right here, what we're looking at is this run up here, impulse 1, 2, 3, 4 on that fractal, and then a big jump up here, this gap up in the daily chart, not looking like basically the signaling the end of this run up. If you sold here, you would have been likely correct, because it doesn't go much higher than 32. It peaks out at 35 and then has that major correction. This is actually just multiple pieces of the same correction. So this is the corrective wave that begins at $35, has its B at 28, and then its C all the way down at 17. 17 is where the end of the correction is, and if you guys follow the MACD line, that is exactly where this strong outset of the MACD goes above the signal line. We are noticing a tight revamp upwards, and then this gap up here should scare you like it did before, all the way up to $50. So currently it retested this resistance twice within a couple of days of each other, just like almost a week of each other. And now is it using it as resistance? Is it using it as support now? It is currently using it as support, and it has risen 2 more levels of resistance on top of that. CSTR, you are on deck after TX something, and then we are noticing now it is just bouncing between 2 levels of resistance, but this is a level of resistance that is tested before. So I would say that beyond this corrective wave right here, we are likely going to be following up with a strong impulse wave. That impulse wave might just shoot through 222, and if that is the direction that we're going, then that reward is likely going to be this impulse wave that historically has just passed through. So that was a breakout of 73. It has a potential upside of reaching from 73 to 222, so that is a difference of 150. Likely it's going to reach with a impulse wave as strong as this one, another 150. So at 300 peak, that is a 50% upside. As in terms of a risk, the next lowest level of support down here, hold on, is at 70. So it has a 50% upside, 50% downside. That is the truth of the matter here. I would say an attractive price is when it reaches its exponential moving average by 127. At that point, I think that is where I would enter in an ENPH. If you are less risk averse than me, I would go in right now. Of course, that's not financial advice. CSTR, you're on deck. HOFV after that. Oh, people are asking about TCAT. We looked at TCAT earlier today. NXTD. So I don't want to spend a crazy amount of time on this. Looks like it's just been trading mostly sideways for a while. Saw a freak spike all the way up to $8 back in 2017. Tested $3.50 recently. This is a runaway stock if I've ever seen it. So right now people are probably wondering the chances of it going back to $3.40, right? If you tried to buy it on the way up, you would have been sorely sorry. If I can read some of these news, no, I had nothing really about it. So NXTD, I would say right now, and a more attractive price would be right here at this strong level of support right here. And even then, you still have a chance of losing up to almost more than 50% of your attendees here. But at that point, you would have a more significant upside. So right now, I would say do not catch NXTD until that signal line sharply starts diverging from that MACD line. Okay, so what was between that and this? Oh yeah, Rolls Royce. We're talking about Rolls Royce again. CSTR. Hey, Jarek. Jarek is back. What's going on? Jarek says, hey Andrew, I started looking at a TikTok called J-Rock Stocks. Please let me know what you think, but you have a sec. I love your channel. Thanks, man. Keep the moon platoon rocking. I can't show actual TikToks. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna watch them, and then I guess with headphones on, and I will let you know based on that. Oh, people are saying Microvision is running. Our girl Mavis, hold on. Trey loves Mavis. Oh baby. 1881. Now what does that look like in the hourly chart? Okay, so this is looking like the tail end of a big fat W. Whether or not it beats the contested 1921 is going to be anyone's guess. But as of right now, how strongly is that MACD above the signal line? Not that strongly, although it is over it. So it's possible that this is the beginning of something beautiful for Mavis right here. So keep your eye on Mavis. She's going to stay in our bully corner after more ticker suggestions here. Chemistry Bro. Hey, Andrew, you're dope, man. I appreciate you. Thank you, Chemistry Bro. Can anyone tell me what tool Andrew uses to visualize? I got you, Abdullah. Oh, baby, baby. Abdullah. This link right there. Jarek says, I just wanted your opinion on my TikTok, bro. Oh, that's your TikTok. J-Rock Stocks. Oh, he started a TikTok. Oh, I can't read. Very cool, Jarek. You got my follow. I'm gonna follow you right now, actually. Very cool. If you guys are also building a community inside this community, I would really appreciate you guys. Let me know so that we can shout you out. So J-Rock Stocks. Is that how you actually pronounce your name? J-Rock? J-Rock Stocks. There you go. He only has 142 followers. Guys, go out and follow this man. He's talking about stocks on TikTok. TikTok J-Rock Stocks. Easily peasily. Okay, here we go. Lars is saying, can you check out the FUV? They're taking the entire different angle on the EV market. So after CSTR, I'm going to look at FUV. CSTR is currently on a major rip. Oh no, this is looking like quite a cup. This is looking like quite a cup. This is a W on the daily chart testing the same resistance same support multiple times right here at around $8.89. This was here. Yeah, this was here. Rejected multiple times at 1398. Let's see, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, 3 times. 1330 supported, 1330 supported, and then when it came to this cup here, it was a major rejection here. Every time they try to rise above 1338, it could not. Right now, I would say that the upside of this, oh, is all the way up from $61. Capstar Financial. 61, so it has potentially 200% upside. But as of right now, it would be hard pressed to find if this actually wants to go above this line here. Oh, actually, this line is already lower. So if this is a cup and handle, it is already higher than it was before. Do realize that this is the most indicative of an impulse wave I've seen. So it is very likely it's going to be followed up with a corrective wave. Just be careful. As soon as that MACD crosses that signal line, it's over for this run. Okay? So be very careful. Okay. Cool. Come on, GameStop, you can do it. Yes, GameStop, please. You can do it. So, AMC right here, GameStop right there. Looking pretty, looking beautiful. We like to see it. Okay, so almost really close to 66,000, guys. Really close. Let's give give subscribers, give that subscribe button a chance. This video is brought to you by that subscribe button, so go ahead and give that button a chance. It's really fun to press it, in my honest opinion. About 40 minutes until power hour starts. I do have to eat eventually, but you guys have put so many scissors in the chat that I am keen on just powering through. So if you guys have not yet pressed that, send some scissors in the live chat or press that like button. Let's get this bread. Almost so close to 5,000 likes, guys. If every one of you pressed like, I'm betting you that we're going to be able to get this goal here. Keep up being sharp, and if the stream reaches 5K, he's going to buy 100 shares of GME, and over here, this person is going to buy a 4K of GME today. So it has to be this stream though. That's why I haven't ended yet. If I ended, these two would not be able to support their goal. So come on, let's go. Let's see. J-Dub says, Andrew, you weren't on my home screen today. No. Okay. Scissors in that chat. Let me show those scissors. How many sessions you been through on your D&D? Boy, we do every week, so my current session is like almost more than a year long, I think. The other side of it is we were doing a lot more sessions earlier as well. I'm starting to think I'm going to start posting sessions for members, if that's something you guys want. I was posting a completely private one earlier. Let's see. Food is for the weak. Here's what I'll do. I am going to watch that subscribe count go up and the like counter as well. I'm going to put some dumplings in the microwave, and it's going to take me 10 seconds tops. And I'm going to be back to do more technical analyses. So drop some ticker symbols in the chat. I will scroll up and see whichever one was the first one, and whichever one's the first one, I'm going to be the one that looks at it. Oh, look, it's going to be SIG. So it's going to be SIG. Everyone else, throw some scissors in the chat. Bachelor Chow. It's Bachelor Chow. 2 minutes until some delicious soup dumplings are ready. Less food, more coffee. Yeah, I'm feeling up here. Will you feature Trey also in your stream? I do all the time, but today he's working. He was in the chat earlier. Ooh. Okay, so Andrew's got a stronger bladder than Joe Rogan. It's true. Joe, come fight me. SIG is not currently on deck. Let's look at it. Signet. Hello World says, so it's never smart to make calls with margin. Why is that? Well, it's because margin means you're spending money on the stock market that's not yours, just basically borrowing money to play the stock market. And the other side of it is that, yeah, Scott, that's it. That's the delicious soup dumplings we're talking about. And the other side of it is that margin calls are likely going to bust you if you have made the wrong call, because the premium is the expensive part of the transaction here. And if you can't exercise it, you can't exercise it, or you can't even sell it at times. Ooh, hey, where do you get the technical numbers on WeBull? Hey, I made a whole video about that yesterday. So go ahead and look at that. It's like a 5-minute long video. It's very cool, about how to set up your WeBull just like a data scientist like me. Moon Ape says everyone smash that like button. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, Sigma is running. Shou Long Bao, yes. Sikaola Long Bao, Boa. Escalator Man says, if you want me to make me happy, watch the video of my unboxing and old ATI card from way back, for the love of dogs, especially. RIP old boy. Oh no, Escalator Man. I'll watch it on my time. We have Haypixel or Renzel on soon, for sure. They're always welcome. I've added them to a special private room, and they can show up at any time. How do you buy fractional shares on Webull? Can't seem to find that option. I'm starting to think there is no fractional shares on Webull. But then at the very least, they can't do this freaking contract for difference. It's probably less likely they're doing contract for differencing, because once again, Robinhood says they're not doing it, but I don't like Robinhood. I don't think I trust Robinhood very closely. Yeah. Jack Garrison says, dude, I stream you all day at work, but wish I could close YouTube and still listen because it drains my phone battery hard. I could get premium, but meh. That's problematic. That's trouble. Let's see. Now, okay, let's go and check out SIG, baby. SIG is the one that we're going to work on, and then we're going to work on something else here. SIG is currently trading at $57 and its volume a little less than a million today. Previous close 60 bucks, so that is currently 5% down on a major run up from January. Since January, I think the breakout is here at December. It has on a massive impulse. This is on a on the daily chart, so it looks like it was trading sideways for a good amount of time here, and then it's just been on a rip, non-stop rip, and every impulse is followed up with a corrective wave, so it just depends on when that is going to happen. Right now it seems like the RSI was above 70 for days. It was just above 70 for days. Can I look in the 30-minute chart? That is crazy. Okay, so it's not so much that the RSI was above 70 for days when we zoom in a little bit more, but that was it's been very, very bullish on a ramp up, ascending levels of resistance, ascending levels of support, just non-stop rip as we go forward. Seems like there has just been no chance for it to struggle. Right, like maybe this is a resistance here at 46 bucks, but it gets over it within like a couple of weeks. It's just been non-stop struggling. So I would say that this is either a long-term pump, or it could be just the most natural growth you've seen in a stock ever. So right here, what we're noticing here, especially this ascending level of support here, very, very healthy. This one down up here. I would say right now, if there is going to be a correction soon, I would be really wary of where it's going to fall. Right here seems like $46 seems like a good entry point. However, the price is already so far away, about 10 bucks. You'd have to expect it to fall a major $10 dip. Now that corrective wave could be just as messy and just as wide as the impulse wave that has currently been following up. So as of right now, SIG, I would be a little bit too risk averse to believe that this stock is going to continue to rip. However, let the fundamentals analysis play out for itself. D. Kruger says, can you look at Corsair? Sure thing. CRSR. 80,000 playbacks today. You people are loving this content. Thank you guys so much. Almost 100,000 though. So share this with your friends. Let's get some meatball in here. Let's get some, whoa. Good. Let's get some meat in the chat for Meatball. Is that even something? At meat? No, hold on. Meat on bone. Yes, meat in the chat for Meatball. Okay. All right. Meatball eats like me. I eat exactly the same way. Okay, CRSR. All right, meat's in the chat for Meatball here. Let's see. Am I being shadow banned? Oh, here, Andrew. I know it's unconventional, but would you ever make a vlog? I have made one. I've made many on this channel. There was a vlog about like just my daily life. It showed a little too much of where I live, so I had to take it down. But yeah, that was one of them. It seems like both Matt and I are being shadow banned at the same time. Who's to say? Could be. Let's see. Professor Gisal Green, welcome to the Special Inventory Operations of the Mo Monkey tier. Thank you. Let's see. Okay, so Corsair Gaming. What we're looking at here is a stock that has been on a pretty slow bleed, pretty long-term slide. Let's look on the daily chart here. Now that's a little clearer. You see these the wiggling here, the wiggle worm here. That was going to be a W to meet all W's. You would expect to see a impulse wave leading up from these W's, testing the exact same resistance roughly, but having ascending levels of support. As we continue to ascend the levels of support but still continue to be resisted at the same level, you expected to see an impulse upwards, and that impulse ended up here at $48, quickly followed up with a corrective wave down here, right? So this was also known, harder to see on the daily chart, but is also known as a bearish pennant because it comes down from a downtrend and then continues on shaking between levels of higher support, but the same exact resistance right here is where we expected it to fall. Now it is in a correction phase, and now on this wave we start to see on the daily chart that the MACD, the MACD line, is starting to run above the signal. And one of the things that is how sharply is running across the signal. One of the things is on the minute chart and the 5-minute chart. On the 5-minute chart and probably the 30-minute chart, the 30-minute chart is not kind. So the 5-minute chart specifically has the MACD line run up pretty much at a very starkly strong slope away from the signal line. So right now it could be a guess of its strength. However, it is on a macro correctional wave that has not yet ended. So as of right now, what I can really only say is that it is a bearish stock that you are trying to catch on the way down. So if you're trying to catch falling knives, that's a good way to get hurt. And as of right now, I wouldn't try and touch this stock until I get a little more information about it. Okay, Ghost wants to see JFN. Jiayin Group NASDAQ. 5K likes. Ah, ha ha. Thank you guys so much. You just got 5,000 likes. Kakov Films loving these stonks. He's gonna buy 100 GME shares. Hopefully it's not too late because he did say Monday morning. 5K likes on this, and he'll buy 4K GME today. So there we go. 2 of these are now fulfilled with love. And technically it's still morning as of the West Coast. So there you go. 5,000 likes, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for contributing. Just 25 minutes until Power Hour begins. Abner says, can you explain wash through? I closed my AMC position last month and bought more at $13. My average is $22. Is there hope? I think you're talking about washes in general, where you get some tax incentives for realizing losses, but then you lose those tax incentives if you buy back in the exact same stock. So yes, if you did, you would have to offset basically everything that you were going to get from tax incentive spaces, which I believe is all of your losses subtracted from your gains, your actualized losses and gains, and then up to $3,000 more on top of whatever other gains you have if your losses exceed your gains. But I'm not a tax advisor, nor am I a financial advisor, so there you go. Any news on Mr. Bait88? Yes. So currently he wants me to reach out on Threema. I have my head mod on the case. He is going to reach out on Threema to see if he is willing to talk to us. But yeah, Mr. Kevin Bait talked to me about being a qualified institutional buyer. He showed me the Bloomberg terminal. He showed me how legit he is. So as of right now, I just have to wait and see exactly how legit he is. Okie dokie, I'm gonna grab those dumplings, be back in 10 seconds. Meatball, entertain the guests. Don't move. These dumplings are so good with or without the sauce. But with the sauce, woo, really good. Okay, so We are looking at JFIN in just a second. Let me stuff my mouth. And then we just have 20 more minutes until Power Hour begins, ladies and gentlemen. Kings, queens, everything in between. We have just 22 minutes until Power Hour begins. Feeling good. Can I open this? Okay, cool. Did anyone else just hear Meatball say bye? Meatball? Are you talking? And I missed your first word? What kind of father am I? I missed my child's very first word. Bye. So JFIN. It's on the 5-minute chart. Let me look at the daily chart for a second. Sherlock Combs says, what is that hedge you want to talk about? Who knows? But wouldn't it be fun to have a real like hedge fund person on the show to just kind of like really get a sense of how these people think and live? I think so. And no matter what, like he can't really change your minds, right? He is like he can tell his side of the story, but you guys are still going to be like diamond apes. So that's the beautiful part about journalism, is that we can get everyone to talk, but we don't have to. We can always take what they say with a big grain of salt. Cassandra Hernandez, welcome to the Moon Platoon. She says that she's pretty new. Who is Meatball? This is Meatball. He's a professor of data science. He got his doctorate from the University of Cornell. He's a half golden, half corgi, and he loves long walks on the beach. Let me just stuff one more dumpling in my mouth, and then we're going to talk about JFIN. Is Tesoro finally squeezing? Let me see. TNXP. That's tonics. What? You consider this squeezing? Who keeps saying that it's squeezing? All right, guys, real close to 66,000 right now. So do your civic duty. Hit that subscribe button. Wow. As I'm speaking, JFIN is squeezing before my eyes. 60% up. That's insanity. Let's see if I can get some news on that. Social media attention. Seeking alpha. Oh, that's pretty annoying. Okay, I need some news, but it's not seeking alpha. So Jiayin has already been up 26.9%, and it still rises back in the Zacks report. So let's take a look here. Whoa, okay. Jiayin Group sponsored ADR. JFN ended the last trading session 26.9% higher at $5.42. That $5.42 is now $13.20. That's ridiculous. Oh, David Roberts says, holy moly, just bought another 21 shares, 4,000 pounds of GME. If you get entered at 7,000 likes, he'll buy another 2K. Wow. Well, you heard the man, David Roberts. He is, he's drinks on him. He's buying. Sorry for the chewing. I'll chew over here. Can we get some treats for Meatball? He's eyeing the dumplings. Oh, Meatball. Here you go. There you go, buddy. JFIN, people, it's running wild. If you are planning on jumping in on JFIN right now, do not. This is not financial advice, but trying to catch a runaway stock is a dangerous idea. Trying to chew with my mouth closed. The people from 5K cover their comment? Yeah, they did. And they're doubling down. They said they want to buy more. So hold on, let me do this. Whoops. Do this. And then I'm gonna add this new comment here. It's about another 7K shares. Boom. So we just need 2,000 more likes. That's possible. We've done 7K before. Victor Boca Negra says, no, chew closer. If you guys give me like 10 more seconds to eat this dumpling, I'll be good. It's so good too. It was on sale at Costco. I love a sale. The only thing restricting me from buying more of these dumplings is how much space I have in the freezer. Okay. Well, we're done with that. JFIN seems to be on a bit of a rip. Let's have Zach explain this. The increase in share price can be attributed to increasing optimism over Jiayan's growth prospect in China's fintech market. China has one of the world's largest fintech markets. Coronavirus-induced digital transformation has provided a solid boost to the sector. Strong demand for cashless transaction driven by an increasing number of mobile payment users bodes well for Jiayan. Price and consensus here. I'll just keep this up while I talk about it. This company is expected to post quarterly earnings of 9 cents per share in its upcoming report, which represents a year-over-year change of 12.5%. Revenues are expected to be 38.4 million, down from 24.2% from the year-ago quarter. While earnings and revenue growth expectations are important in evaluating the potential strength in a stock, empirical research shows a strong correlation between trends in earnings estimate revisions and near-term stock price movements. For Jiayan Group Inc., sponsor ADR, the consensus EPS estimate for the quarter has remained unchanged for the last 30 days, and a stock's price usually doesn't keep moving higher in the absence of any trend in earnings estimate revisions. So make sure to keep an eye on it, and it has currently a Zacks rank hold. This is from like 4 days ago, and that was wrong. You should have bought. If you bought, you would have seen some major 60% tendies here. Unfortunately, right now it has really just run away, and we do not want to be able to be associated with trying to scalp a stock that is already all the way on the way up. Thank you, Hector, with the kombucha. People are just asking AMC yes or no in the comments. Yes or no what? JJG says, what dumplings are they? They're from Costco. They're like the BB Go little soup dumplings, and the sauce comes with. There you go, JJ. How do you get the technical numbers on WeBull? Imran, I had it's my like 4th most recent video. There's the WeBull logo in the thumbnail, so go check that out. Travis says, I'm excited to listen to the GME conference call tomorrow, as am I. As am I. I should change this to live. Will that fit? I think so. Live. Who watches the market? We do. GME seems like it's pretty confidently moved away from the down channel and it's been in since Friday at 1 p.m. says Aaron Noski. Aaron coming in with the technical language. Right now, we are just 12 minutes away from power hour. GameStop has only 8 million in volume. Pitiful, just terrible, and honestly, exactly what we predicted, right? If we predict that GameStop is going to be able to continue trading at lower and lower volumes, this is a good news for us about the cup and handle pattern that we see. It needs to sustain a lower and lower level of volume until that rip happens at the end of a cup and handle. Expert Pog just says, no way, I just made ramen with the exact same dumplings. What? No. Hector equals clutch player. Heck yeah. Super clutch. What are these G-Yan stack? Totally missed out. It's okay. One of these days we'll be able to figure them out. Keith Stevens says AMC is long hold, possible squeeze, but small change. I would say that both of these squeeze potentials is still humongous. First name Hugh, last name Mungus, and that's why I want to be able to show you that FINRA page, if I still have it. One sec. FINRA. So this is AMC, FINRA page at 19.5% of float. As a reminder, Volkswagen squeeze only required like 12, like slightly above 10. So that's pretty crazy. And then we are looking at GME. So this is likely going to be changed Tuesday or Wednesday. Let me find out right now. 52.04% of the float. So that has been on a descending amount since like 80, the last time we checked, 5 weeks ago. And actually, no, it was 6 weeks ago at 80, 4 weeks ago at 60, and now 2 weeks ago at 52. And in 2 days, it will change again. So wait a second. FINRA update schedule. Oh, that's a short report. Short interest reporting days, and we have here, last time that we checked was a Wednesday, sorry, right? Yeah. It was March 9th, a Tuesday, and this time it's going to be March 24th, a Wednesday. So this time it's going to be in 2 days. All right, so we will see you in 2 days for looking at that FINRA report to understand exactly how much more shorts have yet to be covered. Oh, it's just Stalin, once again, is saying, what's the chance that Hedgie's trying to keep it to a cup and handle type of play since they have people watching everything? What if they are manipulating that to happen? Yeah, it could be, easily could be. But however, a cup and handle play is entirely based about the confidence of the investors, right? That's the main part of the catalyst, that we imagine that the stock is going to resurge in the future based on nothing more than patterns. And so that's why the Diamond Apes compared with the Bulls combined together is likely what is going to be the first catalyst for the gamma squeeze, and the gamma squeeze is the catalyst for the short squeeze. It would be really fun. It would be, when did I say Chungus? It would be really, really fun for DFV to be part of that investor relations call. Like he has a question or something. Are you gonna be live for the actual call? Yes, I will be. AMC volume starting to pick up. Yeah, getting closer to 80 million, right? We still saw multiple rejections at around $12.40-ish cents. It's having trouble getting back up to 12.66. TKT is looking, TCAT is looking fuego. So Jiayin has been in our bully corner. Let's look at TCAT. TCAT is also up another 50%. This is the highest it's been, I think. It rose up to 40 a couple of days ago. And now, hold on, wait, on the daily chart. Wait a second. Wait, I thought it was up to 40 a couple of days ago. After hours? I guess only after hours. So TCAT is looking fantastic. Oh yeah, that's right. It was after hours. So it went up to 45 after hours. Let's see if it can actually burst past that level of resistance that it hit during after hours. TCAT is, if you guys aren't aware, in the art and nifty space, the NFT space. Look at FedEx. It's going to explode all of its cookies. FedEx, okay? Just remind yourself that TCAT is TCAT and JFIN are the ones that are going wild right now. FedEx. This does not look like much on FedEx. The signal line is crossing over, so this might be a chance for a reversal, but honestly, it more likely is just the continuation of a corrective wave. I don't think that this is actually going anywhere constructive. Go back to JFIN actually. Is TCAT in a bull flag right now? TCAT is just straight up on a rip. I don't think TCAT has a... So this, a bull flag, and we've talked about well, pennants and flags earlier, but a bull flag usually needs to have the same. So this is a rising level of a support. So the support was supported down here, 25. I actually put that myself down there, and then it rose up to a higher support of 32. 32 is also the price that it was rejected at multiple times the day before. So that's why that's something to consider. And whether or not this is actually a bull flag remains to be seen if this isn't going to be corrected in the near future. Once again, try not to play around with runaway stocks. I would say that TCAT actually is starting to seem like a decent stock to scalp and make a little bit of tendies back on to fuel up for the AMC GME train. So if you guys do want to be able to get into TCAT, I would say an attractive price would be back on this level at 32, which likely it's going to pass through and maybe even hit all the way back to 25. Mars, that's WeBull. Use this link to get 2 free stocks. GameStop is actually on a mini rip, on a mini impulse wave right here, feeling like a positive outcome will be soon. Testing this 195 once, and then twice, one, two, and then 3 times. Now it's the question of whether or not it will actually push through. It remains to be seen, but let's find out. Joel Isaac says, just want to thank you immensely for your hard work. You've kept a lot of apes positive. Joel, the positive energy is everything to me. Everything to me. So let us keep that energy level spreading. Remember, guys, we're on our way to just 100 more subs to 66,000. So just 100 more subs, 100 more times to press that little subscribe button. Let's make this happen, guys. Oh boy. Another slow day means that it's another chance for the cup and handle to start making some real moves, because the more the volume dips, the easier it will be for the cup and handle to move up. We have people asking for HOFV. Let's take a look. Hall of Fame. Up 26%, another ripper. Up 26%, a low of $3.80 and a high of $5.89. So it reached this high earlier on in the day, and now it is just testing back a little bit more, hovering around a solid support of 480. Doesn't seem like that's going to be going away anytime soon. Now let's just watch it on the macro lens. I would not enter now, although this might be a solid hold, because the MACD line has now been pushed beneath the signal line. Even on the daily, even on the minute by minute chart, it seems like the MACD line will submerge underneath the signal line any second. If there is a major divergence that you can see on multiple different time frames, then it might be worth it to continue jumping on the boat for now. But remember, not financial advice. David Roberts wants to buy into GameStop, and he needs your help, guys. We need 7,000 likes before GameStop goes above 200. Hey, help him out. How many likes are we at? Because my counter only goes up to 500. Sorry, my counter only goes up to 5,000. So I only see the first digit every time. Ocugen. We've looked at OCG, now we're looking at Ocugen. Power Hour has started, ladies and gentlemen. Power Hour. Hey, someone's looking for NAKD, sure thing. NAKD it is. Okay, give me a hot second. 5.1. Okay, we need to get up there, guys. 1,900 more to get to Ocugen. We're going to cover Ocugen in just a second. I need to take a little quick potty break. I'll be back in 30 seconds. So watch chair while I'm gone, and I'll be right back. So don't go anywhere, and make sure to help out that like counter. We need to get to 7,000 for Mr. David Roberts to buy more shares. Okay. What's going on, y'all? 3,600 of you chilling with us. We are looking at the last hour of Power hour. This is the last hour before after hours begin. I am going to be covering just the most important indicators that we want to be able to make sure that we have kept our eyes on. GameStop is just hovering at that 195.12 right now. Had an open of 204.99. That was positive on the day, but then it has been different here. Hello World says I ran to the bathroom so I can pee the same time as Andrew because monkey see, monkey do. How's Meatball doing? Oh, he's doing great. He's doing good. He's right here looking up at me. Meatball like, hey, I'm back, Eric. Give me some treats. Let's see. Let's see. More likes, more subs. Let's go. Anybody? So aggressive. Just like me. Okay, so we are looking at we've been holding our bladder, we've been holding our stocks. Hodl. AMC is at 1256. That's down almost double digits. It's been down all double digits all day. Finally coming back up to only 9.9. Oh darn it. Okay, I just jinxed it. Well, it's back down to now 10% on 1252. And for GameStop it is down 2.5%. Nothing tragic, but at the same time it is just on that slow grind downward in consolidation, very similar to how the cup and handle is formed, exactly like this. It's power hour now. Why isn't AMC up to $15? Yep, that's the case right here. What's the volume been this past week? Bad. John Stout, we had seen GameStop see in like 9 million volume day on Thursday. Even in quadruple witching day, GameStop only had around 25 million in volume. And right now it seems like we're going to finish pretty much on par with what Thursday looks like. That means that with the outlier of the quadruple witching day, the volume has actually been on a downward slope non-stop for the past few weeks. That is the DD that we were looking for the cup and handle formation. Now that said, I do want to be able to cover a little bit more. We have a correlation between GME and other Melvin Capital holdings and the inevitability of AMC 2K. Honestly, that's a pretty fun one. I do want to. Someone did suggest it. I do want to be able to cover it. So let me actually clip that email. And then can I hide your email? I would like to hide this person's email so they don't get crazy looked at. Oh, can't win. So, also discusses how AMC and GME have been tethered. Okay, I'm assuming you guys are not going to bother him. So, what we're going to do here is we're going to go to my face, and then we're going to track out this email here. Boom. Okay, the inevitability of AMC 2K. So when we look at this, do we see the right formatting or do we see it better here? That's slightly better. All right, we'll take those. Okay, great. So then here we go. How's it going, guys? We've been talking pretty much about how AMC and GME have been riding in tandem, but this is the chance for you to send me the DD that you are most curious about, and we have been covering only DD basically all day from people who are the authors of those DD or specifically wants to learn more about it. We saw DD from Dominic, saw it from Taha, saw it from the Hank Home Depot Hank Hill, and today we have a request from Robert that wants to look at UMU68DD, discusses possible price predictions. Literally an astrophysicist. Well, say no more. Let's get to the meat. The inevitability of AMC 2K based on current market data and the current market behavior. Let's give this a strong shake of the stick and make sure that we have already thanked Reese Beats for joining the Mo Monkey gang. And if you guys wanted to as well, press that join button next to the subscribe button, which all of you have clicked already, and check out the price of GME and AMC while the last hours of Power Hour continues. So hi, everybody, welcome. Thank you in advance for taking the time to read this mini thesis on the price action of AMC and my thoughts on it. On the following will be a quick update to case for AMC being able to hit a price action of 2,000 USD. My opinions on the stock price right now, as well as the unique price action that AMC apes have been noticing the past few days while holding. The fact that apes have been holding and buying up generated phantom shares from failure to deliver stocks can be proven by checking capital.com, where the buy to sell ratio is still 96-4 with holding. Elaborations on phantom shares can be given from this source. Elaborations on failure to deliver can be given in the following sources, and I will be able to go add them to the description. I can tell that they're already one's from Grow to Attain and one of them from Trades. Both are friends, and thank you so much for watching this show. Before that stated, let's get the facts out of the way before I move on to research that they have conducted. They believe that the last Friday, the 14 million shares that expired in the money last Friday were not covered. In fact, they failed to deliver, adding more fuel to the fire. As such, the lamentable price action this week. However, as always, AMC apes have drawn the line, and this time the line has been drawn around $8. This is back a week and a half ago when AMC was still around $8. So they want to address why AMC and GME have related price actions and price movements. First, they share a lot of the same institutional buyers: BlackRock, Vanguard, HSBC, Hold, etc. This is fully shown in the list right here. Secondly, AMC and GME shares many of the same ETFs which have been shorted. In order to effectively increase the selling pressure of AMC and GME to artificially deflate the price, in order further elaborate the way somebody would stay net short on a single stock or multiple stocks using an ETF is to buy shorting the ETF, i.e. borrowing the stock, selling immediately, and creating selling pressure while owing the stock and accumulating interest set at the short share borrow rate. They eventually got to buy back the stock, but as far as we know, they will not be covering anytime soon, and then going long on all asset security stocks you don't intend to short, thus staying net short on that single asset. So to sum that up further, there, in my opinion, shorting the ETFs went long on everything else in the stock other than GME and AMC, as shown by data here. And this data is for both GME and AMC as follows. So this is the Fintel data for March 2nd, 2021. Shared ETFs with GME, we have SYF, we have VBR, we have IWN, SCHA, right? The volumes here are ranging from thousands to hundreds of thousands with the available short shares below here. If you guys wanted to see a clear and complete list of all these ETFs, then I will add this source to the description down below. Let's see. Oh, we have David Roberts, who bought in $4,000 of extra GME in the comments right now. Says if we don't make 7,000 likes on this video, I'll happily lay an offer on the table for tomorrow's stream. 10K likes on Andrew's tomorrow's stream, and he'll buy 7K more of GME. That's all he has left to invest. Let's go, apes. I like to hear that. Let's go, David Roberts. Thank you for supporting the cause. Okay. So in terms of all this data, still not done yet. Okay, here we go. Thanks for going through all that data. Analyzing this data, they can see the metrics that indicate short volume, short interest borrow rate, the amount of stocks held by apes, a short squeeze. All indicators have been increasing steadily across the ETFs. Thus, with that data and previous argumentation being established, let me elaborate on how I believe AMC and GME are related. As established, they share a lot of the same institutional buyers, as well as the sharing the same shortable ETFs. Furthermore, as shown by capital.com, apes are holding. As such, when GME goes up, AMC goes up. When GME goes down, AMC goes down. Thus, AMC and GME have an extremely high correlation. Let's use this knowledge to see how AMC has the potential to turn into next GME and reach 2000 USD. First, let's touch on GME's Magic Week, March 19th to the 28th. There have been several theories about how GME may start to squeeze by then, and I will link them as follows. This is just a gold mine of different DDs compiled together. The summation of these sources are that GameStop will start to squeeze, hedgies will fight it all the way between the 19th to the 26th, due to around 12 to 15 catalysts occurring at the same time. This was set up on February 24th by most likely BlackRock, but that's their personal speculation because BlackRock seems to hate shorters with a burning passion, as well as they own major chunks of both companies, to a price of most likely 137K due to short interest, including ETFs being roughly 412+%. All sources are given above. Before they relate this to AMC, let us acknowledge which part of the feedback loop we are in based on their original thesis. As they write, the price is hovering around this price, but remember, this is the price from a week and a half ago. I'd argue due to artificial selling pressure, however, they can establish 8 as roughly as the new floor going forward. Then they do a little bit of math about exactly how 801 can lead up to a new price. Let's see if they can, let's just see if they can kind of consolidate their thoughts here. As stated in Trey's video, this is perfect. As stated in Trey's video, when shorts fail to deliver, a ticking time bomb formed where they have to buy the shares owed at any price and sell them to person owed the share at the strike price they desire. What I speculate is their wish is that to drop the price below the strike price using phantom shares and naked shorting so they can cover their FTD shares under the strike price, thus keeping a profit. This has been proved impossible due to apes defining the floors, not hedgies, by buying and holding, right? Right now, you guys are the whales, as apes are now beginning to define the price and short borrow fee. As such, if this process of apes continually buying and holding AMC continues to get more and more expensive to borrow, as well as getting harder to borrow. Right now on Ortex, the short share utilization is 99%. So, feedback loop for apes not interested in the math. So let's see. Apes buy and hold, hedgies short via short ladder attacks and phantom shares driving price down. Then apes buy and hold, increasing the price and cost of staying short. Then more options expire in the money. They fail to deliver. Apes buy and hold, prices rise again. Same cycle of hedgies shorting and new floors being established. Interest borrow fees increase. Apes buy and hold, FTDs begin to stack. Price rises, more volatility. Let's go to the very bottom. 2000 USD. Apes buy and hold. The rocket ship begins to launch as short margin calls intensify and hyper gamma squeeze begins. Apes buy and hold 2000 USD is reached up to apes from now on, and how apes want to deal with the feedback loop and whether attendees have been fried enough. So this, if you guys don't like to see the math, is that feedback loop in a big block of paragraph. In their personal opinion, they're quite bullish on this feedback loop based on current events, their past thesis, current data and trends, as effectively more and more fuel get pumped into the rocket. Previously 2K, they'd argue, was a speculative possibility. At its current rate, seems like 2008's housing market, it is becoming a speculative certainty, they'd argue, if apes stay this course. So, too long, didn't read. As apes have been buying and holding, and the shorts have been doubling down to through FUDs, right? So that's fear, uncertainty, doubt, ETF shorts, phantom shares, etc. It's adding more fuel to the rocket, and I believe if this keeps going on, apes keep holding at higher and higher prices. 2K is not only likely, but also inevitable. The complexities of the DD, as always, have been given above with transparent sourcing. So if you guys pour through all of this research together, thank you, Robert, once again for recommending this article. This person seems very well researched, and I want you to be able to pour through your own research by knowing that neither Robert nor this UMU68 nor I are financial advisors. But if you did like it, drop a like on this video so that more apes can find it. And as always, we'll see you in space after you check out these really cool people. Once again, love these Moon Platoon, Gorillionaire, and Meatball the Space Legend tiers. And now we will see you all in space. Cool. So that was that. I did want to be able to get talk about that just because that is something that not only one of the users was requesting, but also a very interesting one. Now, let's see what everyone else is saying. Okay, so GameStop still holding underneath 193. We have about 40-ish, 43 minutes left until the market closes. Let's see. Did you add the link to this Reddit post? Yes, I will. When I clip it up, I'm going to have everything with that Reddit post all combined in here. For now, I'm going to link it right in this video's description as well. 2K AMC. There we go. Okay, so people are saying that something's in the green. Which one is in the green? GameStop hasn't been in the green. The only way it would be able to be in the green is if it was above 200. So let's see. Noodle Soul, yes, of course, I understand. You get a lot of people talking rubbish, but I'm a strong ape, and when sitting on the moon drinking beer, we will laugh about this. Let's go, David Roberts. Appreciate that. I already covered this article. I don't think I covered 2K AMC. I've covered 10K and 100K GME, but I don't think I covered 2K AMC. Let's see. Don't forget about Naked. So let's look at Naked real quick. NAKD. Naked is on that descending level of support here. Now there was a bit of a slide here on a breakout of 78 cents. Oh, this is NAK. Oops. NAKD. Oh, big sell-off here. Big sell-off in the morning. Well, I guess a lot of different stocks are taking a big hit today. Let's see. Option pinning. So we talked about spoofing and layering yesterday. So that's the idea. It's kind of like a short wall, but it's an option wall where if they make it seem like there's a lot of people willing to buy or sell, in this case, at a specific price, it'll never be able to reach that price, given that all of the call limits on level 2s are able to be seen. So that's publicly available. That's publicly-ish available data. Oh, thank you for 65,900 subs, guys. 100 more to 66,000. I'd really appreciate it if you guys brought me up there during this live stream. Let's get this bread together. How's it going? The focus on the chart, please. I got you, Joshua. So NAKD, we are looking down at this breakout earlier from this big green candle as $1.02. Then we see this sideways trading for a long time. So it broke out from here. This has been a solid floor for a while. Then it traded below this floor. And now is starting to seem like a irrelevant support as the price crisscrosses in between it. However, as something that we can notice here is that this is the same resistance and the same resistance and the same support being tested over and over again, right, between these two. Dipped below even further, and now it's getting hit at below 30 RSI right now. So likely oversold. Will a recovery come here? This doesn't act very similarly to a corrective wave, so it's not clear whether or not there is going to be a opportunity for it to have an impulse wave to bring Naked back up. So as of right now, I wouldn't be too hopeful. Oh boy. Ooh. Can I speak to AMC and GME volumes today? Yes. GME is at 8.6 million. So that is starting to shape up to be very similar to how it was shaping up on Thursday with less than 10 million volume. Honestly, if volume doesn't pick up at the end of this day, it's just going to be another day added on to the long tail end of the cup and handle pattern here. Cup and handles need the volume to be low while it slowly consolidates and drifts downward. So that is currently where GME is mimicking perfectly. AMC, on the other hand, though, this double digit down is likely going to be a big upset for for a number of reasons. One, there doesn't seem to be any news that would cause AMC to occur like this. Two, AMC was not in the money for a bunch of put options. Like if it was going to close below 13 during quadruple witching day, we would have seen a reckoning in the beginning of the morning. So this isn't explained by quadruple witching day as clearly, and the inability for it to jump back over these levels of resistance in intraday is surprising. What is your opinion on ride? You think it's a good long position? It's a good ride. Lordstown Motors. Wow, that's a good ticker symbol. Is this a good long position? Does it have a lot of short interest? Let me look at the FINRA. Ride. Nope. Okay. I would imagine that this is a stock that has been trending downwards for a couple of weeks in a row. If you're hopeful that this is the bottom of the barrel, you probably want to be able to understand a little bit more about the reversal play based on actual news. So I can't speak based on because this just looks very bearish to me without any like sign that this will have a resurgence soon. So this right here, there hasn't been a healthy impulse wave for weeks. Like if this is the healthiest an impulse wave gets, this is honestly just more sideways trading. So this has just been nonstop consolidation and corrections for at least a couple of weeks. I wouldn't say that this is something that has long-term potential from just what I can see about it. But let me see some news. Yeah, not much I can say about it. James Plague's Guitar says, if GameStop does a split tomorrow, does that benefit or hurt the hedge funds? Wouldn't it create a ton more short positions that they'd be forced to cover and attract more apes to the stock? I am interested in exactly what will happen for, I'm not sure a split is likely to happen, but I am curious about exactly what this tomorrow's meeting is going to mean for, especially since Ryan Cohen is speaking. That is going to be most of the conversation piece about exactly what his vision is for the future. So for King Drew, how does stock sharing affect the current stock prices? Can you cover that for me? I just want to make sure I understand correctly. Stock sharing, like sharing your positions, is likely going to be fodder for the hedge funds understanding exactly how many people have how many positions, right? Usually you have to guesstimate about, on average, how many people have how many positions. And as of right now, even in Congress, Ms. Alexis Goldstein was pretty clear about not sharing your positions, especially on a regular basis, because they, I don't know, from a data scientist point of view, whichever data aggregator that they're using is likely going to be pretty darn like bloated, because there's just so much data to filter through, and then you have to deduplicate. Basically, you have to do some identity matching from user to user to make sure that they're the same portfolio, and then multiple people can have multiple portfolios. It's just a huge mess. So at the end of the day, I don't think that sharing your positions is that dangerous, but it's it could be something that you would be able to benefit the hedge funds with. Oh man. And Kenji says, if it splits, I'll buy more. What time is the call? It's likely going to happen, like AMC call happens right after market closed, so it's likely to happen right around then. Let me check. GME earnings call. Q4 2020 GameStop Core earnings conference call. Listen to webcast. So annoying. Oh, upcoming events. 3:23, 5 p.m. Eastern. So it's going to be 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 o'clock Pacific. And I'm going to pull this right up. Complete this form to enter the webcast. andrewmobusiness@gmail.com. Andrew Mo. Ooh, company. Data leap. And then my phone number, 123-456-56789. Ooh, sweet. So there's already music. So I'm gonna bookmark this, and we will be broadcasting this at 2 p.m. Pacific. Sweet. Okay, tomorrow, not today. Hey, Chris Mahmood says, just checking in today for the first time. Have I missed anything? A couple of extra DDs as well as a special guest Belmont Capital. But other than that, today has been quite a slow day. Let's be clear. Quite a slow day for GME and AMC, ramping on up for the final hour. And honestly, at the end of the day, 5,000 likes later, at the very least, we got this message out to as many people as possible that we are still holding strong. Still holding strong. But 100 subscribers away from 66,000. So that is the headline of today. Okay, so we're looking at Ride. Well, GameStop is still struggling. It was hugging at that 195. It is no longer up there. AMC, on the other hand, 1235, looking fine as wine. It basically just stayed between these 1266 and 1192 all day. This is also behavior of it hovering the VWAP. Essentially, whenever it tries to deviate from the VWAP, it seems to just come back to and hug it, kind of like a scared little child coming back to the volumetric weighted average price like a mother. So there you go. Oh, AZ Backpack says, can I look at SGMD? Sure thing. Sugar Made. Wow, this is a penny stock. This is a real penny stock. It's worth less than a third of a penny right now. Whereas it was originally worth 2 pennies. I don't really do penny stock analysis because it is a little too volatile just to be able to be clear. It is a little too volatile to make a strong assessment of the direction of the stock. As of right now, this is a pretty cut and dry pump. This is not an impulse, right? We don't see any fractals here. This is a pump, and then this could be a corrective wave, which you might imagine would lead then to a impulse wave afterward. However, I just don't see it on the hourly chart. On the daily chart, probably only, oh, there we go, a little more data. A little more data is what we like to see. So sideways trading, except for a couple of pumps from day to day. Yeah, I don't see a lot of potential in this stock, but I can't read penny stocks very clearly. Real Tree says, hey, check out TCAT, crazy. Yeah, okay, let's, we already saw TCAT go up to 40 some dollars now. It looks like it's all the way up at 48. Incredible. That's a big increase. Roaring Kitty tweet. Okay, so let's look at that real quick. Ooh. Roaring Kitty says, the suspense is terrible. Another Willy Wonka. I hope it'll last. Well, that's pretty clear. Remember today, he's been tweeting a lot. He's double stacking those calls, usually right before a big bet is made. Those chips, and then we have some Diddy Kong Adventures, Donkey Kong Country 2, and then we have a cat pawing at the screen. So it's been going a little crazy these days. Andrew, why will my broker not allow me to add limit orders outside of 15% current bid and ask, is that legal? Well, it might be part of the terms and services.
agreement that you signed in the beginning, but some brokers are a little bit finicky about that. Roberto Gamma says, how is GME dropping if there is no volume? Sneaky attacks, right? Short attacks require no volume. We also know that conversions require no volume, right? And there are just a ton of other sneaky ways that GameStop AMC can be hurt, even if there is less than 10 million volume. It's dirty. We've been talking about it all weekend. Let's see. WeBull, oh yeah, right, WeBull sold a painting on there for 80 million last week. That platform will be used by major players. Yeah, NFTs are getting huge right now. Someone wants me to take a look, peeky weeky at ASRT. So ASRT, you're on deck. Assertio Therapeutics. The Spiz says, if we are currently voting on AMC, then wouldn't that mean they did the share count already and the naked shares would have had to cover? Not necessarily, but we will discover more when we come on next week. Sorry, not next week, tomorrow. Actually, it's a good time to ask if the Hodlman want to set up a time to talk about the the GME earnings. So I'm texting, I'll stream the GME earnings tomorrow. Everyone in, just like last time. Last time we streamed the AMC earnings call. Andrew, what are your thoughts on Roblox? You think it will blow up, maybe a long play? I think Roblox might be a long play, but it certainly has exited its window to be able to blow up fully. Like, if it was going to blow up fully, it should have blown up earlier. Oh man, today it's just been a day of not that much interest in stonks across the board. That's okay. I'm glad Trey had a day to relax, because not a solid day for stonks. I have 6 GME op calls due 3/26 this weekend and April 4th. If anything like split or share things you talked about happens after tomorrow's meeting, how will it affect options? I'm not well versed enough for how options might be affected, but I'm sure that's a topic that we're going to bring into the fold of the Hodlman. So I'm going to remember your question. I'm actually going to start a brand new list of questions here. So you, Nicholas, are going to be, whoops. You, Nicholas, are going to be the first one in that list. Actually, I didn't even have to. Let me just do this. Boom. Richie Keen, I appreciate that. So Richie says, hold on. Hodlman questions. Okay, so Nicholas, you are now in a new Google Doc. So Richie Keen says, hi Andrew, appreciate your thoughts on NVTA. Do you think price action is recovering or bouncing before continuation? Love your work. Thank you so much, Richie. Let's look at Richie's suggestion of NVTA. Invite, 24 minutes left on Power Hour. Overvalued healthcare stocks. And NVTA receives a hold from Oppenheimer. So for NVTA, can I see the general trend of where this is going? Tested the exact same level of support with a $2 gap, more or less. So right there is a sign of testing the same level of support and the same level of resistance, essentially. So this is a sign of being contained in the same pennant, of staying in the same level of resistance here, not being satisfied and being rejected at this level of resistance, being supported again at the same level and then resisted again. This was a clear corrective wave that was waiting to happen, and the corrective wave happened. Oh, Moon Monkey, what's going on here? Good job, Andrew. Meatball must be proud. Aw, I love Moon Monkey's user picture. So we're paying attention to NVTA. I would say that as of right now, it is at a pretty attractive place to buy in because it is on the bottom of this short-term block. The last time that it got lower than that was from the breakout at around September. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit. Look at the 30-minute chart. The 30-minute chart looks pretty darn familiar. Where did my, here we go. Okay, so we are actually looking at trending into a level of resistance here. So this is from the daily chart. It looks like that we are just about to hug against a level of support, but from the 30-minute chart we can see that we're actually hugging against a level of resistance. The ideal number to come back down to before you play this reversal is closer to the exponential moving average here. I think that would be an attractive price right around the $41 mark. But as of right now, the MACD line is now starting to return to the signal line. So I would say it would be a miscalculation to try to get in before we see a little bit more of a correction. Puck Guy 2, we looked at TCAT already today, but we can again. Smooth Brain Ape, oh cool. Hey Andrew, you're gonna cover Ocugen before party break. Can you look at it again? Yes, I will. Ocugen. So for Ocugen right now, let's look at the hard floor here. So I've drew out these lines earlier. It's staying in between these, the top part of these three levels of resistance and support, and then bounces on between these these levels again in the beginning of March. And that's something that we're expecting it on the risk side to be able to fall between $6.75 and $9, but on the upside we are expecting it to stay among $11.95 and $9 here. So if we're noticing that this is the classic corrective wave here, that means that this was the size of the impulse wave here on the micros level. What we are noticing here is that we don't like gap ups on the daily basis of where how much $8 to $10 and change. So that's a rise of 25% on that day. That was probably a sign of a pump that was going to be corrected very soon. We see that correction pretty much the next day and a half, all the way back down to $8.80. Now it's just hovering right here. I would say that this price is actually pretty attractive, right? The downside here is down to $6.75, although that hasn't been reached for a couple of days. I would say that this price is attractive, and I would just need to see a little bit more about the news catalyst coming up in the near future. But Ocugen is on likely the end of a corrective wave, and if it picks up another impulse, it might be a good spot depending on when this orange line, the MACD line, passes above the signal line. So there you go. Vegas Chef Andrew wanted to say thank you to all y'all being solid Andrew More Money supporters. Thank you for keeping 100 in the chat and keeping it respectful. You guys are pretty damn amazing. Just saying. Thank you. I really do agree. This is true. John Dillon, spreading the love. I appreciate it, guys. You guys are real G's. And real G's, look at these, right? We have a subscribe button right here in the RuneScape stack, as well as the live counter right here. 80 more to 66. I'm really looking forward to 66,000 each time we get to a brand new milestone. I have at 50,000 and 60,000 bought $1,000 of AMC and GME. Let's see if what happens when we get to 69,420. All right, let's get going. Okay, Cristalino, let's look at beans and coffee. It's about the last 18 minutes of power hour, so we usually look at some dogs at this point. we are trying to get to 4,000 followers on Instagram. So if you guys have not yet checked out Instagram, Andrew Money on Instagram, go check it out. Aw, look at those kitty cats. So cute. Perfect. Perfect cats right there. Thank you, Chris Greco. Richie Rich says, this is what James Plays Guitar said in case you missed it. What about if GME announces it's going to issue a dividend on the call tomorrow? I read that this can cause a recall account of all the shares, potentially lead to a mother of all short squeezes as well. Now that would be epic. I haven't seen many DDs that haven't talked about that yet, but if that does happen, that would be absolutely epic. Rigoberto says, just subscribe. Thank you. Be like Rigoberto. Go ahead and drop that fat subscribe in the, right down, right here. Deirdre says, did you find my dog pics? What was the Instagram handle? GameStop trending down 4.5%. Right now it is just taking a big beating with the wet noodle here. Meatball's trying to get my attention. You want some? Take it slow. Here you go, buddy. Yes, you made my hand so drooly. Andrew, do you think AMC and GME will blow up after hours or dip even further? Anything is likely without enough information. So the earnings report, anything before the earnings report is likely going to be temporary, right? So all of this action before this earnings report, especially since we are expecting it to beat earnings, is temporary. Mr. Meatball, too cute for me. Way to go for the pronunciation. Perfectly done. Oh, I appreciate it. Here you go, Meatball. Deirdre says, my first and last name, but I don't want to say it. Okay, then I guess I'll just try to find it naturally somehow. Let's see. Oh. Why investors are willing to write Robinhood a $3 billion check? Oh, I've seen this. This is back in February 3rd. Yeah, I've seen that. What is this one? Uh-oh. What are we looking at here? Dog. Look at this dog. Cute. Okay. TCAT still looks good. Bought $30. Is it still safe to buy more? Jason Bork, you know I can't give you financial advice. But TCAT looking like a major runaway. And remember, it had seen major reversals earlier. It went up to 40, then it dropped all the way down to like 19. It was 30 when I was on Trey's show, then 19 later on that day, and then it tried to reverse a little later. So there you go. Be careful when you're scalping because TCAT is certainly riding the bubble of NFTs right now. So if you're expecting NFTs to stay for a while, likely not going to until the hype goes down on the NFTs and actually focus on the technology itself. I've registered for the GameStop fourth quarter 2020 earnings call. Yay! Fourth quarter? Did they just not change the actual like message? Should be first quarter, right? Oh well. Oh, somebody is talking about NFTs for D&D. That's pretty cool. Okay, so once more, with feeling, we are here to look. Oh, Nicholas Ocampo, I already checked OCG for you specifically. But once more, we can look at it again. Up 22% today. This is after a minor correction and now moving into 22% up on the day. Now that's not bad. That is not bad. However, too early to tell exactly if that was something there. Deirdre says you passed it. It was there. Well, which one is it though? I guess I'll just check them all. Deirdre, we're gonna show your dog eventually. Oh yes, I see it. Okay. Oh, pumpkin. I like this one. Oh, pumpkin's too big. Pumpkin, get smaller. There we go. Very nice. Pumpkin. Fourth quarter is right. Winky face. Gotcha. Fourth quarter is the correction. Let's see. So if I could afford it, I'd buy a call and test over 2 to 3 months out right now, says Stray X. Oof. Wish we could. Let's see. I wonder if the hedges are going to continue this plan after earnings report. Likely. Mitch Valentine, I wanted to. You've been asking for this for a hot sec, so let's look at HZO. Marine Max US down 5% today. Excuse me, pumpkin. Testing that same that support multiple times right here. So boom, boom, boom. Right there, $58. This is looking like a stock that just won't stop testing the exact same support, the exact same resistance every single day. That's kind of suspicious. Almost tested all the way out today. Almost got over this hump, but still still was rejected at that level. Looking like there's a solid support here down on the floor. Well, last time they were able to surpass this floor is all the way back in January. So I would say that as of right now, the risk is way higher than the reward. I would say hold if you got it, but there isn't an attractive entry point for me at all here. Tyler Bush says use your link for WeBull. Only got one stock. Go ahead and fund your account to get the second one. Boo, 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 boo. Do NFTs depreciate? That's the $1 million question. NFTs only have as much value as you assign them to have. That's the thing. NFTs have as much value as their scarcity and their what people bid for it will allow. Imran Khan, how do you get the technical numbers on WeBull? Do I offer one-on-one classes? Sure. Send me a message on andrewmobusiness@gmail.com. Is WeBull the only platform you have and like? It is not, but it is the one I like the most. There you go. Okay. 70 subscribers away, and we have 9 minutes to get there to 66,000. Guys, this is the time. This is the time to fight for Sparta. If you have not yet, slam the subscribe button. It's quite time. Meatball, do you not agree? Yes, I think so. Mitch Valentine, you're the man. Thank you. You're the man, Mitch. Appreciate it. Abelardo Valverde, it seems like hedge funds have infinite power to keep shorting every day. So how do we win if there's no limit to them shorting? Not a shill. I've just been holding a 25 call contract since early Feb. The answer to that is they are bleeding money. They bleed money every single dang day that is paid to interest. And currently, it is getting more and more expensive for them to keep on holding to that amount of money. Whereas on the other side, it's not costing you a single penny to hold, to hodl. There you go. Oh, so close, guys. Just 69, oh, 67 more subscribers. Darn it, it was almost nice. NFTs are modern day baseball cards. That's not a bad way to put it. Gobble Knobber, what did you even ask? You asked, hey, can I get a checkout Bava? Okay, but you have to ask nicely. Can I get a checkout Bava, please and thank you? Just messing with you. Bava, here we go. Bavarian Nord. Oh wait, shoot, that's not right. Is this right? No, this doesn't look like Bava exists. It might be something that Webull doesn't carry, or maybe a crypto. In that case, I'm gonna go back to TCAT because that's what we have in the bully corner today. Up 65%, still pushing at that daily high of 52.20. So it's not quite done yet. Market close, let's go. I wonder if the race to market close is starting to get like less and less interesting for people. I am gonna rest right after market closes. So 5 more minutes until market is closed. You all remember the big short. Michael Burry's company was bleeding money from payouts until the short happened. Same thing here, but sort of in reverse. Yeah, it's basically reverse, right? Michael Burry was the one shorting. Now we are the ones fighting against the shorters. Well, if Tesla always switches up on you, just wait a day. You'll be in the right groove. LOL. Fair enough. Tesla is quite a beast. I'm going to see what it looks like right now. TSLA. Tesla. Oh, 675. Okay, so it actually dropped at the last 10 minutes, basically. Last 30 minutes, it was trading high at around 700, 699, 62. All so close at 69, 69, 69. But yeah, currently now has dropped back down to that level. It seems like this is now a new rejection. So if this is a resistance level, I want to track it. Let's see if this comes true again. Basically right at 700. I'll move it to actually 69, 69. Can I move it, please? Yeah, 69, 62. Back to GameStop. George Costanza NFT for 0.02 Ethereum. Even 0.202 Ethereum is like a couple $100. Is it? Hold on. How much is Ethereum these days? Oh man. Today is the day. 60 more subs until 66,000. Doesn't get more auspicious than that, guys. Does not get more auspicious than that. That GameStop Snazzy Cat plushie is an instant buy for me. Oh, really? I want to see that. Darn. JFin is killing it right now. I do want to see JFin again. Wow, 80% rip. Just non-stop rip. That correction through the VWAP here might have been an excellent time to buy. I told you guys to watch the MACD. That MACD has essentially been staying above there for this entire time. On the 1 minute chart might give you the show us a little bit more. Yes, so basically right here. So that is where the MACD on the minute chart pushes underneath for a hot second and comes back. That would have been a pretty attractive place to buy back in. And you would have been buying at 1263, pushing at least 20%. Those of you who bought a JFin from a couple of days ago, congratulations. Jeez. Okay, sorry. 3 more minutes until the last part of the day. Guys, I'm getting my little bell ready. I'm about to smack the heck out of it, but not until we... DC says, oh, he'll sub if I answer. Should I move AMC stock from the Stash app? Doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. Stash is not in the public scrutiny in the same way as Robinhood, so I would say it's up to you. And but honestly, I would try to move it from WeBull. So if you did want that link to WeBull, here it is. Oh, nope. That's not the link. Uh-oh. Almost ended the stream accidentally. Hey, wait, hold on. This one. So there you go, DC. It's time for you to sub. If you want to follow DC, this is a great way to be able to join the Moon Platoon, ladies and gentlemen. Coach McGurk. I love the answers over there. For the last 2 minutes, I'd like to take the chance to say that this video is brought to you by AndrewMoMoney.com. If you haven't had a chance to check it out yet, AndrewMoMoney.com. Ape Strong Together. Stop by every week for limited edition merch and space upgrades. Right now, we got the Moon Platoon shirts right here. We got the little Moneyball mugs over here. We got some hoodies right here. Extra comfy hoodies. These are all limited edition, so they're only going to last for maybe another week. New merch is going to come out next week. So, will you sell me a WeBull car? What is a WeBull car? A car sponsored by WeBull? Just 1 more minute. It looks like right now the only winner of the day is JFin. We have AMC with 80 million plus volume. We have GME not even touching 10 million, just pitifully underneath 10 million. Has a 3% dip, so that's a roughly $6 down on a $200 previous close. And that is likely where it's going to last. But that last minute rally by GME and AMC is a nice welcoming thought. So that said, markets are closed. Markets have closed with GameStop at 194.48, down 2.5%, rough almost 3% down on the day, at a low of 186.20. So that is, you know, how bad it could be. Luckily, it isn't that bad. AMC still finished double digits down, 10% down at $12.47. Unfortunately, it is higher than its super low of $11.76. That was roughly when it was like 20% down on the day, and it finished around halfway between its low and its high. Its high was already 80 cents lower than its previous close. So AMC saw a rip last Monday and a dip this Monday. You win some, you lose some. So once again, John Dillon says, great day, Apes. Thanks so much. We are here because we are trying to answer some of your questions. So if you guys have any other ones, such as, can we ascertain where this dip is coming from? What is spoofing and layering, and what is why is there correlation between GME and the other Melvin Capital holdings? I'm going to be answering a couple of those questions for maybe another 30 minutes max, just to get out with it. So we have, I'm gonna look at some GameStop from new. Potential partnership with Super League Gaming. Oh, I do want to be able to read that because that sounds interesting. Do not upvote this. Be prepared for what they will begin to continue to say. FUD alert. Counting for chairs, they think we won't notice a VWAP holding steady. That is true. The VWAP did hold very steady earlier today. This is essentially an indication that this kind of price volatility is not driven by volume. That's an important thing right here. Oh, baby. Let's see. Oh, Spam is in the chat. It's a good thing. It's a good thing he indicated that he is Spam. Let's see. So once again, I think they won't notice the VWAP holding steady. So that's something over here. Whoops. Where'd that VWAP go? The tab button send me back up. That's interesting. Okay, the VWAP holding steady today. We saw this crazy spread on terms of the price movement, but then we saw some the VWAP holding steady as well throughout the day, and we can notice that this is the orange line here, essentially starting at a high of 205, but then basically all of this price movement down here, the VWAP has only dropped in the very beginning of the day and stayed there consistently while the price worked its way up to meet it. So this kind of price movement is not based on the VWAP. So we can here. Let me see if I have any other questions for y'all. David Roberts says, tomorrow offer, I'll stand by 10K likes for 7K GME. I'll be locked in all day. Can you get back to me on Discord once you're done? Please, bud. Thanks to you and fellow apes today. David Roberts, I got you, man. Thank you. Thank you for offering to support the cause. Hold on. There we go. Put that there. So we didn't make it to 7K, 7,000 likes, but that's okay. GameStop tweet. Okay, let's look at that GameStop tweet. Okay, so 6 minutes ago, new GameStop tweet. We're happy to be partnering up with our friends at ASTRO Gaming to give you a chance to win some Astro gear. Find out how you can enter Astro Audio V2, tuned for gaming, superior fit and finish, customizable software for audio. You know, at this point, I'm starting to think that their advertising is entirely based around like subliminal messaging. Although, so obviously Astro going to space, GameStop tweeted it out. You heard it here first. Likely going to space? Well, let's find out. Likely going to space? That could be an answer. What do you guys think? What exactly is this this trying to say? Let's see. Stay positive in the chat, y'all. Hey Andrew, is the beef between you and Bruce squashed? Well, let's check. It's about to be a week since my email thread to Uncle Bruce has still not been answered. There was never beef between us because once again, he has never ever talked to me. But I have absolutely nothing negative intention towards the man. He is a hotspot of knowledge, and I think it is. Yep, it's about 7 days since we started this email convo. Oh, wrong tweet. Why do I keep getting the wrong tweet? What tweet is this then? This is 7 minutes ago. Oh, wait, hold on. 3 hours. Gear up and join this Friday on Twitch for some Monster Hunter Rise. Joe and Picklin. No, this is from 3 hours ago. What other tweet is there? Captain K-Man says, order my Moon Landed t-shirt and meatball mug from the store. Can't wait. Boom, Captain K-Man. Dropping some fat merch. Let's see. To the moon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. So again, let's do a quick update on Uncle Bruce. This is his official email, as well as mine. Do not send me anything other than business on this email. I said, hey, Uncle Bruce, this is March 3rd, 6:05 p.m. It's Andrew Mo here. Love to chat with you about doing a live stream together. And then 7 days later, I said, hey, Uncle Bruce, our mutual friend Patricia Masnay mentioned that you would want to do a live stream. And then 7 days later, Sandra P. from the Netherlands says you're a true legend. Deeper Value also supports a collab. Please let me know if you want to be interviewed to clarify your position on AMC and GME. This was back when he was put out that AMC DD, and that's where we are now. I don't really feel like bothering him anymore. Oh. Richie Rich says, on Uncle Bruce's live stream, I posted a message about you guys streaming together. He mumbled the words and moved on. Fair enough. Got message received. Uncle Bruce predicts 4 digits on GME after conference call tomorrow. Wow. Okay. Well, then that conference call is going to be really, really dang important then. In my opinion, I also have predicted 4 digits when that gamma squeeze happens, but who's to say if that conference call is going to lead to the gamma squeeze happening? Remember, the main point of all of that speculation is the plausible deniability of what could happen if that gamma squeeze happens, and people piled on to try and say, oh yeah, when the squeeze happened, it was just us moving money around and being really happy. It's because of the market, not because of anything that we did. So Stray X says, while a dividend announcement would theoretically hurt the price, it would force an actual count on the shares, so it could be a net benefit. Exactly. Let's see. Oh, Kramer says that he will give me a chance. Okay, cool. We're happy to give partnering up on our friends at Astro Gaming. Yeah, I saw that. That's the space-themed note there. Oh, man. Well, okie dokie. So today we are, this is a good divergence between, still covering the GameStop AMC saga, but making sure that we covered a lot of technical analyses on other stocks as well. That's the main point of this channel, is to be able to give you guys a nuanced understanding of exactly what kind of stocks exist out here and what kind of stocks are specifically made so that you guys can have once-in-a-lifetime opportunities such as AMC and GME. Once again, I have not touched my positions in AMC and GME. I am tightly holding on, but as of right now, we are still moving the channel forward, bringing that financial education onto you and answering questions, especially the ticker symbol questions that you guys have in the description below. So if you ever felt that itching desire to, when you guys return or see me in the recommendations and want to be able to smash that subscribe button, all good. You gotta exercise those kinds of desires when you get around to them. And of course, when you do, make sure to hit that bell button as well, because it's a fun way to be able to join the Moon Platoon. If you guys haven't yet seen that list of Moon Platoon members, these are really, really cool people. Even Meatball is just sneaking a peek and looking at the Moon Platoon members, the Gorillionaire and the Meatball, the Space Legend tier. So as I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this. Thank you, Robert. And for the last few minutes of the stream, I'm just going to go ahead and scroll through a couple of your questions. So if you have any questions about what I'm looking forward to, how stonks work in general, and ticker suggestions for tomorrow, then I'm happy to acquiesce. But for now, the markets are closed, and that's one thing to consider as GME and AMC continue to bounce around the prices that they closed at. They are still holding pretty steady. Oh. Thaddeus Ghostal, what's going on? Andrew, hold on. Okay, I missed the chat. Thaddeus Go still says, it's like the butterfly meme of a new form of monetization. Oh, what's this? Keep it positive, y'all. How do puts work? That's a perfectly fine question. Puts are the same idea as a call, but you have to be able to take a put. The put is the opportunity for you to sell a stock at a future date for a future price, right? It has to be a price that is less than the price of the stock currently if you want to make it out of the money. You can even sell in the money or at the money puts the way that you can buy those with calls as well. The opportunity for you to be able to sell the stock is specifically because you think it is going to go down. And oftentimes puts are, it seems like mainly the reason why puts exist is because conversions allow these larger institutions to bet against you when you buy call options. So be careful. Do not try and go into either option without more knowledge about both. Blake Adamson, if GME announces dividends, would hedgies be forced to pay like a fake dividend to those who own GME but had their shares lent out? A fake dividend? No, I think they would have to find exactly where synthetic shares are and then make them cover before they pay for those dividends. Didn't you say I was going to introduce you to my mom at 65,000K? Yes, my mom is all the way in Chicago, so I guess we can FaceTime her at the same time. But if you wanted to see the person that helps me with the props and the special effects sometimes by throwing money in the air, that is my girlfriend. And you know what? At 69,420, heck yeah, 69,420 girlfriend reveal. So go ahead, 55 more subscribers, and we get to 66,000. That's pretty close. Just 3,000 more until 69,420. Erica says, hi Andrew, how did Meatball's biopsy go? Hugs, it's still in the lab, so hopefully they're going to start working on it today, and we'll find out soon. Let's see. Hey. Let's see. Cedric seems to have gone well. There were a couple of status updates. Yes. I would drink nut juice, like almond milk. I would drink juice at 65K. I haven't gone to the grocery store yet, but I will. Am I a Bears fan? Go Bears! Heck yeah. Love Chicago Bears. Hey Andrew, did Robinhood get margin called due to volume? So you get margin called if you hold a position that you owe something, either money if you buy stocks on margin, or People's hiding in the corner there. You get margin called if you owe either money or stocks on the terms of shorting or buying on margin. You can get margin called right at home when you suddenly have not enough money, even if you liquidated all your stocks to cover your debt. That's the end of the line there. Robinhood can only be called, there's a $3 billion margin call that was part of that DD for Robinhood. Robinhood can only be called if they had a actual short position against GME or some other kind of margin relationship, some kind of debt relationship with GME. So that is still being investigated, so be careful. So diamond holds forever, there you go. Meatball hella cute, it's true. Turns out that everything Robinhood was doing is on margin. Oops! Meatball about to jump on me. Meatball? This could be that kind of show where Meatball just kind of sticks his head in the corner there. Very fun. I missed your age last time. Now let's just do one more, right? How old do you guys think I am? Go ahead and talk about that there. Who is the phantom lady roaming around the background of my streams? That's my girlfriend. And if you guys wanted to see her girlfriend reveal at 69,420, there you go. David says, just up by, just finished with work. Well, David, you're gonna love the little clips that I'm gonna be putting of this stream later on the platform. We had 88,000 playbacks today. That's gonna be a pretty sizable number on YouTube. So loving that, feeling good about it. 26, 26, 28, 38. Meatball. So far, Meatball uses my Twitter account, which is also Andromo Money no, sorry, just Andromo Money. So that is Andromo Money on Instagram and Andromo Money on Twitter. 24, 24, 28, 26, 32, 69, 13, 27, 34, 20, 26, 32, 14, 45, 28. Late 29s. I'm in the late 29s. Sherlock Holmes says, I'm either 22 or 32, and that's probably correct. Let's see. Think about Tree Fitty. I love this. That's really funny. Cassandra Hernandez says they draw and paint as part of their living. Oh no. Check out my Instagram. I'll draw Meatball if you want. Yes, go ahead and post that Instagram name. We love supporting the peeps in here. Siete. So we got 26 easy, says Pedro Reyes. Joe says 26. You said it back in January. In fact, it's actually in each of my videos descriptions. So everyone who doesn't know, but is still commenting, you can use that energy to make sure that you always smash that like button and comment in each of these videos, especially after the live streams. After the fact, helps the YouTube algorithm remember that people like this video. And there you go. Can you explain how I added 3 values to my RSI indicator? My RSI does not have anything added. Actually, let me just show you real quick. My RSI doesn't have anything added. It is the natural bars that get added at 30 and 70 to show you oversold and overbought. That's what's happening here. Favorite food? Sure, we can do that too. All I have to do is take the average of all these guesses, says Ilarian Parmit. Yes. Beef Squash, you are as old as my wife's boyfriend. I'm exactly the same age as your wife's boyfriend. SR was triggered, right, Andrew? Thank you for all your stonk analysis. We appreciate it, says Scott Jackman. I appreciate you. Thank you. Isaac Sains. That's Chris Sains' brother right there. How do we send you a dog pic? Send it on Instagram. I am going to plan on posting on Instagram more, but you guys got to be there and follow me so that I can feel loved. There we go. I remember, Sanguine says, I remember being mad that you were younger than me, but more rich and talented. That's how I feel about Trey. Just kidding. Trey is younger, though. It's pretty crazy. Trey is younger. Jeremy Penny says, my favorite food is probably Chinese food. Honestly, it's probably, that's just food, is what I call it. Harry Lewington says, what was it you said the other day? Asians don't raisin? I don't think I would ever say that, Harry. I don't think I would ever say that. Yeah, Isaac Saints. I'm going to start posting things on Instagram. It's because I haven't been able to go out very much, is the thing. Let's see. I love that you're on all day as you make my workday fly by. Linus Queen. Oh, that really means a lot. I loved hearing that. That's really nice. Well, Mark Dibb says, my name is Andrew Mo, and I'm here to help you find your 6-figure dream job. As a 26-year-old cryptocurrency data scientist in Silicon Valley that built 9 dream, blah, 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 blah. And that sounds right. Thank you, Andrew. You've become my favorite live stream for GME-related content. That's a lot of hard work, and we appreciate it, says JD Atlas. We appreciate you. Boom. Okay, I am out of time, because if this stream goes longer than 7 hours, then it's going to be a lot harder for me to clip it. Matt just finished his stream. So guys, throw some ducks in this chat if you're from Matt's stream. Just for Matt, I'm gonna go 5 more minutes. Mike G says, hey Drew, Raunch Capital dropped a great vid with a theory that hedgies are exploiting the SSR rule and take gains on the way up. What do you think? Yes, we've talked about this before. In fact, I would honestly like, if you guys are part of Raunch's Capital's group, and Raunch wants to do a collab, heck yeah. But the main point of that idea is that if the SSR gets triggered, the long whales are specifically leveraging that so that they make money on the way up. There's the call options. The call options are a lot cheaper if the price goes down, and the volatility of the stock is something that remains like is something that's more difficult to control. But when the SSR is triggered, it makes it a lot easier to be able to create this option chain on the way back up and make some money. Okay, ducks in the chat. Ducks. While I was streaming the Q4 results tomorrow, not only that, I'm going to be streaming the, I've already registered for the earnings call. So guys, I'm going to be there as well. Mark Dibbs says, I posted that to show your age. People are still guessing given that it's said in all my descriptions. I know, right? I am one of the oldest hodlmen, as it turns out. Let's see. Ducks in the chat. Not a fan of Matt's channel, no. Hi, Andrew, says Mel's Bell. Do you think I should move my AMC stocks from Cash App to WeBull now that I have more options when it comes to selling? Is it worth it? Heck yeah. And you know what, Mel? You can use my link in the description to get some stocks. Mel's Bells. Heck yeah. Live stream earnings call. Yeah, I'm going to be doing that tomorrow. Ranch Capital. I could swear he pronounces it wrench. Okay, that makes more sense. Wrench Capital. I've only seen it written. Richie Rich is saying, my wife is complaining I'm spending more time with you than her. Lol, told you. That's funny. Duck goes dork. That's pretty good. Diamond hands full forever. Hey, dude, thanks for answering. I got you, man. Don't spam, though. The Hodlman gathering today? Probably not. Let me check. Don't think so. But I am asking if they want to join tomorrow for the GME stream. Usually if I stream long enough, then Trey shows up. But I am not. I am going to give up in about 2 more minutes. Because if it's go longer than 7 hours, this stream, it's going to be really hard to clip. Is Trey coming on with me later? Maybe. You know what? Actually, I don't want to promise that he isn't going to show up. So if Trey wants to live stream together on the show later, you're more than welcome to, Trey. I'm going to text him. And be like, I'm going to say, thanks for showing up. Where's Trey? Hope you had a solid day at work, brother. If you want to stream together later today and aren't too tired, I'm down. There you go. Boom. What kind of coffee does my awesome roommate make? Well, Hector, the best friend coffee maker, makes just, I don't know, mystery coffee. I don't know. I'm not a big coffee person. Matt Sweet, sure. Can you get a shout out to Forage and Feast Urban Farm? Heck yeah. Go check them out on Instagram. How do I move my stocks from Cash App to WeBull? Well, there's instructions in the WeBull. So here, Josh. Sorry, no, James. What did I just say? James Clemens. Use this link. What's the move for JFin? Is the bump up over? Yeah, it's a big bump up. It's already starting to decline in the after hours. So I would say it must more likely wait until it meets the exponential moving average at 1283 at the very least before jumping in. That would be insanity. Okay, I am pushing up against my 7-hour mark, so I gotta go. The whale did reply, so I'm gonna talk to Kevin Bates, the mystery whale, and see if he wants to jump on the show. Am I Matt's girlfriend's boyfriend and vice versa? Correct. And then tell me how an IRA works. It is taxed. It is taxed free $6,000 every year. You should always max it out beginning of the year. I forgot to for the 2 months, and then I just did it yesterday. So always max out your IRA. Ideally, there's a bunch of tax benefits. If you have the money, it should go up to the percentage your company matches on your 401k, then $6,000 in your IRA, and then the rest in your 401k if you care about retirement, if you think you're going to retire. Anyway, I got to get going. Love the energy you guys are giving me. Love all the excellent questions at the end of the day. If you guys have any questions, drop them in the comments below. I always read them, even though I don't have all the time in the world to respond nowadays. I really do appreciate you guys. Bringing me up to 65,949. I'm going to start doing subscriber count check-ins, and we just need 51 more for 66,000. As always, for now, but not for forever. Have a great day, and we'll see you in the next one. See you in space. Peace. I have to wait a little bit because otherwise it might come out. Okay, I think no.